Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 201-215. Assassination, Aftermath, and the First Prince. Keelangos was struck by a sudden, scorching white fireball and plummeted from the sky. The damage from the fireball's extreme heat was secondary, what mattered most was that his escape rhythm had been disrupted. Furthermore, since Avon had already made his move, he wouldn't merely disrupt Keelangos's escape route. After advancing to a conspirer, Avon could temporarily merge his body with flames, using the launch of fireballs and similar objects to rapidly change his position. So, the moment Keelangos fell from midair, before he even landed, a fiery Avon appeared from where the fireball had just struck him. Wielding a scimitar made of condensed flames, he slashed at Keelangos's neck in midair. Under the discernment of Avon's newly acquired weakness observation ability, that spot was Keelangos's fatal weakness and a poorly defended area. If this strike landed solidly, Keelangos might die on the spot. And it was clear that Keelangos, still in midair, understood this. Looking at the fiery scimitar slashing towards him and feeling the scorching heat, Keelangos felt death approaching him. But Keelangos was indeed worthy of being a pirate general who had roamed the seas for many years, still alive and well despite being wanted by various kingdoms. In a flash, he reacted. In midair, utilizing the powerful physique granted by Wind Blessed, he forcibly twisted his body without any leverage, like a sardine wriggling in water. He turned his body sideways, avoiding the fatal spot, and simultaneously covered his body with a layer of defensive water film. The blade of fire struck Keelangos's arm. The water film hissed and immediately shattered, but it effectively resisted Avon's scorching flames. Scales emerged beneath his skin, also providing some obstruction, but they were still cut through in an instant. Keelangos's right arm separated from his body like butter cut by a knife, flying into the air, and Keelangos used this force to drop to the ground. Although severely wounded, Keelangos did not give up hope of escape. His mind was unusually calm, he was not intimidated by his current predicament. This was because he had switched, creeping hunger, to light priest mode. The Beander characteristic of the sun pathway had given him a calm mind and courage, preventing him from being frightened by difficulties. The moment he landed, the glove on his left hand, which seemed to have turned into pure gold, burst forth with brilliant light. A pure, blazing light descended from the sky, purifying everything around Keelangos, including his arm that had fallen to the ground nearby. If his arm remained at the scene, no matter how far he ran, it would be in vain, as people could easily track him down through that arm. Fortunately, Avon Horn's flames were hot enough to evaporate all the blood, and even the wound on his right arm was charred, otherwise, it wouldn't be as easy to deal with the aftermath as it was now. Both Avon, who was about to strike again, and Duke Nigan's bodyguards, who had already rushed over, knew they couldn't withstand a full-force attack from a sequence 5 feet light priest. They could only retreat rapidly, avoiding its edge. And what Keelangos wanted was precisely this sliver of opportunity. He once again exerted his full power, causing a strong wind to whip through Duke Nigan's mansion. The very ground of the villa was overturned, and sand and stones filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. Many guests and servants who couldn't escape in time were blown away, crashing against the villa wall and then vomiting blood. The strong wind blocked everyone's steps, and Keelangos took the opportunity to quickly fly towards the municipal park opposite the villa. He had already planned his escape route in advance. The park contained the Tassoc River, which ran through Backland. As long as he jumped into the river, as a seasoned sailor, he would be able to escape to safety. Moreover, he could follow the river downstream to Cherwood Burrow. There were people at St. Wynd Cathedral who could receive him, and no official forces would expect him to dare to play under the lamp is dark. Avon, who had been blown back to the second-floor balcony of the villa by Keelangos's strong wind, frowned as he watched Keelangos, who had already escaped to the park. He finally made the fiery blade in his hand disappear and did not pursue him. He could have actually used the demoness's spider silk to catch Keelangos again, but in front of so many people, especially with Robert present, he suppressed that urge. In fact, in this battle, he couldn't use the demoness's abilities, nor could he use the precision he could preemptively access. Otherwise, with just the first strike, he could have controlled over a dozen scorching white fireballs, directly killing or severely injuring Keelangos, and there would have been no need for subsequent finishing blows. Just then, Avon noticed a team of people dressed in Storm Church attire approaching from a distance to provide support, including Archbishop Snake, whom Robert had met when he converted. This made him chuckle involuntarily. The Storm Church still, dove, in the end. Even with my interference, they couldn't change their fate of being late. Although he didn't personally kill Keelangos, Avon wasn't disappointed at all, because he knew there was a demigod waiting for Keelangos in the municipal park. At the same time, the purpose of his action today had been achieved, to publicly announce his promotion to a conspirer, laying the groundwork for Military Intelligence Section 9 to carve out a large piece of the pie during its future reorganization. What had previously hindered Avon's promotion was always his sequence strength and age, not his achievements. Moreover, exposing his successful advancement at this time would not arouse suspicion from the Augustus family, because George III was aware that the current Avon was a living sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude. It was perfectly normal for a demigod-level sealed artifact to exhibit some conspirer abilities. Indeed, when he walked back into the villa from the second-floor balcony, Robert looked at him with a complex expression and asked, "You've advanced to a conspirer." Others didn't know exactly when Avon became a Beander, but he did. To advance from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6 in just 2 months was simply unheard of. Robert had never heard of such a rapid advancement speed. This is thanks to the Tingen incident, which made my potion digestion speed unbelievably fast. Avon explained softly, and the truth was indeed so. Robert nodded, reluctantly accepting the explanation, then continued in a low voice. "Come home with me later. I once said that as long as you advanced to Sequence 6, I could give you one of my spoils of war." Robert had said he would give Avon a spoil of war from his service in the southern continent. Avon guessed it might be the Beander characteristic of the hunter pathways, harvester, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. As they conversed in low voices, they re-entered the villa, where many people were helping to treat those who had been affected by the assassination. And Duke Nigan, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, quickly called out to Robert and Avon as soon as he saw them enter. "I truly thank you both this time. Without you, this assassination might not have been resolved so easily." Duke Nigan was still somewhat shaken. He hadn't expected that in Backland, with the previous assassination making everyone jumpy, someone would still dare to assassinate him. At the same time, endless anger surged within him. He wanted to find out who exactly was repeatedly trying to kill him. This time it was a pirate general, next time would it be a pirate king? As a prominent figure in the secular world and a spokesperson for the Storm Church, he was well aware that pirate kings were demigods. This was mainly due to Miss Audrey's meticulousness. "We merely followed the flow, it's nothing significant." When Avon and Robert had approached Duke Nigan earlier, they hadn't concealed Audrey Hall's role in the matter. Even though Avon himself knew Audrey preferred to keep a low profile, if Audrey herself didn't speak up, taking all the credit would offend Earl Hall. Upon hearing this, Duke Nigan also turned to Earl Hall to express his gratitude, and Earl Hall humbly expressed modesty, but the smile at the corner of his mouth still showed his pleasant mood at the moment. Just then, Archbishop Snake, a man as elusive as the wind, flew in again in front of everyone. He glanced at the situation in the villa, expressed his condolences to Duke Nigan, and Duke Nigan pressed him for Keelangos' whereabouts. "Keelangos is dead. He was killed by a high-sequence Beander of the death pathway whom I don't recognize, and no clues were left." Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned, all coming to the same conclusion, eliminating witnesses. Once an incident involved a high-sequence Beander, it was no longer simple. Could it be the numinous episcopate? After the kingdom's defeat in the war against the Fasak Empire in the southern continent, those people began to stir, hoping to incite another rebellion and overthrow the kingdom's rule in Byron City. According to intelligence, Forsac and Intis are also fanning the flames behind the scenes. Robert was the chairman of the Military and Intelligence Committee, capable of consolidating various intelligence reports and maintaining close communication with the military. Therefore, he immediately offered a guess. Everyone present thought about it and found it quite reasonable. The Loan Kingdom's greatest enemies in the southern continent were sometimes not the competing nations of the North Continent, but rather the local indigenous people. The numinous episcopate were remnants of the Balaam Empire, always resentful and furious about the Loan Kingdom seizing Byron City and usurping the Balaam Empire's crown. They frequently launched terrorist attacks. They had reason to fish in troubled waters when the Loan Kingdom showed weakness after its defeat in the southern continent. To be honest, if Avon hadn't known the truth, that Mr. Azek had made a move, he might have been persuaded by Robert's guess. Currently, there is very little information from various sources, and we cannot be prejudiced. We still need to investigate thoroughly before drawing conclusions. Earl Hall now hoped for stability in Loan's political situation to effectively promote the implementation of the Government Employee Recruitment Act. He also hoped that this incident would not escalate, so he subtly offered a word of caution. Duke Nigan naturally understood Earl Hall's meaning and knew his opinion was correct. Before internal coordination was achieved, the Loan Kingdom should not make drastic moves. However, the repeated assassinations left him unable to rest easy. After all, this involved his own life safety. If he didn't vent his anger, it would be a disregard for his own life. But it seemed no one present was at fault, and the relevant personnel had even protected him. Whom should he vent his anger on? Just then, Avon, who had been standing silently by, listening to the bigwigs speak, suddenly spoke. This assassination is ultimately my responsibility. If Kilangos had been apprehended yesterday, this assassination wouldn't have happened today. This is my dereliction of duty. Robert naturally knew what had happened yesterday, and upon hearing Avon's intentions, he immediately cooperated, saying, "This isn't your responsibility either. After all, you were just promoted today. It's only natural for Jonas to object to you being on site, and the failure of the operation was due to encountering an unexpected situation, which is very common and hard to avoid." Duke Nigan's eyes lit up. He realized something was amiss and quickly pressed, "What does this mean? Explain yourselves." Since Duke Nigan, the victim and party involved, pressed the matter, Avon naturally had no reason to conceal anything. He recounted yesterday's events from beginning to end, causing Duke Nigan's face to turn redder and redder, his entire body trembling. Incompetent. All of them should be dismissed. Duke Nigan was exceptionally furious, and the other prominent figures standing beside him did not speak favorably of Military Intelligence Section 9's failed operation. Although Avon wouldn't directly reveal Captain Johnson's petty thoughts, everyone present was an old hand immersed in officialdom for many years. How could they not discern the clinking of small calculations? Such petty calculations might be amusing in normal times, but when it came to matters of personal safety, all the prominent figures found it unforgivable. "Your Grace, please calm your anger. The responsibility for the failure to apprehend Kilangos indeed lies with Military Intelligence Section 9. I will reprimand them when I return." At this moment, Robert stepped forward again, seemingly appeasing, but in reality, adding fuel to the fire. Reprimand. They made such a huge blunder, can it really be settled with just a reprimand? As expected, Duke Nigan was enraged upon hearing Robert's words. Military Intelligence Section 9 is not a one-man show. Relevant disciplinary decisions must go through the appropriate procedures to be made. While there might be disagreements on other internal matters within Military Intelligence Section 9, they tend to unite on such issues. Although Robert's words were not exhaustive, his meaning was clear. If penalties were imposed for inefficiency, they would face collective resistance from within Military Intelligence Section 9. After all, everyone would worry about being the next person dismissed for inefficiency, and the discretion involved was very broad. Even Duke Nigan's bodyguards, who were assigned by Military Intelligence Section 9, might have objections to this matter. Duke Nigan's face darkened. Did he not even have the right to punish a few people? But he was also an old politician. He glanced at Robert, recalling the report he had submitted a few days ago, which included matters concerning the split of Military Intelligence Section 9. He immediately understood that Robert was seeking his support. The split of Military Intelligence Section 9 was an inevitable trend, but there was considerable opposition. However, if the split succeeded, it would both vent his anger and repay Robert and Avon for saving him this time. Having made up his mind, Duke Nigan proactively suggested that the responsibilities of Military Intelligence Section 9 were too numerous and complex, often making it difficult to manage everything, leading to confusion and inefficiency. He proposed that it should be split, similar to INTIS, to improve efficiency. As he spoke, Duke Nigan looked at his colleagues with meaningful eyes. And those around him, swept by Duke Nigan's chilling gaze, understood that he was determined to vent his anger on Military Intelligence Section 9 this time, and could only express their support. Although Military Intelligence Section 9 made a mistake this time, they have also established many merits in the past and cultivated many beyonders. Baron Avon is the most typical example. I, on the other hand, believe that Captain Johnson and Jonas, who presided over the operation, bear significant responsibility and should be punished. Just when Avon thought the matter was settled, an unexpected obstacle appeared. Avon looked over and saw a man in his 30s, with a square face and a handsome appearance, arriving in the ballroom surrounded by many bodyguards, speaking loudly. This was the Grand Prince, Gawain Augustus, who had come today by order of King George III to celebrate Duke Nigan's birthday. Earlier, when Robert and Avon reported the discovery of Keelangos, both Duke Nigan and Earl Hall had unanimously instructed their bodyguards to take the Grand Prince to the lounge, to prevent him from being the assassination target or being affected during Keelangos's apprehension. Upon hearing of Keelangos's demise, the Grand Prince, who had just emerged from the lounge, happened to witness Duke Nigan's attack on Military Intelligence Section 9. He thought Duke Nigan was angry because the relevant personnel had not been punished, which led him to propose splitting Military Intelligence Section 9. Therefore, he hoped to throw out the wrongdoers to quell Duke Nigan's anger and simultaneously prevent the split of Military Intelligence Section 9, thereby earning the gratitude of Military Intelligence Section 9 and his father's praise. However, he did not know that the split of Military Intelligence Section 9 was already a consensus. The reason why the relevant plan had not been publicly announced was due to significant resistance, but it was bound to happen eventually. Even the most obvious opponent, King George III, was secretly pleased, believing that this reform could contribute to his Black Emperor ritual. On the surface, he encouraged Jonas to actively resist, but in reality, he welcomed it. Today, Duke Nigan and Robert cooperated, and it was with great difficulty that they were about to finalize this matter in public. Unexpectedly, the Grand Prince intervened. Even if Deputy Director Jonas and Captain Johnson were eventually punished for the previous operation's failure, Duke Nigan would not be grateful to the Grand Prince for helping him vent his anger, because this meant that Duke Nigan still hadn't repaid the life-saving favor he owed Robert and Avon, and a politician's favor is very difficult to repay, especially to someone of the same rank. Needless to say for Robert, splitting Military Intelligence Section 9 was the second major initiative he launched after becoming chairman of the Military and Intelligence Committee. Now that the Grand Prince was preventing it, how could he be happy? However, Duke Nigan and Robert's current dilemma was that they found it difficult to punish the responsible parties on the grounds of inefficiency, which led them to propose splitting Military Intelligence Section 9. The Grand Prince's proposal, however, deconstructed their reasoning. Since you believe it's difficult to punish the relevant personnel, and that's why you want to split Military Intelligence Section 9, then if I grant your wish, won't you have no reason to split it anymore? Thinking of this, Avon truly felt that this Grand Prince was a great, smart person. His single suggestion directly offended several parties. He thought his solution was a win-win, but it was a solution no one wanted. He even thought people would be grateful to him. He only saw the surface of everything, truly a fool. This also made Avon understand why George III was only vague about his heir, while all the other princes were eager to make a move. While Duke Nigan and Robert were in an awkward situation, unsure what to do, Avon spoke. Captain Johnson being disciplined might be excusable, but if Deputy Director Jonas is disciplined, it would be truly innocent. Moreover, my current standing is the result of Deputy Director Jonas's full support. This matter truly has nothing to do with him. Protecting Jonas, the transparent person, was a consensus between Robert and Avon. Now that the Grand Prince wanted to throw him out, Avon absolutely could not agree, so he immediately became his staunch supporter. The Grand Prince had not expected anyone to suddenly risk offending Duke Nigan by opposing his seemingly perfect solution. Just as he was about to speak, Duke Nigan spoke first. If there are no issues, then let Robert handle all subsequent matters of Military Intelligence Section 9. I support Duke Nigan's decision. Earl Hall also did not want tonight's events to have any more twists and turns, so he spoke directly. I agree. I agree too. Seeing the three main representatives of the Conservative Party express their stances one after another, the others had nothing more to say and simply nodded in agreement. Only the Grand Prince looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Soon, Deputy Director Jonas, who commanded Military Intelligence Section 9's mobile forces, personally led a team to Duke Nigan's mansion, fully demonstrating the cleanup function of the police. At this point, Avon didn't need to say much. Naturally, someone would inform him of what had just happened, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He felt as if he had walked a tightrope between life and death. At the same time, his emotions were incredibly complex. He never expected that the ones who ultimately protected him were Robert and Avon, with whom he had recently fallen out, and the one who betrayed him was the Grand Prince, to whom he pledged allegiance. So, after sending his men out to clean up, Jonas hesitated for a moment and then approached Avon. "Why haven't I seen your brother?" He went with Duke Nigan and Earl Hall to discuss the aftermath. Big matters are discussed in small meetings, and small matters in big meetings. This rule applies in every world. Regardless, Duke Nigan is one of the most powerful individuals in the LotM Kingdom. If he were repeatedly assassinated without an explanation or proper handling of the aftermath, the LotM Kingdom's national image would be ruined, and it would be ridiculed by the countries of the North Continent. Avon, thank you so much today. Without your help, I truly might have had a very difficult time getting through this. After beating around the bush and hesitating for a long time, Jonas finally expressed his thanks. However, Avon did not engage in a tearful, sentimental scene with him. Instead, he directly extended his hand and said, "Then how do you plan to thank me?" Jonas hadn't expected Avon to be so direct and was momentarily stumped, but he quickly regained his composure as the spokesperson for the largest faction within Military Intelligence Section 9, staring at Avon and saying, "What do you want?" He was the spokesperson for the royal faction within Military Intelligence Section 9 and also the largest internal conservative. He naturally had conflicts with reformists like Robert. However, his ability to get through this time relied on Robert's leniency and Avon's help, which could easily arouse suspicion from others. Therefore, he was eager to cut ties with Robert and Avon, no matter the cost. "I want that Fasak Empire rat." Avon was unceremonious, immediately quoting a high price. Jonas's eyes flashed, but he said without hesitation, "Good. You can have it." Robert's arrangements, the truth behind Azek's children's deaths. To say that handing over that high-level rat wasn't painful would definitely be a lie. However, Deputy Director Jonas, as the spokesperson for the largest faction within Military Intelligence Section 9, would lose even more if he didn't repay the favor of the opposing faction's leader and sever ties completely. This was similar to how Duke Nigan could have leveraged the splitting of Military Intelligence Section 9 to control Robert, but in order to publicly repay Robert and Avon's life-saving kindness in front of everyone, making everyone aware that he owed Robert no favors, he chose not to. Duke Nigan and Robert were representatives of the old guard and the young, ambitious faction within the Conservative Party respectively, and the two sides still had much to iron out in the future. If he had remained indebted to Robert for saving his life, he would have been at a disadvantage when exchanging benefits in the future, and his own people would also suspect him of going easy, with no way to prove otherwise, as any exchange of benefits involves both gains and losses. Therefore, no matter the cost, this matter had to be settled publicly. Moreover, judging from Robert's sudden action this morning, forcibly taking away General Baron's mistress, Jonas was almost certain that his own circle was not clean either, and his method of using that rat for internal struggle could not be kept secret. The longer this rat remained in his possession, the greater Robert's apprehension towards him would become. And precisely at this time, Robert, with the support of Duke Nigan and Earl Hall, had fully begun to reorganize Military Intelligence Section 9. So, if he could use this rat to temporarily dispel Robert's hostility and make him fulfill his previous promise, it could, to some extent, be considered a good thing. Jonas Augustus could only comfort himself in this way. After a while, Robert reappeared in the ballroom, spoke a few words with Jonas, and then motioned for Avon to leave Duke Nigan's residence with him. Sitting in the carriage, Robert said to Avon, "This incident will be blamed on the Fasak Empire. The kingdom will issue a diplomatic protest and conduct military exercises of a certain scale." Avon pursed his lips. It was completely unsurprising to him. The Fasak Empire had been the Loan Kingdom's enemy for nearly 1,000 years, and in the last century, it had been the biggest scapegoat for internal affairs in Loan and Intis. Although the Aurora Order was a very useful scapegoat, the Fasak Empire's position was often irreplaceable. Due to long-term hostility and domestic vilification, the Fasak Empire was perceived by all Lonis as barbaric and crude, making them believe that anything they did was very, very, very normal. As Avon thought of this, he suddenly noticed Robert's meaningful gaze, and his heart stirred. Connecting it to the original plot, he cautiously asked, "Is this meant to leave a pretext for future war against the Fasak Empire?" So-called diplomatic protests and military exercises were useless, the Fasak Empire would firmly deny them, and Duke Nigan and the others knew this well in their hearts. However, they still had to do it, not only for the North Continent countries to see, but more importantly, to use such a large-scale action to solidify the Fasak Empire as the mastermind. No matter how many rational people believed that the Fasak Empire had no reason to target Duke Nigan at this time, once war broke out in the future, many people could still be swayed. Robert looked at Avon with satisfaction, pleased with Avon's keen intuition, and then said, "Such a grand gesture is for other countries to see. Whether you believe it or not, whether the Fasak Empire admits to orchestrating this assassination or not, the Loan Kingdom believes it. Henceforth, any action we take against the Fasak Empire will be justified. By the way, when did you advance to conspirer? I didn't have time to ask just now." "Just yesterday. Yesterday, due to my low power and sequence, I was excluded from the operation I proposed. So, I decided to seize the opportunity to acquire the last main ingredient, concoct the magic potion, and complete the advancement. Alas, still too young and impetuous. Don't do that again next time. When I was serving in the southern continent, I encountered a Sauron family member in the final major battle. He was an Intis major general, a reaper skilled at harvesting lives, and I nearly perished by his hand. But ultimately, with the support of my colleagues, we managed to kill him. Afterward, I kept his Beander characteristic as a memento. Since you are so talented in the hunter pathway, I will give you this Beander characteristic as your advancement material. However, neither I nor Military Intelligence Section 9 possess the Reaper formula. You will have to collect it yourself." Robert had hinted at this Beander characteristic long ago, so Avon did not feign refusal. Ahova Earl's court and Duke Nigan's residence were both located in the core area of Empress Borough, not far from each other. Before long, they were home. Robert asked Avon to wait in the study on the second floor, while he himself turned and left. Avon did not wait long before Robert returned to the study and casually tossed a small box to Avon. Avon opened the small box and found a crystal-clear red gem inside. Its texture appeared hard, but black powder could be faintly seen floating within. Before he even held it, he smelled a scent of blood mixed with rust, and at the same time, felt pain throughout his body, as if he were on a battlefield, being hacked by countless swords. Avon quickly closed the small box and rearranged the spiritual wall, and this sensation slowly faded. "Thank you, Robert." Avon put away the small box and then sincerely thanked Robert. Robert waved his hand indifferently and continued the topic he hadn't finished in the carriage. "Your advancement to Sequence 6 Conspirer means you have met the basic requirements for managing a specific area of affairs. What are your plans for your future work?" "No profound plans. I am a hunter pathway. My ultimate destination is always the military. Military Intelligence Section 9 will always be a transit station on my life's journey, not the destination. If you have no preference, then I will choose. You will be responsible for intelligence missions concerning the Fasak Empire from now on. It just so happens that you have regained that rat from Jonas. However, do not contact that rat on your own. I will send Mr. Hope to contact him." Avon was startled. He had no capable personnel in the Fasak Empire, so to truly take over and contact Peterov Andley, he would definitely have to go through Robert. He just hadn't expected Robert to attach such importance to this matter that he would send out his most important subordinate. And judging by this stance, he seemed prepared to personally take over in the future, no longer entrusting it to Avon. Perhaps worried that Avon wouldn't understand, Robert added, "This person is very important, not how important he is to the Loan Kingdom, but how important he is to the Horn family." At this point, Robert uttered no more words, and Avon could only abandon the idea of pressing further, instead asking about his future position. "What does it mean to be responsible for Fasak Empire intelligence? As you said last time, you plan to divide Military Intelligence Section 9 into two responsibilities, internal and external. Am I ultimately responsible for external intelligence work or internal intelligence work?" "Both internal and external." Robert smiled cunningly. Avon hadn't expected such an answer. From now on, Military Intelligence Section 9 will be split into two major departments. There will be a person in charge of internal intelligence work and a person in charge of individual aspects. Their authority will overlap but also differ, and they will have no subordinate relationship to each other. Avon was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to witness departmental infighting again after transmigrating, primarily for mutual checks and balances. For example, Jonas would be fully responsible for internal counter-espionage work in the future. Logically, Avon, who was responsible for Fasak intelligence, should be his direct subordinate. However, Avon was also responsible for external intelligence, so he could completely disregard Jonas. The relationship between the external intelligence chief and Avon was similar. At this point, it would depend on whose backer was stronger, whose methods were superior, and who could suppress whom. Robert had left ample room for internal strife. The advantage was that Robert could confidently act as a referee in the future, and at the same time, the previous trend of Military Intelligence Section 9 forming a special interest group would thus come to an abrupt halt. The downside was that internal struggles within Military Intelligence Section 9 would intensify, which would be detrimental to competing with other countries' intelligence fronts. If problems arose, Robert might take the blame. Avon expressed his concerns to Robert, who smiled and said he understood, and told Avon that this adjustment plan was also a temporary one, and would be continuously modified later. His purpose in introducing this plan was to centralize power and to create positions to place the people he wanted to place. As for someone deliberately causing trouble, he was mentally prepared, and Avon did not need to worry too much. Seeing that Robert was not reckless but had already prepared, Avon said no more. At the same time, wanting to contact Mr. Azek and Queen Mystic Bernadette, he stood up and took his leave. Robert thought he was going to activate his intelligence network to inquire about the high-sequence Beander who eliminated Keelangos, so he didn't detain him. After leaving Ahova Earl's court by carriage, Avon told the coachman to return to the West District, while he himself took the nearby subway back to the apartment in Sherwood Borough. Although Avon no longer lived there, he had hired a cleaning company to clean the apartment from time to time. While it couldn't be described as spotless, it was certainly very clean. After finishing the letter to Mr. Azek, Avon took out a white fountain pen with green patterns from his person and signed his name at the end of the letter with it. Before he had even finished writing his name, a monster with black flames flickering in its eye sockets and a body composed of glowing white bones appeared in the apartment room. Avon was accustomed to the monster's appearance. He folded the letter in his hand, placed it in an envelope, and handed the envelope over, saying, "Please deliver it to Mr. Azek as soon as possible." The white-boned monster scrutinized Avon. For some reason, it felt a trembling sensation from Avon. Its hands trembled as it took the letter, then it vanished directly from the apartment. Avon sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting. He didn't write to Queen Mystic Bernadette, to prevent them from meeting if both wanted to see him. As expected, not long after, Avon saw the colors around him become extraordinarily vivid. The dark red curtains turned redder, the brown floor gleamed browner, and the white coffee table became even whiter. In the scene overlaid with various bright colors, the void in front of Avon rippled like water, and Azek Eggers stepped out from it. He was dressed as before, in a tailcoat and a top hat, and his skin was still bronze. "Good evening, Mr. Azek." Avon was always polite, taking the initiative to greet him. "Good evening, Avon. You mentioned in your letter that you found some information about Duncan Augustus." Azek also greeted Avon, then eagerly inquired about the relevant situation. Avon took out the information he had prepared earlier and handed it to Azek. Azek didn't stand on ceremony, took the information, sat on the sofa, and began to read it. Seeing Azek reading the information, Avon also sat beside him and began to explain his efforts during this period. "I had someone search for this information among the discarded files within Military Intelligence Section 9. The reason I gave was that I wanted to understand the basic situation of the thief, so I wasn't suspected. Not long after your child's death, he participated in the selection for Royal Knight Squires and, with excellent performance, was assigned to Duncan Augustus, who was then a young prince. 2 years later, your child died suddenly and unexpectedly. His body was sent back to the thief that night and buried by your wife. According to the records, Duncan Augustus sent people to attend the funeral. Because your child died young and left no children, and he also had no other male relatives to inherit the title, Ramstown was eventually reclaimed by the royal family." As he spoke, Avon felt a chill in the apartment, despite it being midsummer, but he could only ignore it and continue. "I then found the list of squires who were with Duncan Augustus at the time. Following the clues, I located the families of the squires from the same batch as your child. Through various means, I finally found an old notebook. The contents are written here. From the diary's content, your child was very outstanding, cheerful, uninhibited, and possessed a strong leadership presence. He was just a bit carefree at times, often overshadowing others and causing their displeasure. Although the diary doesn't explicitly state it, from the information I've collected and some corroborating evidence, I believe some people mentioned in the diary should refer to their liege at the time, Duncan Augustus." At this point, Avon felt as if the entire apartment had entered the depths of winter. He shivered so much his teeth chattered, which made him instinctively activate his spirit vision. Avon was still a demoness, skilled in spirit vision, to look around. It was then that Avon discovered his spacious apartment was, at some unknown point, packed full. The room was filled with various ghosts and skeleton warriors, all holding weapons, and even the candlelight on the coffee table had turned a ghostly white. These undead knelt on the ground, as if awaiting Mr. Azek's command to rush forward and finish off the enemy. Mr. Azek. Looking at Mr. Azek, who appeared calm but whose gaze was fixed, Avon still mustered his courage, his teeth chattering, and called out to awaken him. Avon was a pyromaniac, so he wasn't so weak as to be unable to withstand this chill. Rather, he noticed that as Mr. Azek's emotions changed, a unique aura seemed to emanate, attracting the surrounding undead to spontaneously gather there, creating a significant commotion. If this situation wasn't stopped, the Nighthawks might come sniffing. At Avon's soft call, Azek snapped back to reality. He simply pointed to a corner of the apartment room, and a bronze door to the underworld opened, directly sucking the living room and all the surrounding ghosts clean, returning the apartment to midsummer. I apologize. This happens when I can't control my emotions. I also thank you for your efforts, which allowed me to know what happened to my child back then. It's all my fault as a father for not taking good care of him, only teaching him to treat others sincerely, but not teaching him about the wickedness of human hearts. Azek sincerely apologized to Avon and couldn't help but express his self-reproach to Avon. Avon naturally didn't delve into these matters. Instead, he comforted Azek and began to speak about other things he had investigated. While investigating and reconstructing the truth of that year, I discovered something unusual. The records related to Duncan Augustus himself were not much more extensive than those of your child. Your child at least had specific birth and death years and some simple experiences, but Duncan Augustus's related experiences had significant gaps. It was only known that he was the third king of Loan's most beloved youngest son, but apart from some early deeds, there was no trace of him, no related records. Do you know what this means? What does this mean? Azek had a vague guess, his emotions somewhat agitated, his voice trembling slightly, trembling with excitement. This means that Duncan Augustus very likely advanced to become a demigod. Only in such a situation would a prince have no relevant information in Military Intelligence Section 9. And perhaps he is still alive, otherwise, after more than 1,000 years, what would there be to hide? Of course, this is just my guess, with no relevant evidence to prove it, and it still needs verification. With his guess confirmed, Azek clenched his fists and even showed a slight smile. From now on, in addition to searching for his own origins and exploring the seemingly philosophical yet actually practical question of, who am I? He also had a goal to achieve, to avenge his child. Thank you, Avon, thank you for everything you've done for me. Azek said to Avon with great gratitude. It's nothing. After all, you taught me for 3 years and imparted knowledge to me. Avon mentioned their experiences at Hoi University, which made Azek's gaze towards him even softer. Oh, right, I invited you here this time because there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. Was it you who intercepted Pirate General Kilangos today? If it was you, may I know the reason? Although Avon knew the inside story, he still had to feign ignorance, because as a high-ranking official of Military Intelligence Section 9, not inquiring about many details would easily arouse suspicion. Azek smiled and nodded, admitting that he had intercepted Kilangos. Actually, Azek coming to Avon's door today was a great risk. If Avon had even a slight ill intention, what awaited him could be a pursuit potentially involving a 0-feet level sealed artifact. But he ultimately chose to trust Avon, and Avon did not betray his trust. Not only did he not lead people to hunt him, but he also clarified many things in a short amount of time. I learned from a secret channel that Kilangos appeared at Duke Nigan's mansion. That's not much. However, it was his sealed artifact that triggered a faint memory in me, so when I saw he was about to escape your pursuit, I took action and killed him. Saying that, Azek threw a glove that looked like human skin onto the coffee table and said, I might have cooperated with the organization that owned this glove before. Avon looked at the glove on the coffee table and couldn't help but feel tempted. This was the most important equipment of the Protagonist clan, even a divine artifact. There were very few sealed artifacts like Creeping Hunger that had minor side effects but extremely high potential. If you need it, I can give you this glove. It's not very useful to me, and I can even put some seals on it to reduce its side effects. Perhaps noticing Avon staring at Creeping Hunger, Azek said with a smile. How embarrassing that would be. Avon almost blurted out this sentence but ultimately swallowed it. It was with this glove that Kilangos was able to change into anyone's appearance, allowing him to remain in Backland despite repeated encirclements. Now all official forces are looking for your whereabouts. It would be of great help to you in hiding your identity. Seeing that Avon could resist the temptation of a divine artifact, and instead cared about his situation, Azek's gaze towards Avon became even more benevolent. Actually, there was only one real reason why Avon couldn't take this sealed artifact. Avon still needed to continue his undercover work in the Aurora Order, using his identity within the Aurora Order to contact the Iron and Blood Cross Order to obtain subsequent magic potion formulas or materials. And creeping hunger was created from the Beander characteristic of a shepherd from the door pathway. The Aurora Order would certainly be very sensitive to it. Once they discovered creeping hunger in Avon's possession, not to mention whether he could explain its origin, even if he could, the Aurora Order might still demand Avon to hand it over. Who knows how many Aurora Order members needed this material. At the same time, it couldn't be hidden at home, because this might attract the attention of the true creator. In the original work, Klein, holding creeping hunger, wasn't found by the true creator, which I find somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, the origin of creeping hunger was also very sensitive. It very likely came from the Twilight Hermit Order, an organization extremely hostile to the true creator. Furthermore, Avon had previously speculated that the angels of the two major fate pathways might have already entered Backland during this period. Taking creeping hunger, under these circumstances, wouldn't that be seeking death? So, no matter how much Avon coveted creeping hunger, he couldn't take it and could only politely decline Mr. Azek's kind offer. Bernadette's suspicions. Although Azek admired Avon, he didn't confess to Avon that he learned about Keelangos from Klein. Because it was obvious that Klein also had secrets, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the mastermind behind Tingen. Mr. Azek, being a man of integrity, helped Klein keep his secrets. Although he suspected Klein's secret channel was Avon, it was all just speculation. Azek had no intention of pursuing it further or revealing it. If Duncan Augustus is still alive, then he is definitely not a simple demigod. It's even possible he has become an angel. Continuing to investigate would be too dangerous. You should no longer delve into matters related to this. I also need to continue exploring my past memories to see if I can recover more of my strength. It was clear that the news of Duncan Augustus possibly still being alive had somewhat shaken Mr. Azek, leading him to believe that with his current strength, he couldn't delve deeper into the matter. He could only first focus on pursuing his memories and finding the culprit who stole his child's skull. The matter of Duncan Augustus could only be set aside for now. I understand. I will be careful, Mr. Azek. Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three major churches now suspect you are a member of the Numinous Episcopate, and that you eliminated Keelangos to silence him. In any case, they will not allow an unknown, uncontrollable demigod to roam Backland. This is simply too unpredictable, so they will certainly spare no effort in finding you. A demigod might not be able to withstand powerful ships and cannons, but they possess too many strange and unpredictable abilities. A single pirate general had already made the official powers treat them as formidable enemies, let alone an unseen demigod. Azek picked up the translucent glove from the tea table again and put it on. The glove suddenly changed, revealing many distorted lines. Immediately after, Avon saw a hazy glow appear on Mr. Azek's face. At the same time, all his muscles, bones, and skin seemed to change like heated wax. At the same time, it was as if worms were wriggling. In a few seconds, Mr. Azek transformed into someone Avon had never seen before. His appearance, height, and demeanor all underwent unprecedented changes. This is the appearance of an old friend from a few hundred years ago in my memory. Isn't it much safer this way? The middle-aged gentleman Mr. Azek had transformed into smiled and said to Avon. Avon watched the scene unfolding before him, a surge of envy rising in his heart. Changing one's appearance was a divine skill for a transmigrator to kill and rob, and he couldn't help but feel envious. I will be in Backland during this time. If you need any help, you can find me anytime. After saying this, Azek disappeared from the apartment right before Avon's eyes. I've finally gotten a major figure on my side, and one who is getting stronger and stronger, the son of Death, the Death Consul of the Balam Empire. With his help, I will have more confidence in my future actions. Having personally participated in the turmoil stirred up by George III to prepare for the Black Emperor ritual and joined the tide of the era promoted by Adam, Avon increasingly felt the powerlessness brought by insufficient strength. The rolling tide of the era was pushing the world's situation towards great changes. Only by increasing his sequence as much as possible before these great changes could he gain more benefits from them. Not long after Mr. Azek left, Avon picked up his pen again to write a letter. This time, he was writing to Queen Mystic Bernadette, requesting a meeting. After writing the letter, Avon casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After simply completing the preliminary steps, Avon placed the letter on the altar, stepped back 2 paces, and solemnly chanted in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Invisible beings roaming the upper realm, strange spirits friendly to humans, Bernadette Gustave's exclusive messenger. As soon as his voice fell, Avon's spiritual perception was stirred. He instinctively activated his spirit vision with his consciousness, but saw nothing. Then Avon discovered that the letter he had placed on the altar was gone. Avon had not perceived how it disappeared at all. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special, Avon muttered. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a brilliant galaxy composed of countless light points suddenly appear in the apartment, like a bridge. Upon closer inspection, those brilliant light points seemed to be living birds, collectively forming this illusory bridge with their bodies. However, one end of the bridge was in the apartment, while the other end connected to an unknown place. Shou Magpie Bridge. Avon looked at this illusory bridge with a strange expression, watching Bernadette walk along the bridge from a distance. With each step Bernadette took, a section of the illusory bridge behind her disappeared. When she arrived in front of Avon, the light bridge dispersed into light points and then vanished before his eyes. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Bernadette was wearing an Intis-style white female shirt, her chestnut hair falling naturally. Her symmetrically straight eyebrows were perfectly groomed, making her look somewhat like a strong career woman Avon had seen in TV dramas in his previous life. She came to Avon's apartment, but seeing Avon's strange expression, she couldn't help but ask, while inwardly wondering if her father hadn't spread the story of the Shou Magpie Bridge meeting. Nothing, just marveling at the speed of your messenger's delivery and not expecting you to arrive so quickly. You truly possess the demeanor of a legendary traveler. Bernadette's azure, ocean-like eyes flickered, and she uncharacteristically explained. This actually comes from my father's legacy. The Mystery Prior Sequence 4 Feet Mysticologist has a core ability, Mystery Recreation. One can draw power from mystical knowledge to create various magic and sorcery. The less known the corresponding mystical knowledge, the greater its power and effect. Conversely, the more widely a certain piece of knowledge is spread, the more people know it, and the less mysterious it becomes, the weaker the corresponding magic and sorcery become, almost to the point of being ineffective. The source of knowledge for this magic I created is very mysterious, making its effect extremely powerful, allowing me to teleport freely within a continent. As she spoke, Bernadette stared intently at Avon, carefully observing his expression, wanting to ascertain whether he knew the story of the Shou Magpie Bridge meeting. Avon, too, felt a sense of alarm. This ability was incredibly useful, both for offense and defense, and should be one of Bernadette's core secrets. Why would she so easily tell him, someone she was meeting for only the second time? That's truly amazing and incredible. If I had the mystery prior option when I first stepped onto the Beander pathway, I would definitely have chosen this pathway. Avon pretended not to notice Bernadette's scrutiny, sighing with a look of regret. Noticing nothing unusual about Avon, Bernadette felt a little disappointed. She had recently felt a slight weakening in the magic she created based on her father's stories, so slight that if she weren't the creator of the corresponding magic, it would be difficult to detect. She had initially thought someone on Orvie Island had betrayed her and spread the magic she taught, but after her own investigation, even using a sealed artifact in the shape of a forehead ornament for investigation, she ultimately found no source of the leak, thus ruling out that possibility. The mystical knowledge Rosal wrote for her was all specially provided and had never been published or disseminated, it was all still in her possession. So, during this time, she had always suspected whether someone had deciphered Rosal's diary and thus learned this mystical knowledge. Unfortunately, no matter what method Bernadette used, she couldn't find a single clue. Until today, she saw Avon looking at her with a strange expression, remembered the meaning of the Magpie Bridge meeting, and couldn't help but guess if Avon knew its hidden meaning, so she couldn't resist testing him. However, the result of the test was not what she desired. Avon seemed to genuinely not know the meaning of the Magpie Bridge meeting. Is there something you need to discuss, contacting me this time? After clearing her mind of distractions, Bernadette scrutinized Avon, whom she was actually meeting face to face for the first time. Bernadette had last seen Avon at Ms. Amanda's Beander gathering. Avon's facial features were obscured by Ms. Amanda's concealment, so this was Bernadette's first time seeing the mysterious Avon, who could provide 3 angel-level pieces of information. This was also why Bernadette immediately rushed over as soon as she received Avon's letter. Relying on her clairvoyant spiritual intuition, she believed she could gain much from Avon in the future. Just now, Duke Nigan was assassinated again, and Backland has once again entered a state of emergency, so I wanted to inform you. Moreover, I provided you with information several days ago, but there has been no movement until now, so I wanted to ask if something happened, or if the information I gave you last time was incorrect and delayed your plans. Avon acted very much like a reputable merchant, not forgetting after-sales service after selling a product. Bernadette couldn't tell what Avon truly wanted to do for a moment. After some thought, she still said, I have already noticed Military Intelligence Section 9 and the 3 major churches secretly sweeping through all of Backland, but I still thank you for informing me. As for why I haven't acted yet, it's because the fate trajectories of Backland, and even the entire world, have suddenly become exceptionally chaotic these past few days. Even with the help of a sealed artifact of Sequence 0, I cannot fully comprehend the underlying reasons. And my spiritual intuition tells me that if I were to act against Lanrius at this time, I would likely suffer heavy damage. Avon understood, confirming that Ouroboros and the Life School of Thought's speaker had indeed engaged in a great battle, stirring up the world's situation. That speaker should have already infiltrated Backland, and Ouroboros should also have turned his gaze here, searching for every trace. At this time, anyone who did something unfavorable to Lanrius would immediately fall under the gaze of Ouroboros, the King of Angels, and face the most direct attack. However, Avon believed that this situation wouldn't last for too long. Neither the Storm God, who shared a neighboring pathway with the true Creator, nor Adam, who overlooked the entire world and stirred up trouble from behind the scenes, could tolerate Ouroboros collecting all the necessary Beander characteristic materials. They would soon divert Ouroboros' attention. Ms. Amanda from the Life School of Thought has gone missing, you should know about this, right? Since Bernadette readily provided the latest information, helping him verify his conjecture, he couldn't be stingy either. He had to reveal a little of what he knew. I know. Their speaker is a Sequence 1 King of Angels. Are you trying to say that the chaos in the River of Fate is related to this? Bernadette immediately realized what Avon wanted to say, but she wasn't entirely sure. The Life School of Thought controls the monster pathway, which is also the fate pathway. And for a King of Angels of the fate pathway to suddenly disappear, this matter seems incredible no matter how you look at it. Coupled with the chaos in the River of Fate that you mentioned, it's normal for me to have such a conjecture. Moreover, if this conjecture holds true, then it also aligns with your premonition of great danger if you were to act against Lanrius. Bernadette frowned, looking at Avon with some confusion, then asked, what does this have to do with my premonition of danger? Avon looked at Bernadette, unsure if she genuinely didn't know or was pretending not to know, and could only say, the disappearance of the Life School of Thought's fate speaker, I believe, could only be due to a true god's intervention, or that he was targeted by a powerful enemy. After the 5th epoch, no miracles have appeared except for the craftsman god issuing a divine oracle and changing his name to the god of steam and machinery, so the possibility of a true god acting against him is very small. And the fate pathway is the most special among the 22 divine pathways, with no adjacent pathways. Therefore, that king of angels was very likely ambushed by a strong individual of the same pathway. And coincidentally, as far as I know, beside the evil god that the Aurora Order pledges allegiance to, the true creator, there is a king of angels of the fate pathway. I heard that this king of angels is even a king of angels who has followed the true creator since ancient times. If my prediction is correct, the battlefield of these two fate angels should now be in Backland, otherwise, you wouldn't have had a premonition of danger. Bernadette's bright blue pupils contracted. Without needing to use mystical means, she could basically confirm that Avon's conjecture was correct, which made Avon appear even more mysterious in her eyes. The information Avon mentioned, she had known before. She even knew the honorific name and origin of the fate angel beside the true creator. It was just that she hadn't connected these matters. Now, after Avon's connection, she had a clear understanding of the current situation. Thinking of this, Bernadette no longer hesitated. She once again summoned the caretaker with a white cloth wrapped around his head, a blue body, and a lower half made of wind. She took out the sage's forehead ornament that she had already shown in front of Avon last time, put it on her head, and her eyes became hollow as she once again looked at the chaotic river of fate. With a muffled groan, Bernadette's face turned pale. Blood tears flowed from her eyes, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. But she didn't have time to worry about these things. Instead, she directly took off the sage's forehead ornament, and had the caretaker store it again. After the wind-like caretaker disappeared, Bernadette took out a white handkerchief, wiped the blood tears from her face, and said as she wiped, "Thank you for helping me connect these clues, which allowed me to accurately explore my previous premonition of danger. Everything is as you predicted. The two great angels of the fate pathway have already arrived in Backland, and they are still competing." Avon, however, did not feel arrogant about Bernadette's gratitude. After all, he was inferring the process from the result, which was much less difficult than inferring the result from the process. You were simply too involved to see clearly, while I was an observer with a clear perspective. Plus, this is what I specialize in. Every day, I'm either collecting or analyzing intelligence, so it's naturally easy for me to connect these things. The email contact address Avon had given Bernadette before was for Military Intelligence Section 9, so he didn't need to conceal his identity in front of her. Moreover, his identity as a senior intelligence officer of Military Intelligence Section 9 was the least necessary to conceal. Has the battle between the two angels forced your promotion plan to be postponed? Oh, right. You should have been monitoring Lanrius during this time. How is he doing? Lanrius had created a much larger deception than in the original work, causing great harm to the people of Tingen. The overwhelming resentment greatly matured the child in Migos' womb, and Avon believed that Lanrius also benefited greatly. That swindler is sometimes clear-headed and sometimes chaotic. When he's clear-headed, he tries his best to break free from the Aurora Order's control, always wanting to cause a big stir to attract the attention of official forces. When he's chaotic, he firmly obeys the Aurora Order's arrangements. In short, his clear-headed time is becoming less and less. As for my promotion plan, although it has been forced to be postponed, it won't be for too long. Backland is, after all, the Augustus family's old lair and an important protective area for the great churches. According to my exploration, the relevant struggle will be forced to stop in a few days. It might be that one side in the struggle wants to use the Loan official forces to stop this struggle, which is why they brought the battlefield to Backland. Bernadette, due to her dangerous premonition, did not dare to act against Lanrius, but she had been closely monitoring Lanrius's movements. Avon secretly smiled to himself. He felt that Bernadette's conjecture was entirely correct, just phrased more nicely. The infant angel, under Mr. Fool in the future, was clearly losing the fight and could only flee to Backland for refuge. At the same time, Bernadette's words also confirmed Avon's recent conjecture. Neither the churches, Adam, nor the Augustus family would sit idly by and watch Ouroboros find and eliminate, will accept and collect all the materials needed for Sequence 0 promotion. they would proactively force Ouroboros to retreat within the next few days. Lanrius is a cryptologist of the Marauder pathway, very cunning. His current state cannot be ruled out as something he's deliberately feigning. Avon was deeply impressed by Lanrius's plan in the original work to lure the Night Church to discover him and then remove the true creator's contamination from him. If it weren't for Klein's unexpected interference, Lanrius's plan could be said to have already succeeded. Avon believed that with his personality, he would absolutely not accept his fate until the very last moment, so he reminded Bernadette again. Bernadette agreed with Avon's judgment, nodding to indicate that she would pay attention to this matter, and then said, "Your analysis this time has been very helpful for me to grasp the situation. I am someone who advocates fair transactions, so you can make any requests." Avon's act of connecting the information for Bernadette this time also had the intention of having Bernadette verify his conjectures. In truth, it was a fair exchange with no one owing anyone, but since Bernadette believed Avon's help was greater, he no longer stood on ceremony and said, "The shepherd, currently guarding Lanrius is Mr. A of the Aurora Order. He has a Beander characteristic of the demoness of afflictions in his possession. If it's convenient for you when you act against Lanrius, could you help me obtain it? Of course, if you feel it's not an equivalent exchange, I can pay for it. Of course, I'm also very interested in a communication ring on Lanrius's hand." Bernadette couldn't believe her ears for a moment. A hunter seeking a Beander characteristic of the demoness pathway, was he trying to change pathways? She had only heard of demonesses who regretted their actions after a slip-up, but she had never heard of a male actively becoming a demoness. If Avon really changed pathways to become a demoness, with his appearance, he would probably be very beautiful. It was Bernadette's first time encountering such a situation, and her thoughts unconsciously drifted off course. And when Avon saw Bernadette's strange gaze, he immediately realized she had misunderstood, but Avon couldn't explain. Because he wasn't sure if he could obtain this Beander characteristic, or if he would use this Beander characteristic for promotion in the future. Although he still had the option of Vice Admiral Tracy, his two subordinates, Helen and Natasha, would also seek promotion, and there would only be too few, not too many, demoness of afflictions Beander characteristics. Okay, if the situation allows and there's enough time, I will make a move as well. Besides that, I owe you 2 favors. Have you thought about how you want to use them? Anyone with a shred of dignity cannot renege on a debt, but at the same time, it's very uncomfortable to owe someone a favor, and they are eager to repay it. I've long thought about what to ask of you, but just to be absolutely sure, I'll wait until after your successful promotion. Regarding the combined hotpot angel, Avon dared not be negligent in the slightest. Anyway, it would be in the next few days, and Avon could afford to wait. Moreover, if Ouroboros didn't stay a bit further from Backland, Avon wouldn't dare to touch the hotpot angel. As he himself had 2 consciousnesses, it was difficult to reach a consensus, but if he faced a life and death crisis, they might unify and chant the true creator's honorific name, and summon the Great Serpent. At that time, not only would Avon's secret act of sabotaging the true creator be exposed, but the blasphemy slate he was about to acquire might also be lost. Bernadette looked deeply at Avon, wondering what kind of matter would make him believe that only an angel's intervention could guarantee success, but she did not inquire further. Instead, she turned and sat in the arriving pumpkin carriage, leaving Avon's apartment. Avon carefully put away the candles in the apartment, then black flames erupted from his body, burning through the entire room without damaging any furniture, simply performing a mystical cleansing. Although Avon believed that neither Mr. Azek nor Bernadette would leave any detectable traces, an extra layer of protection was always good. Just as Avon finished cleansing the entire apartment, he suddenly turned towards the direction of Empress Burrow, or more precisely, the Sodarak Palace. He sensed someone standing in front of the Grade 1 sealed artifact, Bonaparte's shield, calling to him. And Avon knew this person, it was Prince Grove of the Augustus family. Avon completely cleansed, Backland Smog initiated. Grove Augustus, the younger brother of the current King George III, was titled Sunya Prince and was a staunch supporter of King George III. Avon suspected that the imperative mage who fought against Mr. Azak during the Backland Smog incident was him. The fact that he could personally oversee the construction of the underground ruins indicated King George III's trust in him. Avon learned from the living will of Napoleon's Perseverance, a prisoner held in the City of Calamity, that this prince, along with Katerina Pell, negotiated with it to make it corrupt Avon for their use. Their plan was excellent, but they never anticipated that Avon, bearing the City of Calamity, would instead perform a substitution, pretending to be corrupted. Logically, the royal family should avoid contact with Avon, as Avon also held the identity of a secular spokesperson recognized by the Night Church, and the Evernight goddess, whom the Night Church worshipped, also had the title of Mother of Secrecy. If they were not careful, the Church might discover them, leading to a disastrous situation. Yet, they chose to risk contacting Avon now. Avon's eyes darted around twice, and he had some guesses in his mind. He casually sat on the sofa, propped his feet on the coffee table, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. When Avon himself entered meditation, he could project his consciousness onto the sealed artifact through his connection with it, observing the person in front of him, and say in a cynical and impatient tone, "Didn't we agree to avoid contact as much as possible, and that any instructions would be communicated through the demoness? What do you think you're doing?" Prince Grove had a rectangular face, wore a white wig, had two upturned mustaches at the corners of his mouth, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, somewhat resembling the characters on the playing cards invented by Emperor Rosal. He wore a suit, a large cloak, and long-toed shoes, dressed in a style that seemed out of step with the current era, appearing to live in the previous one. The prince, who had long held a high position and was accustomed to giving orders, rarely encountered anyone speaking to him in such a manner. So, he was startled, took a few deep breaths, told himself not to get angry with a sealed artifact, and then asked in a serious tone, "I heard about your performance at Duke Nigan's mansion today, and I also heard that you exchanged for a compound eye of a hunting black spider at Military Intelligence Section 9. Are you preparing to advance this body? Or have you already successfully advanced? Using flames for displacement is an ability only a conspirer can use." Avon had used fireballs for displacement when chasing Kilangos. Other ordinary people might be ignorant, but those in the know would immediately sense that something was amiss, just as Robert instantly guessed Avon's advancement. Prince Grove also sensed something was wrong when he received the relevant information. "That's right, I used this body to advance. A hunter pathway demigod can make linked teammates digest the potion more easily and advance more easily, especially those of the same sequence. Is there a problem with that?" Avon's candid attitude secretly relieved Prince Grove. Things had not completely spiraled out of control, and there was still room for recovery. But he and George III truly hadn't expected the hunter pathway to have such a characteristic. This made him somewhat doubt whether his initial decision to have Napoleon's Perseverance corrupt Avon was the right choice. "Why didn't you report this to me? According to the data, the person you occupy hasn't been a Beander for more than half a year, and hasn't advanced to Pyromaniac for more than a month. Such a rapid advancement will attract a lot of attention, which is not conducive to the execution of the agreement we initially reached." Prince Grove suspected that both he and Katerina Pell had been deceived by this highly activated sealed artifact. They originally thought that they would merely allow it to utilize the hunter pathway's authority to gather people, enabling this prisoner to go out for a stroll and incidentally help them with some matters. But its action of making Avon advance to conspirer made Prince Grove feel that it was slipping out of control, suspecting whether this sealed artifact wanted to completely become human. "You were the ones who said not to contact you easily to prevent exposure, and the contact person you set for me, Katerina Pell, isn't even in Backland. Who do you expect me to report to? Should I report to that crown on your head that has no wisdom whatsoever and just praises the sun all day? If I really did that, then I'd be truly foolish." Prince Grove did not contact Avon unprepared. He came with the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Sacred Crown, to contact Avon. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he would condense an angel's lance and stab it into Napoleon's perseverance, completely purifying it. Besides, you set such harsh terms for me back then, asking me to help you incite Robert to continue opposing the conservative forces led by Duke Nigan, and to drag the Knight Church into the dispute over the Military Intelligence Section 9 reform. I have accomplished all of these. Robert Horne has not given up interfering with the selection of the Minister of Defense and is still in a tug-of-war with Duke Nigan. The influence of the Knight Church has expanded in Military Intelligence Section 9, stirring up their greed and prompting them to tell me to continue striving for related benefits. I have completed all the tasks you assigned. I merely helped this body advance one sequence, and you come here to question me. Where is the logic in that? If you don't even provide such convenience, let's just tear up the agreement we signed. I'll go back to where I came from, and you can clean up the remaining mess yourselves. Avon spoke with extreme righteousness in front of Prince Grove, crying out in grievance, and at the same time threatening to throw a tantrum and break the agreement, directly leaving Prince Grove somewhat speechless. To be honest, the terms they set for Napoleon's perseverance, back then indeed did not prohibit advancement. On one hand, they truly did not know that a hunter pathway demigod had such a convenience, which could reduce the difficulty of their subordinates' advancement. On the other hand, they also hadn't expected that a sealed artifact would actually want to take on a human form, and no longer be a sealed artifact. Although Avon loudly cried out in grievance, threw a tantrum, and constantly concealed things, Prince Grove still saw Avon's desire to become human, completely break free from the sealed artifact's body, and even escape their control. The problem now was how he should handle this matter. Should he really tear up the previous treaty and abandon Avon, this hidden piece? Not to mention the difficulty and backlash of tearing up an angel-level contract. Even abandoning the current favorable situation would be a difficult choice. No matter what petty thoughts Avon had, as he said, he was still very serious about the mission. He perfectly utilized Avon's identity, stirred up conflicts among various parties, and firmly pushed the reforms forward. Moreover, at this point, Prince Grove also understood that Avon was actually just putting on a brave front. He talked about tearing up the treaty and going their separate ways, but in reality, he was constantly emphasizing his work achievements during this period. He used the harshest words to express the softest meaning: just turn a blind eye to my transformation and, starting anew, and I will honestly abide by the signed treaty. In fact, Prince Grove, after learning of Avon's advancement, never thought of directly abandoning Avon. On one hand, it was because Avon's position was too important to easily give up. On the other hand, the contract he kept showed no unusual activity, which also indicated that Avon had not broken away from the contract. At most, he exploited a loophole, and he was still under control. Thinking of this, Prince Grove reached a conclusion about Avon's unexpected advancement. This unexpected advancement of Avon was not a major issue, but his attempt to be clever must be punished. If he were allowed to get away with it without paying any price, then it would be very difficult to control him in the future. Thinking of this, Prince Grove adjusted the crown on his head, which seemed woven from thorns. A dense and fervent light emanated from the crown, illuminating a blood-stained golden armor. Ah, ah, ah! Avon, far away in Sherwood Borough, instantly felt as if he were in the sun. The flame resistance brought by Pyromaniac had no effect whatsoever, and his entire being felt as if it was about to melt. Moreover, this pain was not merely physical, it directly affected his astral body, mental body, spiritual body, and etheric body. Just as Avon was about to collapse, his consciousness blurring, and thinking he was truly about to be killed and preparing to counterattack, Prince Grove stopped infusing spirituality into the sealed artifact on his head, ceasing Avon's punishment. This is punishment for your cleverness. Don't treat everyone else as fools. If there's a next time, I will directly purify you. Killing you won't hinder the use of this sealed artifact. But if you kill me, this sealed artifact won't be as free of side effects as before, and it will severely limit your scope of use. Although Avon was completely exhausted, he maintained his persona and retorted stubbornly. Prince Grove did not refute this point. Napoleon's Perseverance, a Grade 1 sealed artifact with extremely strong living characteristics, was very precious because it could be used very conveniently without worrying about side effects, as long as an agreement was reached. Without the living characteristic, this sealed artifact might have very troublesome side effects, and might even be unusable in the future. This was also a major reason why Prince Grove decided to let this matter go. You and we have cooperated for many years, and we have always had a pleasant relationship. If you wanted to break free from the sealed artifact's shackles and become human, you could have brought it up back then. There was absolutely no need to conceal it. Having received orthodox royal education since childhood, Grove deeply understood the principle of hitting someone and then giving them a sweet treat. So, after punishing Avon, he began to appease Avon and started to paint a rosy picture for him. All right then, I understand what you want to do. As long as you honestly complete the tasks I assign you in the future and do them well, I can promise to return your true body to you, allowing you to completely reverse the situation and truly become a human demigod. How does that sound? Since Prince Grove knew what Avon was seeking, he immediately prescribed the right medicine, painting a grand and beautiful picture for Avon. Unfortunately, Avon wasn't buying it and sneered, "Haha, since I was born 100 years ago, I've seen how Rosal painted grand pictures and deceived others, and how the demoness of silver tricked men and backstabbed her sisters. Do you think you can fool me?" Prince Grove's face fell a little. He had also wanted to paint a grand picture for Avon, hoping to seize the opportunity to trick him into continuing to work for them while he wasn't paying attention, but he had forgotten the fact that this sealed artifact had been born even earlier than he had. A demigod-level conspirer is indeed not that easy to fool. Prince Grove found an excuse for himself and decided to stop playing games, saying directly, "We can sign a supplementary contract. As long as you complete your tasks well, we can return your true body to you, and we can also accept you. You should know that Beyonders of the Hunter pathway cannot advance without the army and cannot leave their respective factions, especially if you still have the ambition to continue advancing after becoming a demigod." As soon as these words were spoken, although he was facing a suit of armor and not a real person, unable to see Avon's expression, Prince Grove still clearly felt that Avon was tempted. "Just tell me directly what you want me to do. I won't believe that you'd suddenly be so generous." Prince Grove smiled slightly, knowing that Avon couldn't resist the temptation. "Our cooperation with the demoness sect requires a lot of manpower, so there's a large black account of population in East Borough. If you wanted to balance the accounts and prevent the 3 major churches from noticing the problem, what would you do?" "I would directly burn the entire East Borough to the ground. A vast expanse of white, truly clean, once and for all, with no future troubles." When it came to this, Avon was no longer sleepy. He was an expert at this kind of thing. The matter of Lanrius in Tingen last time had greatly benefited him, and if he could do it again this time, he might have a chance to advance to a demigod. Prince Grove hadn't expected Avon to be so straightforward. He was visibly stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "East Borough doesn't just have those poor people, there are also many factories that support the kingdom. How can we just burn everything down?" Avon, however, looked very disappointed, mumbled a few words, and then said, "That's not difficult. Just open a gap and let the demoness release a plague. Don't all of your North Continent countries let the demoness help you do this whenever something happens. It's been like this for over 1,000 years, causing the demoness sect to grow stronger the more you suppress them. In an era where true gods are not apparent, several demoness angels have even been born." Having the open secret exposed by Avon to his face made Prince Grove's face fall again. He quickly said, "You'll need to cooperate then. That way, things will be more convenient. How about it? It's just a small matter, will you agree or not?" "Good. Sign the contract." Avon agreed with unusual alacrity. Prince Grove was also well prepared. He took out a golden contract, signed his name on it with his spirituality, and Avon scrutinized the relevant clauses, confirming there were no hidden traps. He then emitted spirituality through the armor and signed the name, Napoleon. Seeing Avon honestly sign the contract without any tricks, Prince Grove secretly nodded and put away the golden glowing contract. Recently, Backland has been a bit turbulent. The people from the demonist sect will have to delay their return for some time. Afterward, the royal family will symbolically investigate your advancement speed. In the future, besides continuing as Robert Horn, do not make any other unnecessary moves. Just wait for the plan to begin. Avon's heart stirred, feeling that things weren't that simple, but since Prince Grove wasn't saying anything, he didn't ask further. Asking too many questions would invite suspicion. Understood. The investigation should preferably be a big one, to thoroughly clear up any doubts about my rapid advancement and leave no future troubles for me. Seeing Prince Grove nod in agreement, Avon cut off his connection with the armor. Avon let out a long breath, unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, letting out the heat from his body. Then he stood up and opened the apartment window, letting the cool breeze of late summer dry the sticky sweat all over his body. Thinking about what had just happened, Avon knew that he had passed a major hurdle, successfully gained the trust of the Augustus family, paved the way for his future, and laid the foundation for acquiring the iron-blooded knight Beander characteristic. At the same time, Avon confirmed from Prince Grove's words what Bernadette had said during their gathering and transaction. George III's plan regarding the Backland smog was indeed still in the planning stage. Everything was still verbal, and it hadn't even begun to be implemented. It was possible that the military expense write-off operation initiated by Avon and Robert had given George III the corresponding inspiration. To some extent, it could even be said that the Backland smog originated from Avon. Furthermore, making the Augustus royal family suspect that Avon, this sealed artifact, wanted to take human form also laid the groundwork for his future advancement. When Avon advanced to a harvester, they wouldn't be too surprised. They might even value Avon more due to his allegiance to the Augustus family and Avon's own Beander characteristic, providing Avon with all sorts of conveniences. In short, after this deception, Avon basically didn't have to worry about suspicion from the LotM authorities. On one hand, Avon was a favored one of the Evernight goddess, so the Night Church wouldn't interfere too much with his affairs, nor would the other 2 major churches. On the other hand, the rulers of the LotM kingdom would turn a blind eye to Avon's issues, even subtly encouraging him. From then on, Avon was free from all constraints in his acting and actions, moving forward without hesitation. Regarding Prince Grove's final warning that Backland was a bit turbulent, at first glance, it seemed to refer to the assassination of Duke Nigan, but Avon, who knew many internal details, did not think so. Duke Nigan, no matter how important, was only on the secular level, not on the mystical Beander level. Prince Grove, as a demigod overseeing the construction of the underground ruins, his level of concern should be higher, on the high sequence level. Recalling the information he learned from meeting Bernadette tonight, Avon guessed that the Augustus family had also noticed the chaos in the River of Fate in Backland, and might even have further inferred the struggle between LotM and Ouroboros. Regardless of the reason, the Augustus family could not tolerate Ouroboros' lingering and actions in Backland. With the storm god not descending, St. Wind Cathedral in Backland not being the headquarters of the Storm Church, and the Storm Pope not being able to easily set foot in Backland, a king of angels was not that easy to deal with. If the Augustus family did not have a king of angels of the Arbiter pathway, they would need extensive preparations to expel or even severely wound Ouroboros. Prince Grove's words made Avon seem to see all the official forces of LotM joining hands, under the good luck bestowed by LotM, engaging in a great battle with the King of Angels. This might be the largest scale battle in the Beander world since Rosal's fall. Unfortunately, I'm too weak. Forget participating, I can't even observe it. Avon shook his head in disappointment, but immediately realized why Keelangos was able to evade various mystical investigations even after all factions knew he had arrived in Backland. One should know that there were many masters of divination in the Steam Church. Adam couldn't directly conceal Kilangos, otherwise it would be too obvious. The reason why various parties couldn't investigate through mystical means, and could only use traditional criminal investigation methods, was because the great battle between the two angels of fate had disrupted the river of fate, making the fate of the entire world, especially Backland, a tangled mess during this period. According to Avon's estimation, if Bernadette didn't have the blessing of a mystery prior pathway sealed artifact of 0 level, and if he hadn't deduced accurate clues for her from the realistic level, Bernadette wouldn't have been able to make precise prophecies. Avon also realized that the Augustus family possibly making a move against Ouroboros to end this angelic battle and their preparations to formally begin the population write-off in East Borough of Backland were also two very valuable pieces of information. Perhaps he could exchange these two pieces of information for more things from Bernadette. Thinking of this, Avon eagerly took out the candles he had just put away, set up the altar, and then wrote to Bernadette in a tone of persuasion. In the letter, Avon told Bernadette that he had just received news that the Augustus royal family had begun planning the population write-off and the cessation of the battle between the angels of the fate pathway. To be safe, he still advised Bernadette to choose this East Borough disaster as her advancement ritual, and not to seek bad luck at this time. His tone was full of concern. After the letter was sent, sure enough, a few minutes later, a letter suddenly appeared on the coffee table. Avon still couldn't clearly see the existence of the messenger. Opening the envelope, Avon read the contents of the letter and smiled. Bernadette indeed thanked Avon for the information in the letter, but did not mention Avon's suggestion at all, obviously still taking Lanrius as her target. At the same time, to thank Avon, she allowed Avon to ask her one question as compensation. And this was what Avon had been waiting for, so while the candle was still burning, he immediately wrote a letter asking if she knew where the blasphemy slate of the Demoness pathway was currently located. Blasphemy slate, Demoness, and the Church's investigation. Bernadette, who had just arrived at the Docklands, frowned as she looked at the letter in her hand, feeling that she understood Carl Woodward less and less. Ewan Horn and Bernadette exchanged contact information at Ms. Amanda's Beander gathering. The name Ewan Horn gave her was Carl Woodward, and the mailing address was Military Intelligence Section 9. Bernadette was well aware that the recipient name for Military Intelligence Section 9 was probably a pseudonym, and not a real name. However, as a mystery prior who could control her desire for knowledge, Bernadette would not deliberately inquire about related information unless Ewan Horn confessed it himself. After all, Ewan Horn's ability to grasp many high-sequence matters was absolutely extraordinary. It was best not to overstep, or there was a risk of losing everything. Today, Ewan Horn actively arranged a meeting through a messenger, which also represented Ewan Horn's trust in her and his indifference to her knowing his identity. If she were to investigate Ewan Horn's identity now, it would not cause potential displeasure. Bernadette had to be so careful. It was because during this face-to-face exchange with Ewan Horn, even without deliberately probing, her eye of mystery prior had seen something unusual from Ewan Horn. Otherwise, merely investigating the source of her previous dangerous premonition would not have caused her severe injury. The Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway is a sequence that can directly see the flow of the river of fate, and is well prepared and experienced against the backlash of fate. Coupled with the blessing of a grade 0 sealed artifact of the same pathway, Bernadette would not have suffered severe injuries and bleeding eyes just from a slight observation. The moment she finished observing the river of fate, Bernadette vaguely saw a mysterious phantom flash across Ewan Horn's body. When she instinctively looked again, she felt a fierce erosion from Ewan Horn. This erosion was extremely violent. If it weren't for her quick reaction, and if it weren't for the interference and protection of the Sage's circlet, she might have been corrupted then and there. In order to uncover the truth of her father's death and find a way for the Black Emperor to revive, Bernadette had once voluntarily removed her protection, listened to the hidden Sage's fatal whispers, and accepted the infusion of vast knowledge. She compared the corruption she felt from Ewan Horn to the hidden Sage's whispers and felt that the corruption from Ewan Horn was even more fatal. This made Bernadette more curious about Eowyn. Horn, and also more vigilant. Yet, this person, whom she treated with such solemnity, didn't care about the magic potion formula and materials of his own pathway, but instead cared about things related to the neighboring demoness pathway. Whether it was the demoness of afflictions Beander characteristic he mentioned before, or the blasphemy slate of the demoness pathway he was currently inquiring about, both were beyond Bernadette's expectations. Bernadette was over 100 years old and had seen all sorts of things, but she still felt a certain strangeness towards a hunter who actively sought to contact and understand demoness affairs. But no matter what she thought, the letter still had to be answered. If Eowyn Horn had asked her about other things, Bernadette might not have been very clear, but if he asked about the blasphemy slate of the demoness pathway, she happened to know about it. Bernadette slapped the table with her hand, and the pen on the table suddenly jumped up, writing happily on the paper as if held by an invisible hand. Before long, a letter was written according to her wishes, and the letter immediately disappeared again. After sending the letter, Bernadette walked to the room window, overlooking the port below, which was unusually busy even at night. She watched Lanrius, who was concealed by layers of houses and residing in the guild organization. She saw that he was currently in a clear state, using his identity as the true creator's divine descent vessel to furiously scold the Aurora Order members beside him, to cover up his increasingly panicked state of mind, while muttering, "It won't be more than 3 days, and the Augustus family will move to expel Ouroboros. It's coming soon, the day I advance to Angel is coming soon. By then, I will be more qualified and powerful to investigate matters concerning the Black Emperor." Bernadette's eyes unfocused, and on the glass in front of her, many happy scenes of her and her father from years ago seemed to appear. The blasphemy slate of the demoness pathway is not in the hands of the demoness sect or Theosophy order, but actually in the hands of Eowyn Horn's family in the Faesac Empire. Was it a gift from Rosal when he was alive, given to the Faesac Empire's prince who was then serving as ambassador to the Intis Empire? His, giving a demoness magic potion formula to the Einhorn family, who master the hunter pathway. Rosal's twisted sense of humor is truly strong. I remember Rosal was the one who defeated the multinational coalition led by the Faesac Empire, and only then was he able to bring Lumberg, Masic, and Seeger and other countries under protection, ultimately establishing the prestige of the Intis Empire. The political arena within Intis still has a powerful, royalist, faction of the Rosal dynasty to this day, precisely because Rosal brought unprecedented honor to Intis and elevated Intis to an unprecedented height. At Rosal's coronation ceremony, the kings of various countries personally attended, and all countries in the North Continent acknowledged the fact that Intis became an empire. They couldn't not acknowledge it. At that time, Rosal defeated the coalition forces of various countries and declared that any king who didn't come would be disrespecting him. And he would spare other countries and focus all his efforts on destroying the country that disrespected him. This kind of emperor title was much higher in prestige than the Loan Kingdom's so-called Byron Emperor title. Anyway, ever since George III shamelessly donned the Byron Emperor title, not a single country in the North Continent recognized the Loan Kingdom as an empire. Even within the Loan Kingdom, most people only referred to themselves as a kingdom, never an empire. From this perspective, it is inherently very difficult for George III to prepare for the Black Emperor's ascension ritual. It's just that Intis is now a republic, otherwise, if anyone dared to wear the emperor title left by Rosal, the various parties who grudgingly recognized Intis as an empire back then would have first joined forces to destroy him. Who exactly was Rosal targeting by giving this card to the Einhorn family, who master the hunter pathway? Was it the Einhorn family? Or the demoness sect? Eowyn Horn couldn't guess for a moment what purpose Rosal's action at that time was meant to achieve, or if he just wanted to satisfy his twisted sense of humor. I'll have to investigate later who that Faesac prince, who served as ambassador to Intis, actually was. But no matter who it is, it's better than falling into the hands of the demoness sect and Theosophy order. This way, I have one more channel to find high-sequence magic potion formulas for the demoness pathway. All in all, it's a great thing. Having resolved so many matters today, Ewan Horn was exceptionally happy and in a very pleasant mood. After further dealing with the ritualistic aura in the apartment, he found that it was already very late, so he changed his clothes and prepared to stay the night in the apartment. Tingnan, Blackthorn Security Company, Gunsmith's office. Klein was undergoing an investigation by the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral of Serenity was very shocked and concerned that all Nighthawk's team members in a city knew about the role-playing method, and even dispatched 2 senior deacons to investigate. You said that you discovered the magic potion formula for the Seer Pathways Sequence 8 clown during a previous operation, and then, with the help of your friend in Backland, you collected the relevant materials, so you successfully advanced a few days ago. A man wearing a black trench coat and a white shirt, who looked only in his 30s, sat opposite Klein and asked. The man's golden brown hair was cut very short, and his dark green eyes were like a moonless lake at midnight, making people feel inner peace upon seeing them. The man was very handsome, but he liked to hide his chin in the shadows of the high-standing collar of his trench coat and shirt. Yes, Your Excellency Sessima. I swear to the goddess. I haven't said a single false word. Klein was very frank, as the clown magic potion formula was obtained with the tacit approval of his captain and teammates. And the relevant materials were acquired through a transaction facilitated by Ewan Horn. Everything was verifiable, and Ewan Horn was willing to vouch for him. He truly hadn't said a single false word, everything he said was true, only selectively concealed. Is your friend also a Beander? What is his name? Your Excellency Sessima was very satisfied with Klein's honest attitude, but he didn't give up on pressing further. A Nighthawk advancing through their own resources was something that had to be strictly scrutinized, not to mention a member who could independently summarize the role-playing method and was willing to selflessly share it with his teammates. Beyonders who are overly eager to advance are easily swayed by secretive organizations, leading them astray into extremes. The renegade Archbishop, Ince Zangwil, is a very clear example. However, Sessima inwardly greatly admired Klein's act of sharing his potion digestion experience with his teammates. This at least indicated that Klein was not a selfish individual, and he believed that Klein would eventually become a pillar of the church, not to mention the church's subtle attitude towards Seer Pathway Beyonders. Precisely because he greatly admired Klein, his scrutiny of Klein was meticulously thorough and detailed. He is my classmate from Hoi University, Ewan Horn. Upon hearing that name, Sessima's eyes widened instantly, his dark green, lake-like eyes becoming turbulent. He quickly asked, that Ewan Horn from Ahova Earl's court? Robert Horn, the counselor's younger brother. Klein was also startled by Sessima's reaction, but remembering the news he had heard recently about Ewan Horn thriving within Military Intelligence Section 9, even being ennobled as a baron for his merits, he somewhat understood and was relieved, quickly nodding to confirm it was him. Sessima, having received a definitive answer, nodded thoughtfully and looked at Klein, unable to help but ask. Your role-playing method, never mind, I won't delve deeper into these. Just do as I say now. Klein couldn't quite understand Your Excellency Sessima's reaction, but since he was no longer delving deeper, Klein, who was already feeling a bit guilty, was happy with the outcome. While Sessima opened the silver-white box he carried with him, taking out the holy item, the bone sword, one by one, and making Klein swear with it, he thought of the news that had come from Backland earlier. Upon receiving the message from Archbishop Antony of Backland, the Tranquil Church learned that the goddess had a divine favorer, and furthermore, a divine favorer of the Hunter Pathway. Not the Sleepless Pathway, nor the Reaper Pathway, nor even the Warrior Pathway, but the Hunter Pathway. The subtlety of this made the high-ranking members of the entire Tranquil Church inwardly shiver, as they were not like the Special Church of the Earth Mother, which specifically accepted Beyonders who were not of adjacent pathways. After discussions at the Divine Council, combined with the series of assassinations in Backland, everyone unanimously agreed that the world's situation was about to undergo a major change, and the entire world would enter a period of turmoil. This was why the goddess was committed to cultivating Beyonders of the Hunter pathway, who were exceptionally powerful in times of chaos. Hearing that Klein and Ewan Horn were good friends and classmates, Sesima combined the conclusions from the previous meeting with the relevant information he understood. He couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Klein's role-playing method was taught by Ewan? Is he preparing for his future path, which is why he is teaching the relevant role-playing method in advance to establish his direct lineage? If that were truly the case, the matter of why the Tingen Nighthawks team was collectively able to learn the role-playing method simply could not be investigated deeply. Some things can be done but not spoken. Since it was the goddess's favorer taking advantage of a loophole, then the church had the responsibility to cover it up, or at least pretend not to know. After all, the inability to spread the role-playing method was a consensus among the 7 true God churches. If this matter were to be investigated deeply and something were truly found out and known by other churches, wouldn't that be shooting themselves in the foot? Thinking of this, Sesima's mouth felt a little sour. He became one of the 3 senior deacons of the Red Gloves before he was 40, and one of the 22 members of the Divine Council. His future was boundless, and he was quite favored by the goddess, recognized as the most brilliant talent in the Night Church. But he didn't expect that after only a few years, the goddess would have a new favorer. The good news was that this favorer was a Beyander of the Hunter pathway, and most likely would not return to the church. The bad news was that the goddess was too fond of him, even informing him in advance of the ritual for advancing to a high sequence in the Hunter pathway, and even going against the agreement of the 7 God churches to let him prepare within the church in advance, opening a back door. Now, he even had to clean up his mess. Thinking of this, Sesima felt that life was unpredictable, and his heart was filled with infinite melancholy. He couldn't help but want to shout, "I was here first." Klein didn't understand why the aura of the senior deacon in front of him suddenly changed. He only felt that he suddenly became a little melancholic, but he didn't think much of it. He still honestly placed his hand on the white bone sword and followed Sesima in swearing an oath to the goddess in Hermes. While swearing, Klein vaguely felt that through the white bone sword and in the ethereal distance, he had established a subtle and obscure connection with a certain existence infinitely far away. His heart was pounding in his chest. After all, he was no longer a novice in mysticism. He was very worried that the gray fog on him would be discovered by the Evernight goddess, leading to the exposure of his biggest secret, his identity as a transmigrator. But fortunately, until the very end, nothing unusual was found, as if this oath had not been particularly noticed by the goddess. "All right, you have passed the test of the sanctuary. I still need to check on the others. You can go out first. Oh, and here's this for you." After Klein completed his oath, Sesima took out a fountain pen from Captain Dunn's desk, scribbled on a piece of paper, and then handed it to Klein. Klein looked puzzled. After taking it and looking, he found that it was actually the magic potion formula for the Seer Pathway Sequence 7 magician. Looking at the somewhat bewildered Klein, Sesima smiled calmly. Generally speaking, a Beyander who can summarize the role-playing method will be a pillar of the church in the future. After they pass the church's test, the church will give them some benefits. Firstly, it is to bestow favor, and secondly, to shorten the time for them to advance and accumulate merits, as talent is rare. Originally, Sesima had brought the materials for the clown magic potion for Klein, but he didn't expect Klein to have already advanced through his own connections, so the prepared items were no longer presentable. Originally, Klein's benefit, the magician magic potion formula, whether to give it to him or not, still needed to be decided by Sesima after he returned and consulted with the high-ranking members of the Tranquil Church. However, realizing that Klein had a deep connection with another divine favorer, and that the Tingen Nighthawks team might be preparation for his future ritual, he decisively wrote down the magician formula and handed it to Klein. Sesima felt that he hadn't wasted his time in the Tranquil Church these past few years. He had mastered social etiquette, and even before meeting, he had given the young and promising divine favorer a huge face. It would be easier to talk when they met later. However, Klein's expression was very complex as he looked at the magician magic potion formula in his hand, so much so that his face was almost contorted. Klein was heartbroken to the extreme now. If he had known earlier that the church would give him the magician magic potion formula, he would absolutely not have used Ewen's debt of Rosal's diary to the full to acquire the magic potion formula. Thinking of how he had exempted Ewen from 8 pages of Rosal's diary debt, and how he didn't know how many secret knowledge from Rosal's diary he had missed, Klein felt so heartbroken that he could barely breathe. But he had, after all, received 9 years of compulsory education and higher education in his previous life. Although he was extremely heartbroken, he still forced himself to silently thank Mr. Sesima, who, however, did not notice Klein's abnormality at all. After leaving Captain Dunn's office, Leonard, who had been paying attention to Klein, found him somewhat dejected and couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like this? Is something wrong?" Although the old man inside him constantly assured him that the senior deacon from the sanctuary could not discover his existence, when it came down to it, Leonard still couldn't help but feel nervous, because if the old man were to be found out, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. "Nothing's wrong. You go in." Leonard was half skeptical, but in the end, under the gaze of Captain Dunn and the other team members, he gritted his teeth and walked into the office, looking less like he was going to be examined and more like he was going to be tortured. It took a while for Klein to recover, and he couldn't help but mock himself, thinking that a leopard never changes its spots, just like in his previous life. He would feel it was a huge loss if he bought something online at too high a price, not realizing that times change, and the price of an item changes with the passage of time. If he hadn't sought the magician formula in advance, he would definitely not be able to collect all the magic potion materials now and be able to advance at any time. One must know that sometimes collecting magic potion materials depends on luck. Being able to collect materials through the channels of the Hanged Man and Miss Justice a while ago does not mean they can still find the same materials now. However, the matter in Tingen was already urgent, and thinking of this, Klein felt relieved. Just as Klein figured it out, the door to Captain Dunn's office opened again, and Leonard walked out with a bewildered expression, sitting down next to Klein. "Why so fast? What did you two talk about?" Klein was also surprised by the speed of Leonard's examination and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know either. Mr. Sesima just had me touch the holy item and swear an oath with him, and then he let me leave. There were no other tests." Leonard looked at Klein with a suspicious expression, wondering what Klein had said to make his test so simple. He would never believe that the Night Church's assessment of core members would be so simple. Even the old man on his body remained silent, clearly baffled. And Klein was also completely confused about this, not understanding why. Soon, Sesima had met with everyone assigned to him. After all, everyone in the entire Tingen team knew about the role-playing method, so although it wasn't explicitly stated, the 2 senior deacons tacitly separated everyone for the tests. After Mr. Sesima completed his task, he left Captain Dunn's office and went directly downstairs. Not long after, the other senior deacon also quickly completed his examination task, with a speed that surprised everyone, even making Klein and Leonard, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, feel their hearts race again. Finally, the 2 senior deacons announced in front of everyone that the Tingen team had completed the test, and they would all become core pillars of the Night Church. Then, they encouraged them to continue digesting their magic potions, but did not mention transferring any relevant personnel. This surprised Captain Dunn. Finally, the 2 senior deacons left Tingen overnight, no longer lingering, while Klein watched their departing backs and quietly said to Leonard beside him, "Are we really not going to truthfully report the situation in Tingen?" Although those 2 senior deacons are not demigods, they both possess relevant sealed artifacts and are very experienced. Leonard and Klein now shared a common secret, so he no longer hid anything, listening intently to something, and Klein was already used to it. Why do you think these 2 senior deacons completed the examination of the Tingen team so easily? It's all arranged. Although they both possess sealed artifacts, they are still so insignificant in the face of the power of the mastermind. Leonard spoke word by word, as if he was repeating something verbatim, and Klein did not refute his words, but merely nodded gently, his eyes firm and resolute. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Klein's promotion to Magician, the prelude to the end of the Tingen story. When Klein returned home, his older brother Benson and younger sister Melissa hadn't eaten yet, both waiting for him. Next time, if I don't come home on time, you don't have to wait for me. Usually, when that happens, it's because there's temporary work at the company and I need to work extra hours, Klein said, taking off his coat, seeing that the table full of dishes was already getting cold. Got it. We won't wait for you anymore, but if you work overtime in the future, try to have someone let us know if you can. Benson put down his newspaper, sat down at the dining table, and said to Klein. Looking at the pan-fried fish, mashed potatoes, and spicy beef soup on the table, Klein's appetite was whetted. The rich aroma filled his nose, throat, and stomach, making his belly rumble. Klein rolled up his sleeves, scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth, and felt the delightful taste fill his palate. Melissa's cooking has really been getting better and better lately. Her mastery of spices has reached a superb level. Saying that, Klein used a serving spoon to ladle a bowl of beef soup into his own bowl, praising it as he drank. Melissa's face flushed slightly upon hearing Klein's praise, looking quite embarrassed, while Benson, on the other hand, teased. Hey, aren't you being too presumptive? Maybe I made it. How are you so sure Melissa made it? Klein didn't stop eating, only slightly raised his head to give Benson an eye roll, then continued to bury his head in his food, while Melissa also secretly glanced at Benson, shook her head slightly, and gave him a piece of pan-fried fish. Seeing this, Benson sighed disinterestedly, muttering about how much Klein and Melissa used to love his cooking, then returned his attention to his own bowl. By the way, Benson, the government has already released the list of government positions to be filled by examination. Do you have any preferred positions? Halfway through the meal, Klein wasn't as hungry as before and, remembering the civil service recruitment exam, asked Benson this crucial question. I haven't decided yet. On one hand, I'm not too confident in my test-taking ability, and on the other hand, the salary and benefits for similar positions vary quite a lot. For the same position, the salary in Tingen and Backland differs by a third, which is simply unbelievable. The civil servant salary in Tingen is even lower than my current salary, and coupled with this major turmoil, the Tingen city government is tightening its belt. Moreover, if I choose to go to Backland, we might be separated, so I'm very hesitant about whether to take the exam. Hearing this, Klein and Melissa both fell silent. They had lived together for a long time, never separated, and had no habit of living apart. However, Benson's job at the trading company was unstable, highly susceptible to economic cycles, and he could even lose his job the next day, while a civil servant was a secure profession, much more stable. Klein thought of his firm resolve and, after some consideration, still persuaded him. Benson, I support you in applying for a position in Backland. You knew about the government's push for civil service exams earlier than many people, learning relevant knowledge at least a month earlier than most. If it's just a regular civil servant position, I believe you can definitely pass. And you don't have to worry about us being separated. Today, I heard a colleague say that the security company's headquarters in Backland needs a lot of additional staff. I can submit a report to apply for work in Backland, and with my university degree, there shouldn't be a problem. Punisher squad members who understood the role-playing method and passed the evaluation were core personnel and valuable assets of the church. At the same time, the Holy Cathedral would not allow so many members who understood the role-playing method to remain in one place. Lord Sesima not mentioning any related transfers was indeed beyond Captain Dunn and Klein's previous expectations. But Klein believed that if they actively applied for a transfer, it should be very easy. Really. Is it that easy to transfer to Backland? When Klein said this, Benson was already very tempted. His biggest concern before was that going to Backland would separate him from Klein and Melissa. After all, Klein had finally found a high-paying and enjoyable job, which he couldn't easily give up. But he didn't expect things to take such a turn, resolving so easily that he could hardly believe it. Not only him, but even Melissa, who was beside him, widened her eyes, looking at Klein. It's true. And not just this news, I have another good news, that is, because of my hard work during this period, plus our company has business dealings with the police station, I can also be registered with the police station and receive an additional salary from them. My current salary is £4 a week. If I go to Backland at my current level, it should reach around £6 a week. To persuade Benson, Klein did not hesitate to reveal part of his true salary. If he went to Backland, Klein's salary would definitely increase, at least reaching £12 per week. After all, the cost of living in Backland was very high, and the consumption level was also high. In fact, after Klein became a full member, his weekly salary was £6. After being promoted to clown, Captain Dunn Smith had already increased his salary to £8. Plus related benefits and police station subsidies, he could now receive £10 per week. He had only reported a weekly salary of £2 before because he was afraid of scaring Benson and Melissa, and he had also taken an advance on his salary. Benson and Melissa were shocked. One must know that the Moretti family's only source of income before was Benson's weekly salary of £1.10. After the company's performance declined, Benson had worked tirelessly to keep his job, not daring to be even slightly negligent. It was this weekly salary of £1.10 that allowed Benson to support 2 students and prevent the family from completely falling apart. Of course, their father's pension also contributed to this. But now Klein was telling them that his weekly salary was £4, and it would be £6 in Backland, several times Benson's salary. How could this not shock them? No wonder Emperor Rosal once said that knowledge is money. Benson touched his thinning hair, looking at Klein opposite him with a look of relief and a sigh of emotion. You also know that Avon Horn from Ahova Earl's Court and I are good friends. We often correspond, and he told me that due to the appearance of ironclads and the many engineers who were dismissed from Pritt's shipyard because of the military expenditure corruption case, the kingdom decided to reorganize the Backland Institute of Technology into a university and establish the Backland University of Industry and Technology. This new university will officially begin admissions next year, without exams in grammar or classical grammar, focusing on technical aspects. It is very suitable for graduates and current students of technical schools from various places. I think Melissa can also give it a try. Seeing that Benson was about to be persuaded, and Melissa still showed reluctance, Klein revealed another major piece of news that most people didn't know yet. And its tuition fees are only half of those of universities like Tingen, Porth, Hoy, and Backland, equivalent to Konstanz Industrial University in the Intersea County, and there are even more scholarship opportunities. Melissa, don't you like machinery, don't you like STEAM? This is your chance to access more profound and advanced technology. Perhaps the chief designer of the kingdom's next generation of ironclads will be you. The prospects Klein described made Melissa's breathing heavy, her face quickly flushed, and her emotions became unusually volatile. After a long while, Melissa looked at Benson, and coincidentally saw Benson looking at her. Both saw the other's excitement, and then burst into laughter. Seeing this, Klein knew he had persuaded his brother and sister, and couldn't help but laugh as well. The laughter of the 3 siblings echoed throughout the room. It was indeed the right choice to make you persist in studying at university back then. Not only were you able to find such a good job in a poor economic environment, but you also expanded your network to include people like Mr. Avon. Our little family has benefited because you went to university. Benson looked at Klein with satisfaction, feeling as if his son had finally grown up. This high-paying job and those internal pieces of information were not something one could get just by going to university. Ultimately, it was because he became a Beander that he could access high-level things. However, whether in my previous life or this one, going to university is indeed the best pathway to change one's fate. Benson no longer has the opportunity to go to university, but Melissa still does. As her brother, I absolutely cannot let her miss this opportunity. Klein thought a lot in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he joined his brother and sister in envisioning their future life, strengthening their desire to go to Backland. To deal with the mastermind and save Tingen, Klein had already made the worst preparations, but based on his feelings during this period, he was not optimistic about his own actions, so Klein had to arrange his affairs after his death. No matter what, Backland is the political, economic, and cultural center of the Loan Kingdom, an existence that the three great churches and the royal family must protect. Staying there will be safer than anywhere else. At the same time, Avon is also in Backland. He can be considered his most trusted friend in this world, and also the friend with the most social resources. Klein was unsure what the final outcome of his actions would be, how his close colleagues would view him, and whether they would resent him. These situations were unpredictable, so he felt that his best trustee for his affairs could only be Avon, who knew all the truth and also had a good relationship with him in reality. After discussing the civil service recruitment exam, Benson and Melissa were in a very good mood, feeling that ever since Klein successfully found a good job, the Moretti family's luck had started to turn for the better, and everything became very smooth. This Sunday, a theater troupe from Backland will be coming to Tingen City for a consolation performance. Ticket sales start tomorrow. How about we go see it? Benson looked at the newspaper in his hand, saw a report about a theater troupe, his eyes lit up, and then he suggested. I agree. Melissa, you should go see it too. Your studies have been very intense lately, and you deserve a good break. Klein was well aware of the risks involved in what he was about to do, so he wouldn't give up this opportunity to spend a wonderful holiday with his older brother and younger sister. I heard the Backland theater troupe is very powerful. They used to perform exclusively for nobles. Since they've come to Tingen this time, will it be very expensive? Klein wanted to spend a wonderful weekend with his family, but Melissa immediately thought of the ticket price. Benson and Klein exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes, but they didn't give up and continued to persuade her. The money Klein and I are making now is more than double the income of an average middle-class family. The Moretti family won't be as strapped for cash as before. We should also enjoy life and not be so hard on ourselves. Exactly. Middle-class families should have a corresponding lifestyle. Otherwise, when we socialize with other families later, and everyone talks about the plays they've seen, Benson standing there blankly will make people look down on us. This isn't good for Benson to socialize with suitable ladies. Besides, the play I saw listed includes the most famous, The Earl's Return, and the most popular supporting character in it is a genius mechanic. Klein spared no effort to persuade Melissa, not only bringing up the dignity argument for middle-class families but also using Benson's happy life as a reason, which made Benson roll his eyes, but he didn't refute it. Klein's persuasion was very effective. As soon as she heard it involved Benson's marriage, Melissa was already very tempted, and after hearing about the play, The Earl's Return, she no longer had any objections. All right. No matter what, we must go to the Grand Theater to watch a play. Melissa pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded in agreement to the activity, but her eyes were much brighter than before. Seeing Melissa agree, Benson and Klein both involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. When it came to extra financial expenditures for the Moretti family, Melissa had the absolute say. After dinner, Benson borrowed Klein's grammar books from his university days, preparing to continue his studies, while Melissa began to write her unfinished math homework. As for Klein, he went upstairs to the washroom for a bath, then reversed the 4 steps, chanted the honorific name of Mr. Fool that he had designed, entered above the gray fog, and brought the materials hidden behind the bronze chair into reality through bestowal. He laid out all the materials on the bed, one by one. Klein recalled the contents of the magician magic potion formula, thought of the mastermind behind Tingen, and remembered the tragedy he had witnessed a month ago. He no longer hesitated and directly began to concoct the magic potion. Klein followed the order of auxiliary materials first, then main materials, putting them into the iron pot he had prepared beforehand. Sizzle. Amidst a teeth-grinding sound, a light white mist suddenly rose from the iron pot but was immediately pulled back into the iron pot by an invisible force. When everything returned to calm, Klein quickly poured all the liquid into the transparent glass bottle he had prepared. The liquid was quite special, like fireworks constantly blooming inside it, with various colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple constantly spreading out, disappearing, and reappearing, one after another, taking turns. This was the magician magic potion. Klein held a 1-pound gold coin between his left thumb and index finger, flicked it up, and then caught it with his palm. As an experienced diviner, Klein never forgot to divine before doing anything, and this time was no exception. He opened his palm and saw heads up, which was an affirmative sign, indicating that the magic potion concoction had been successful. Klein no longer hesitated, put away the gold coin, picked up the glass, and poured the magic potion into his mouth. The cold magic potion flowed down his throat into his stomach, with countless bubbles bursting at every moment. Klein felt the stimulation of the magic potion, and a large amount of mysticism knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. This knowledge seemed to have a physical form, forcing its way into Klein's mind, causing severe damage to his brain. Klein felt immense pain, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his head seemed like it could explode at any moment. Hornassus flegre, Hornassus flegre, Hornassus flegre. A faint but familiar voice sounded in his ears again. Klein gradually began to regain his thoughts and consciously outlined the magic sphere in his mind, little by little entering a state of meditation. When he woke up, he suddenly felt a little itchy all over and quickly rolled up his sleeves. He found that both of his arms had abnormalities. One arm's skin was deeply wrinkled, like that of a centenarian. The other arm had lost its color and become unusually transparent, allowing him to see the blood vessels, muscles, and tendons inside. Klein sat on the bed, vigilantly looking at his arms, feeling a little uneasy. Is this a precursor to losing control? Gradually, as time passed, watching his arms return to normal, Klein couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I told Benson and Melissa that I was going to take a bath, otherwise, if they came up and saw this, wouldn't they be scared unconscious? Klein secretly sighed, grateful that he had made ample preparations beforehand, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart. Even with me thoroughly digesting the Sequence 8 Clown Magic Potion, promotion is still so difficult. No wonder the captain took 9 years to become a nightmare, and the owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, Mr. Svine, the former captain of the Punisher Squad, has not yet taken that step. I wonder if it's due to the influence of that mysterious illusory city of calamity. Avon, as a Beyander of dual pathways, seems to have had a smooth promotion. Unconsciously, Klein thought of his old friend Avon, and the unusualness of his first time above the gray fog. Klein had not forgotten the strangeness about Avon, it was just overlooked due to the Tingen incident. Since the promotion was successful, Klein no longer hesitated. Through praying to himself, he informed Mr. Fool of his promotion to Sequence 7 Magician. Then he reversed the 4 steps again and transmitted the relevant images to Avon, asking him to make corresponding preparations. Backland, Sherwood Borough Apartment. Avon was about to go to sleep when the prayer scene from Mr. Fool about Klein suddenly appeared in his mind. After listening to Klein's words, Avon first politely thanked Mr. Fool for the convenience, because he knew Klein might be watching his reaction. Then Avon couldn't help but sigh. Things had finally come to this point. Facing opponents like 008 and Adam, who schemed behind the scenes and whose abilities were hard to guard against, even he felt it was difficult to break the deadlock and was mentally exhausted. But fortunately, the final boss Adam had already drawn the lines. The general trend was irreversible, but minor things could be changed. Otherwise, Avon would have given up long ago. Avon, dressed in pajamas, sat in the apartment's study, prepared paper and pen, and murmured. The content of this letter cannot be seen by anyone. Klein can only open it when he is ready to implement the plan. This murmur was Avon's special reminder to guard against Klein watching him write the letter, because as someone bearing the city of calamity, he vaguely felt gazes cast from the highest point of the spirit world. Indeed, after Avon murmured, the gaze from the spirit world ceased, but he still felt it wasn't very safe. He used all his strength to mobilize a trace of the aura of the city of calamity, made anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures, and only then began to write the letter. After a long time, Avon put several pages of written letters into an envelope, then took out the candle that had been lit several times that night, set up the altar again, lit the candle, and began to pray. Mr. Fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the yellow-black king who controls good luck. Your loyal servant implores your gaze, implores you to accept his offering. Implores you to open the door of the kingdom. Implores you to give this letter to Klein when he directly confronts the murderer behind Tingen. He must not know the content of this letter in advance, otherwise, unpredictable risks may arise. Ancient incantations echoed within the spiritual wall created by Avon, stirring up fierce winds and bringing tremors of natural power. The fierce winds became more turbulent but gradually ceased to be harsh, eventually forming two colors, silver-white and pitch-black. After constant collision and fusion, the two different colored winds together entered the candlelight symbolizing Mr. Fool, then expanded into a normal-sized illusory door. Avon saw the illusory door made of wind and light open. Behind it was deep darkness, countless indescribable, almost formless shadows, streaks of clear light containing vast knowledge, the dense gray fog above them, and a huge palace overlooking the real world. Watching the envelope on the altar enter Mr. Fool's kingdom, Avon prayed again. Great Mr. Fool, please tell Klein that the best date for the relevant plan to be implemented is next Monday. I can also use this time to help him collect the last useful item. At the same time, Klein can silently recite his intention to cooperate with the mastermind, which will make his wishes come true. Understood. Mr. Fool's vast voice appeared in Avon's mind, causing Avon to bury his head even deeper. Just as Avon thought the ritual was about to end, the sacrificial door opened again, and two gold-like badge-shaped talismans appeared on the altar. Avon knew these were the items he had previously asked Klein to purchase and accepted them without formality. Chapter 206 Megaseconds Amanda's Messenger, in Zhangwill's response. Avon examined the two newly acquired high-level charms in his hand. Their golden surface had dimmed, no longer as dazzling as before. The ancient and intricate patterns on them exuded a warm, moist feeling that gradually seeped into Avon's skin. I finally have the power to deal with high-sequence beyonders, Avon silently lamented. Despite Avon's usual bluster, he only had an advantage over Hunter and Demoness pathway beyonders due to the City of Calamity. He didn't have much of an advantage against beyonders from other pathways. He still felt powerless against high-sequence powerhouses. Robert's strength and Bernadette's favor were useful, but they weren't powers he could fully control. Now with these two, solar flare, charms, Avon's sense of security skyrocketed. The power of these two charms could last for at least a year, or even longer. Klein had set the activation rune for them as the Hermes language for light. Avon admired the charms in his hand, liking them more and more the longer he looked. After putting away the charms, Avon mobilized his spirituality and infused it into the ruby ring on his left index finger. This was the contact ring Ms. Amanda had given him, serving the same purpose as the ring on Lanrius's hand. Both could receive information and locations about Beyonder gatherings sent by the convener. The difference was that Avon could also actively contact Ms. Amanda with this ring, though he wasn't entirely sure how the contact worked. This was his first time using it, and he only knew to infuse spirituality into it. Squeak. Ah. Just as Avon was wondering, the ruby ring suddenly emitted an unnervingly red light that projected onto the wall. Then, an ancient door with strange patterns opened on the wall. Avon looked through the door and seemed to see the endless absurd spirit world and the bizarre astral world behind it, filled with strange and terrifying symbols. And synchronized with the opening of the door, a sharp sound came, followed by a change in the scene behind the illusory door. The background turned into a dark curtain that seemed to absorb all light, and two abnormally red, thin eyes appeared on the curtain. Avon felt his mind waver upon seeing these thin eyes, as if a deep fear was growing within him. Squeak, squeak. The monster behind the door spoke again, startling Avon awake. Although Avon didn't understand what it was saying, he unexpectedly understood that the monster behind the door seemed to be asking him, "What do you need?" Avon dared not delay and quickly said, "I want to contact Ms. Amanda. I want to purchase from her some sleeping potions that can make all living beings within a 1-kilometer radius fall asleep, and their corresponding antidotes." After hearing Avon's request, the two large, slender red eyes behind the door slightly closed, leaving only a faint slit, as if the monster was squinting while notifying Ms. Amanda. At the same time, the ruby ring continuously absorbed Avon's spirituality, making him feel as if he was about to be drained. But the monster behind the door didn't stop, and Avon dared not cut off his spirituality. He could only watch helplessly as his spirituality dwindled like water in a swimming pool. Just as Avon felt his spirituality was almost depleted and he was about to collapse, two black dots appeared from behind the illusory door, flying rapidly towards Avon. They eventually left the illusory door and landed directly in Avon's hand. And that door closed and disappeared immediately, not giving Avon a chance to say another word. Avon was a bit dazed, looking at the items in his hand, only to find that they were two small cosmetic jewelry boxes. The lids of the jewelry boxes each had corresponding text, sleeping potion, and antidote. The text on them seemed to be naturally present when the jewelry boxes were made, appearing perfectly natural. The effect is very powerful, not ordinary stuff. Ms. Amanda didn't even mention how much it would cost, which means it's free. Hiss, free things are often the most expensive. No way, I can only sell my brother to pay off the debt. Given how generous she is, I agree to this marriage. Avon didn't expect such powerful sleeping potions to be so easily obtained. He had told Klein to wait a few days, but now it wasn't good to disturb Mr. Fool again, otherwise it would seem like he wasn't taking Mr. Fool seriously. He could only make the sacrifice tomorrow. After putting away the two boxes of sleeping potions and antidotes, Avon felt his spirituality drained, which caused him a splitting headache. He quickly composed himself and entered a state of deep sleep through meditation. Meanwhile, Klein was holding an envelope above the gray fog, wanting to read the message Avon had conveyed to him through the Fool. Silently repeat in your heart that you want to cooperate with the mastermind, and your wishes will come true. If he clearly expressed his willingness to help him succeed, would the mastermind help him make everything go smoothly? Klein hadn't opened the letter in his hand, so he didn't know what plan Avon had arranged for him. Facing a mastermind who could perceive all his actions, only by Klein himself knowing nothing could he conceal his true intentions. From the abilities the mastermind had shown before, he would surely see that his cooperation with him was out of helpless compulsion after being unable to resist. He would also surely see that he genuinely wanted to resolve the Tingen crisis and would lend him a hand. Furthermore, he would see his determination not to let him go and cause trouble elsewhere. But what about it? Regardless of his true intentions towards him, in a situation where the mastermind was clearly losing control and suffering backlash, he was willing to be his enforcer. He would be too happy to refuse him, wouldn't he? Avon wasn't using a conspiracy, but an overt plot. Forcing the mastermind, even if he knew that cooperating with him might lead to things escaping his control, he would still have to agree to cooperate. After all, if one could use force, who would bother with conspiracies behind the scenes? Klein somewhat understood the purpose of Avon's series of arrangements. This was about playing with an open hand against the mastermind. But was this game truly an open hand? Not to mention Avon could see the mastermind's script, even the new charm he had just obtained, the mastermind probably knew nothing about it. Klein was well aware that the charm in his hand came from the blood of the eternal blazing sun. He didn't believe the mastermind could connect his script to a true god. All information related to the solar flare charm was a black hole for the mastermind. No wonder Avon had said that the mutated sun emblem, was the key to breaking the situation in Tingen. After understanding some of the issues, Klein gained a sliver of confidence in Avon's planning ability and a glimmer of hope in defeating the mastermind. Just as Klein was about to leave the gray fog, he suddenly noticed that the crimson stars corresponding to Justice and Hanged Man were illusory, contracting and expanding. Extending his right hand and spreading his spirituality, a blurry image of Miss Justice praying appeared before Klein's eyes. I pray for your hearing. Because of Kilangos's assassination, my father hired a Byander to protect me personally, and many others are secretly monitoring me. I finally found an opportunity to pray to you and ask for leave for next week's gathering. Klein subconsciously glanced at Miss Justice's surroundings, seeing the pervasive mist, the large bathtub with running water nearby, and Miss Justice wrapped in a bath towel, but immediately and instinctively averted his gaze. Kilangos was killed. Who killed him? How is his assassination target, Duke Nigan? With Avon on site, there shouldn't be a problem. The one who wanted to kill Duke Nigan should be an organization, and Kilangos was just the executor, just a pawn. Could his death be a silencing? Klein's thoughts raced, but without further information, he could only guess. At the same time, he reached out to the Crimson Star representing Hanged Man. The Hanged Man's prayer was similar to Justice's, both asking for leave from next week's Tarot Club. And for some reason, Klein heard an unprecedented level of respect in Hanged Man's tone, which made him feel very confused. Although he felt something was off, it didn't stop Klein from responding to them separately. I understand. Then he transmitted a thought to the Crimson Stars representing Strength and Sun. Next week's gathering is temporarily cancelled. Just as Klein left the gray fog and was about to silently repeat his intention to cooperate with the mastermind, there was a knock on his room door. Opening the door, he found it was Benson. Benson didn't enter Klein's room, but just stood at the doorway and said to him, "Tickets for The Earl Returns will go on sale tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. After a major upheaval, everyone wants to be immersed in culture and drama to better alleviate their pain. It's foreseeable that many people will line up to buy tickets every day, even though Tingen has just suffered a major blow and everyone's wallets have shrunk. So, to get tickets, should we get up at 6 tomorrow morning to line up?" Klein thought of the lipstick economy and movie economy in his previous life. The more crises there were in reality, the more people needed entertainment. Benson's foresight was absolutely reasonable. But thinking of getting up an hour earlier tomorrow, Klein couldn't help but get a headache, yet he had no reason to refuse. After Benson left, Klein suddenly thought, if he really cooperated with the mastermind and they didn't meet, how would they confirm the other party's agreement to cooperate? Avon said his wishes would come true, so he would use this matter to test it. "I am willing to cooperate and help you achieve your desired goals. I am willing to cooperate and help you achieve your desired goals. I am willing to cooperate and help you achieve your desired goals." Klein repeated it several times, waited for a while, and seeing nothing unusual happen around him, he didn't mind and lay directly on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Klein heard the birds chirping outside, gently opened his eyes, stretched, and felt refreshed. Suddenly, Klein remembered something, then picked up the pocket watch by his pillow and looked at it, finding it was already 7 o'clock. But Benson hadn't come to wake him up. If Benson hadn't overslept, then. At this moment, Klein couldn't afford to lie in bed any longer and quickly changed his clothes before heading downstairs. Upon going downstairs, Klein indeed found Benson and Melissa sitting on the sofa, conversing about something. Hearing Klein coming downstairs, Benson turned his head and said with a smile, "You're always the most enthusiastic when it comes to watching plays, but when it comes to getting up early to buy tickets, you forget everything. You're really not a qualified older brother." "I'm sorry, I forgot, but why didn't you wake me up?" "What are you holding?" "Tickets." Klein apologized with a look of guilt, but his eyes were fixed on the items in Benson and Melissa's hands, which clearly showed images of theatrical performers. "Today, I was about to wake you up, but Melissa found a letter in our mailbox addressed to you." I opened it and found that it was actually 3 tickets for a second-floor VIP box. Since the Lanrius deception, Butler Buck no longer had any doubts about Klein's ability. Whenever there was something difficult to choose, he would come to Klein, and he also often sent gifts to the Moretti family. As he spoke, Benson turned and handed a letter to Klein. After Klein took it, he realized that the Ahova Earls Court had shares in the theater and a dedicated box. Whenever there was a performance at the Grand Theater, several VIP tickets would be sent, but the Earl of Awa usually spent most of his time in Backland, so Butler Buck often took it upon himself to re-gift them to others. This time, Butler Buck remembered Klein's hard work and help during this period, so he decided to send these 3 tickets to their family. Looking at the letter in his hand, Klein fell into deep thought. "Klein, what are you thinking about?" Melissa, seeing Klein staring blankly at the letter, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I'm just grateful to Butler Buck for sending us VIP seats. I heard that the VIP seats are all on the second floor. The view is excellent." Klein was startled awake by Melissa's call and quickly tried to cover up his unusual behavior. "This gift is truly too precious. I used to hear that every time the Grand Theater opened, VIP tickets would be scalped to exorbitant prices, with the most expensive once reaching £1,000 per ticket. Not an exaggeration at all. £1,000. Melissa exclaimed in shock, and Klein's expression was no better. Klein currently receives a weekly salary of £10, which amounts to over £500 annually, the same as a minister in Backland, placing him in the top 1% of the Loan Kingdom. A single VIP ticket was worth 2 years of his annual salary, which made him disbelieve it for a moment and even consider selling it. "Why don't we sell these 3 tickets and exchange them for regular ones?" Klein suggested cautiously. Benson, however, shook his head and then said, "These are from the Ahova Earls Court. If we sell them, the news will spread throughout Tingen City the next day, severely embarrassing the Earls Court. Both the Earls Court and us would become a laughingstock." Klein thought about it and realized it was true, breaking free from the temptation of the pounds. But then his expression changed again. Was the mastermind trying to corrupt him by making his wishes come true, provided he agreed to cooperate? Had their contest already begun? After all, both parties knew that their cooperation was based on ulterior motives. Since these 3 tickets are so precious, then we cannot accept them. We are not part of Tingen City's upper circles. Once we use these 3 VIP tickets, we will inevitably be scrutinized by others, which may not be a good thing for us. You should know that a small scheme by upper-class figures can become a mountain on our shoulders." Klein thought for a moment and decisively told Benson and Melissa. The mastermind was not a fool. Even if he believed in Klein's sincerity and cooperation, he would still leave behind corresponding precautionary measures. He had already regarded the gifts given by the mastermind as a kind of honey-coated poison. Behind every gift, a price was secretly marked, and Klein needed to be extra careful. The initial euphoria of receiving the VIP tickets faded, and Benson and Melissa thought about it, feeling that Klein's words made a lot of sense. Especially Benson, he was a young man with extensive social experience, well versed in various overt and unspoken social rules. He had just been blinded by the immense surprise, but now, after Klein's reminder, he quickly regained his clarity. Benson took the tickets from Melissa's hand, put them back in the envelope, and then handed them to Klein, saying, "You should personally go to the Earl's Court, return the tickets to Butler Buck, and express our gratitude. You must explain the reason, tell him that this gift is something we cannot accept, so as not to cause any misunderstanding. As for the tickets, I remember a former colleague's younger brother seems to work at the theater. I'll go find him and see if I can get 3 regular seats." "All right, let's eat breakfast first, or it will all get cold." Benson instructed Klein about returning the tickets, then called everyone to eat, no longer dwelling on the tickets worth several pounds. Melissa looked at the envelope in Klein's hand. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she also agreed with her 2 brothers' views and averted her gaze. Klein looked at his sensible brother and sister, feeling very gratified. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of a huge sum of money. What was reputation? Could it be cashed in? At the same time, Klein grew increasingly wary and disgusted with the mastermind. This was a trap specifically designed to exploit human weaknesses, no different from the telecom scams and emotional swindlers of his previous life, perhaps even more despicable. After breakfast, Benson and Melissa left first, while Klein once again felt someone praying. He returned to his bedroom, ascended to the gray fog, and then found that Avon was performing a sacrificial prayer. Klein looked at the jewelry box Avon had offered as a sacrifice, and at the note that came with it. Avon wrote on the note the purpose of the items he had sacrificed and asked Klein to continue investigating along the previously known clues, also reminding him to consider Leonard's matter, whether to include him in the operation or exclude him. Avon's advice to Klein was to involve Leonard, as the secret behind him was significant and could affect the ultimate outcome. Finally, Avon told Klein that he had made all the preparations he could for him, and the relevant plans were written in that letter. Everything was now up to him. After reading Avon's letter, Klein remained silent for a long time. Then he found the paper and pen he kept on the gray fog and wrote Avon one last letter. In the letter, Klein entrusted Benson and Melissa to him, asking him to secretly help them for the sake of their old classmate and friend. Other than that, Klein wrote nothing else. Because the content was very short, the letter was written quickly. The fool, taking advantage of Avon not yet having cleared the altar, bestowed this last letter upon Avon, then turned and left the gray fog. Klein left home and boarded the trackless public carriage bound for Zoutland Street. Extra. Extra. General Hurricane Keelangos killed in Backland. Extra. Extra. General Hurricane Keelangos killed in Backland. Extra. Extra. General Hurricane Keelangos killed in Backland. Just as the trackless carriage was about to depart, a newsboy's loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. Startled for a moment, Klein quickly fumbled out a penny, handed the money out the window, and shouted to buy a copy of the Tingen Morning Post. Other passengers reacted similarly. Klein unfolded the newspaper, looking at today's headline news, and found that there was very little information of value to him. Besides stating that Keelangos's assassination target was Duke Nigan, the assassination time was last night, and the assassin Keelangos failed in his attempt and died, there was no other superfluous information. But Klein already knew all this. It had been reported by Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man last night. The newspaper did not mention who killed Keelangos, so it could only be confirmed that it was not done by official forces represented by Avon, otherwise the newspaper would have extensively praised the bodyguard's achievements. I wonder if Mr. Azek was present at the scene and witnessed Keelangos's death. Should I write to ask him? Just as Klein was hesitating whether to contact Mr. Azek, he suddenly felt a spiritual sensation. He put down the newspaper and looked down, only to find a skull-sized head suddenly appearing at his feet, with eerie white flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets, almost scaring Klein's heart out. Even though he suppressed his gasp, Klein still cautiously surveyed the surrounding passengers, finding them all staring intently at the newspaper with gleaming eyes, completely unaware of the huge skull head. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The one-headed messenger saw that Klein had noticed him, then directly flung a letter onto Klein's lap. And then disappeared from the public carriage. Klein sighed helplessly, then quickly opened the letter, finding only one sentence on it. I have obtained Ruo Dong de Ge, which reminds me of some things. What does this mean? Mr. Azek, amidst official beyonders and in plain sight, killed Keelangos and obtained Ruo Dong de Ge. Klein thought of his guess yesterday about whether Keelangos was silenced after being killed, and belatedly understood why Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man were more respectful when reporting yesterday. Did they perhaps suspect that I was opposing the organization behind Keelangos, or that I was the mastermind, which is why Mr. Azek was sent to silence him? Ewan. Horn's purpose, Audrey's guidance. Ewan. Horn looked at Klein's last letter, which the fool had transferred, with excitement. From his first participation in the Tarot Club to his continuous planning, he had finally achieved his initial goal. Why did Ewan Horn go to such lengths, constantly testing Adam's bottom line, and continuously helping Klein break out of predicaments. Was it truly because he was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see Tingen destroyed? Absolutely not. If Ewan Horn was acting for the people of Tingen, then he would have done nothing and let events unfold naturally, and the plot would have proceeded as described in the original novel, with only a few Nighthawks team members dying. Ewan Horn's elaborate efforts were primarily aimed at gaining Klein's trust and preserving everything Klein cherished. The more things Klein cherished, the more leverage Ewan Horn would have. Now, Klein had voluntarily sent his most cherished elder brother and younger sister into Ewan Horn's hands. How could this not excite Ewan Horn? Lord of the Mysteries was Ewan Horn's favorite novel in his previous life, and Klein was the most humane protagonist Ewan Horn had ever seen. When he first transmigrated to the world of mysteries, Ewan Horn had fantasized about becoming friends with Klein and fighting alongside him, but the situation when he first ascended the gray fog left Ewan Horn with lingering fear to this day. The gray fog's appetite for him triggered Ewan Horn's deepest fear, a feeling of helplessness and weak knees that a creature experiences when encountering a natural predator. Although the resistance of the City of Calamity later prevented the gray fog from succeeding, the fear of standing before a gaping maw and being on the verge of becoming food was deeply etched into Ewan Horn's heart, and that sense of powerlessness made Ewan Horn feel resentful. Even when Ewan Horn later ascended the gray fog and participated in the Tarot Club, the gray fog did not riot again, but Ewan Horn always vaguely felt that chilling sensation on his neck. So, from the moment the first Tarot Club ended, Ewan Horn began to scheme against Klein. Most people, when scheming against others, use such methods to kill them off and be done with it, but Ewan Horn did not do that. Klein and his own transmigration happened on the same day. Such a coincidence made Ewan Horn, while scheming against Klein, couldn't help but suspect the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, suspecting that the gray fog's extreme reaction to him originated from this mysterious celestial worthy. He and Klein shared a strong sense of destiny, a feeling of being deliberately arranged. This made Ewan Horn wonder if he was a deliberate setup by the celestial worthy, targeting the new master of the gray fog, Klein. Therefore, he could not scheme to kill Klein, because if he truly was a chess piece to counterbalance Klein, then once something happened to Klein, his chess piece might also lose its purpose, and his fate would likely not be good either. Ewan Horn could not afford not to guard against this. So the problem lay here: he could neither destroy Klein nor sit idly by as Klein grew day by day, leading to the day he would be devoured by the gray fog. Subsequently, Ewan Horn decided to start with Klein's inherent personality, helping him with all his might, flattering him with all his might, protecting Klein's kind nature, not allowing him to have any possibility of darkening, making him trust himself and treat him as a friend. On this point, Ewan Horn absolutely loved the "you can only be yourself" setting in the role-playing method. Once everything Klein cherished was in his hands, or even if he himself was a part of what Klein cherished, would Klein abandon his good humanity and cooperate with the gray fog to harm him? The name of this scheme was, "Good People Deserve to Have a Gun Pointed at Their Heads." You are a good person, so you should be threatened and protect me. Of course, this was only Ewan Horn's deepest calculation. Outwardly, Ewan Horn would not pose any threat to Klein, but he would also let Klein know that if something happened to him, Benson and Melissa would not fare well either. Ewan Horn wanted Klein to become a shield for him against the gray fog. As long as the gray fog had the slightest disadvantage against Ewan Horn, Klein must be at the forefront to oppose it. When the Tingen matter concluded, Benson and Melissa moved to Backland. Ewan Horn would approach them as Klein's friend, guide them onto the Beander pathway, and eventually recruit them as future members of his team. Of course, all of this had to be done with Klein's permission, otherwise, it would truly be scheming for the sake of scheming, and even a fool could see the problem. The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. Ewan Horn would express his good intentions to Klein, wanting to introduce his elder brother and younger sister to the Beander pathway, thereby completely binding himself to the siblings. The so-called celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings should not even think about making Klein and me fight each other. Even if we are destined to be enemies, Klein must not fight back or retort. Every time he thought of this, Horn was very glad that he possessed the City of Calamity, which allowed him to become a hunter and, in the future, utilize the gathering authority of high-sequence hunters. Horn's hand trembled, and the letter in his hand ignited and turned to ash. After dealing with the letter in his hand, Horn leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and reviewed the Lord of the Mysteries in his mind. Most of the first volume of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind had become blank. This was because Horn's intrusion had changed many things, but the chapter wherein Zangwill wrote the script was still there, and Horn could still glimpse the arrangements of 008 from his script. Lines of text were erased. Lanrius's scam unexpectedly expanded beyond Zangwill's script. This was caused by unexpected factors from Backlund. Lines of content were deleted. Under the combined efforts of Klein Moretti, Leonard Mitchell, and Daly, the entire Nighthawks team learned about the role-playing method. Dunsmith's magic potion formula digestion process significantly accelerated, and his problem of mental disorientation was initially resolved. Zangwill's script was in danger of collapsing. Large sections of content were heavily revised. The expansion of the Lanrius scam is not necessarily a bad thing. When the scam was exposed, Tingen experienced large-scale riots. People are fragile, and in collective events, many people spontaneously went to extremes, which is very reasonable. The towering resentment and pain are excellent nourishment for the evil god's offspring. The suffering endured by Mother's family made the evil god's offspring feel even more pain, growing diligently, wanting to grow up quickly. Tingen is no longer suitable for living. Migos' family intended to leave Tingen after the lawsuit, which Zangwill did not want to see. A section of content was roughly revised. The defense lawyer from Backlund was so righteous. She found a portion of Lanrius's hidden wealth for Migos and found a temporary place to stay for Migos' family in Tingen. The police chief was not a benevolent person, but Captain Leo was a loyal believer of the god of steam and machinery, and Migos' family were believers of the god of steam and machinery. With him by their side, there was no need to worry that the police chief would go back on his word. Klein Moretti is approaching Hood Eugene, and Leonard Mitchell is approaching the clues left by Lanrius. Zangwill has repeatedly interfered, diverting their investigative attention, but it is a temporary solution that doesn't address the root cause. Several pages were directly torn out. Zangwill was truly unlucky. Klein Moretti, who repeatedly interfered with his script, actually recognized Azek's extraordinary nature and knew that he was the first Baron rammed from over 1,000 years ago, a genuine high-sequence Beander. What's worse, Zangwill, in order to advance from Death Pathway Sequence 5 feet Gatekeeper, to Evernight Pathway Sequence 4 feet Nightwatcher, had to add the skull of a Death Descendant to his ritual. And the skull he had prepared earlier happened to be that of the mysterious Azek's child. Being targeted by a high-sequence Beander, Zangwill had to lie low for a while and give up the opportunity to eliminate Klein Moretti and Leonard Mitchell. Revised again, with remnants of paper visible in the book's spine. Zangwill was unwilling to let his script completely collapse and prepared to accelerate the process. The story took another turn. Schumer, a mystery prior from the Silent Church, was perceived by the hidden sage while studying old Neil's remaining notes. His gaze might be cast upon Tingen. Azek left Tingen for Backlund to search for his past memories, the truth behind his child's death, and to lure the snake out of its hole. Because the Nighthawks team collectively learned the role-playing method, the Silent Church dispatched 2 senior deacons to investigate, and Schumer's problem might be discovered. The entire notebook was replaced. Sesama deduced from Klein's experience that the role-playing method was taught by Horn, a favored one of the Evernight goddess. Overthinking, he urgently called off his colleague's in-depth inspection, so Schumer's own problem was not detected, and Zangwill's script did not collapse. Again, a lot of content was crossed out. Klein Moretti actually wanted to cooperate with Zangwill and help him achieve his goal. Klein Moretti did this to reduce the damage of Ince Zangwill's script to Tingen City. What a great integrity. And it was exactly what Ince Zangwill needed. So he was very happy to accept this cooperation. Ince Zangwill clearly knew that the mysterious Klein Moretti had the ability to destroy his script, and he had to make some countermeasures. Butler back of Ahova Earl's court, to thank Klein Moretti for his help, sent 3 VIP tickets to the Moretti family. Butler back, who had always been shrewd in dealing with people, did not realize that this was an unbearable gift for the Moretti family. Again, revisions appeared. Klein Moretti actually easily escaped the arrangements of the Axel Hood's pen, easily escaping the temptation of the valuable VIP tickets, which left Ince Zangwill puzzled. After reviewing the first volume of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind, Ewan Horn believed that Ince Zangwill did not have many backup plans, and did not have time to set up too many backup plans. Besides the lack of time, there were also very few Wild Beyonders left in Tingen. In the next few days, Ince Zangwill should not easily make another move, instead, he will observe Klein's reaction. A few more days, until next Monday, Klein will open the plan he wrote for him, and he believes it will surely catch Ince Zangwill off guard. With good things happening one after another, and everything going according to plan, Ewan Horn stood up and stretched, then walked to the French window, pulled open the curtains, and warm sunlight streamed in, which was very rare in gloomy and rainy Backland. Empress Burrow, Earl Glinte's house. Audrey, dressed in a light yellow long dress adorned with numerous lace decorations, elegantly sipped coffee, while across from her was Furs, also in a blue long dress. I originally thought today's literary salon wouldn't happen. After all, Duke Nigan was just assassinated last night. I even thought it would be like last time, if not a city lockdown, then at least strict scrutiny. Furs took a small sip of coffee, her eyes lit up, and then she said while savoring it. Audrey Hall put down her coffee cup and said with a smile. Last time, the assassin got away completely, but this time, the assassin was killed on the spot. There's no need to search for the assassin anymore, so naturally, there won't be a large-scale search. Moreover, strict scrutiny greatly affects international image and creates a false impression in the international community that Backland is unsafe. Even today's gathering was specifically instructed to proceed. Furs chuckled, finding it quite absurd, and couldn't help but want to mock the authorities' ostrich-like behavior, but remembering that the young lady in front of her came from the most prominent noble family, she swallowed her words and instead asked, "Did you invite me here alone for something?" Audrey, who had become a telepathist, naturally saw Furs's suppressed complaint, but she didn't mind it at all, because she also felt it was somewhat absurd. However, she had a deeper understanding, comprehending the significance of decency to the ruling class. Last time, I entrusted you and Miss Zio with investigating Kilangos, and you conducted a very effective investigation. This is your reward. Saying that, Audrey took out an envelope from her small handbag, placed it on the coffee table in front of her, and pushed it towards Furs. Furs, with a strange expression, very unnaturally picked up the envelope. After they confirmed that Ewan Horn was not the one leading the operation to entrap Kilangos, they remembered that Miss Audrey had also issued a bounty for Kilangos a few days prior. So, with the idea of earning an extra sum, they informed Audrey of this news through Viscount Glint, emphasizing the risks they and Zio encountered during the mission, and played up their hardships. To be honest, she had thought that the intelligence on Kilangos should be considered useless after Military Intelligence Section 9's operation failed, and she shouldn't get a high price from Audrey. At most, she'd get a small compensation for her efforts. However, judging by the thickness of the envelope, it seemed that wasn't the case. Furs opened the envelope in front of Audrey and found that it was filled with 10-pound banknotes. She could no longer hide her surprise and looked at Audrey with a strange expression. "This is 800 pounds. You and Miss Zio can split it yourselves," Audrey said with a faint smile. "Our intelligence was very time-sensitive, it shouldn't have been of much help." Although Furs wanted to get another bounty from Audrey, she hadn't expected so much, which made her feel a little uneasy. "You contributed greatly to the pursuit of Kilangos. This is what you deserve. Audrey didn't feel she had given too much, because last night she had Susie eavesdrop on her father's conversation with Duke Nigan and Lord Robert, understanding that if it weren't for Furs and Zio's investigation, Military Intelligence Section 9 wouldn't have been able to ambush Kilangos the day before. Although the ambush failed, it prompted Kilangos to do the opposite, pulling a surprise attack and daring to assassinate Duke Nigan, which ultimately allowed her to detect the anomaly, receive gifts from Duke Nigan, praise from her father, and bounties from various countries. Compared to what she had gained, Audrey felt that the reward she paid this time was still a bit small. This is more than all the royalties I've earned from my book, Storm Manor, so far. Should I praise Miss Audrey, or mock the poverty of an author? Furs couldn't help but mock herself inwardly. In any case, thank you for your generosity. If you have any more commissions in the future, you can always find me or Zio. Furs sincerely thanked Audrey. Ever since experiencing the last full moon, she had lost confidence in her future. Now, the only two things she couldn't let go of were her seemingly still somewhat impulsive roommate and her father, who had started a new family in the southern continent. The 800 gold pounds given by Miss Audrey could allow Zio to have a better path in the future, so she was truly grateful for Audrey's generosity. Audrey heard the dejection in Furs's tone and couldn't help but frown. She naturally knew the reason for Furs's discouragement and couldn't help but blame herself for not acting sooner, as she had received Ewan Horn's commission a month ago. Audrey and Furs chatted for a while, mostly about things in the Beander circle. Afterward, Furs, guided by Audrey, began to look for books she wanted to read. Suddenly, Furs's eyes lit up. She found two hardcover books. A History of Lowen Kingdom Nobility, and Secret History of Emperor Rosal. At this moment, Viscount Glint, who had been greeting guests outside, walked into the study and said with satisfaction, "I knew that after becoming an apothecary, my salon here would become the most anticipated gathering in Backland. So many people came today." Hearing this, Audrey's mouth twitched, but she didn't say much in the end. Ever since Viscount Glint became Dayquel's disciple, he obtained the apothecary magic potion formula. He finally managed to gather the relevant materials through various connections and officially became an apothecary, capable of concocting invigorating potions using various medicinal herbs. Initially, Viscount Glint only experimented on a small scale with friends. As their secrets were no longer secrets, many people in high society soon learned that Viscount Glint, through his studies, had become an apothecary capable of treating middle-aged listlessness. People seeking medicine almost wore out his doorstep. At first, Viscount Glint was somewhat anxious and restless, wondering if he would have to live a wandering life like his teacher, as he was well aware of the official Foss's attitude towards Wild Beyonders. But unexpectedly, half a month passed, and Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three great churches seemed to have never heard of him. Not a single organization came to check his gas meter. Gradually, he grew bolder and openly peddled his wares at his own salons, attracting more and more literati, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Viscount Glint was truly too excited, but he quickly realized that this topic was impolite in front of two ladies, and immediately stopped talking about it. "Viscount Glint, may I borrow these two books? I'll return them very soon." Furs raised the books in her hand and then requested. Now that Furs had joined Military Intelligence Section 9, she knew her roommate's previous identity and also understood what Zio wanted to investigate. The book, A History of Lowen Kingdom Nobility, contained things she now wanted to understand. "No problem, you can borrow whatever you like, just remember to return them." Viscount Glint nodded indifferently. Audrey, seeing this, smiled without speaking, and primly turned to look at the adjacent bookshelf, pretending to be searching for a book. In the evening, Furs, dressed in pajamas, curled up on the sofa, reading the book in her hand with great interest by the gas lamp. "I knew it. Intis is famous for its chaotic male-female relationships, and Emperor Rosal shouldn't be an exception. He wouldn't be the serious figure depicted in official historical records. From the content of this book, many of the detailed descriptions within it feel very real, like they were written by an eyewitness, not the fantasy of an ordinary romance novelist. For Emperor Rosal to achieve such a great reputation, he must have been a very powerful Beander, perhaps even a demigod. The person who wrote this book might very well have known Rosal and been an eyewitness to many events. Could it be one of Emperor Rosal's many lovers? It's a pity no name was left. Just as Furs was letting her imagination run wild about the author of the book, the apartment door rang. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Furs was too lazy to get up and directly asked. "You're home quite early today." Zio Derecha, while changing her shoes, said indifferently. Now everyone's attention is focused on that high-sequence Beander who silenced Kilangos. That's too far removed from us low-sequence Beyonders. I just routinely assigned relevant tasks to informants, helped the people in East Borough with their arbitrations, and maintained local public order. There wasn't much else to do, so of course I could come back early. How's your sheriff potion digestion coming along, and how's your role-playing method summary? Perhaps the recent work was very suitable for Zio Derecha's role-playing method. She didn't summarize her experiences much, but the potion was digesting well. I've got a bit of a clue on the role-playing method summary. But I feel like the method might not be fully summarized before the potion is digested. What are you reading now? Zio Derecha placed the pie she brought back on the table, while simultaneously taking off her equipment, and casually asked, "Nothing much. I attended Viscount Glinte's salon today and just borrowed a book." "Oh, right, I also borrowed one for you, I think you'll really need it." Furs pointed to a book with a very ancient cover on the coffee table. Zio Derecha knew at a glance that Furs had her in mind and felt touched. But as she picked up the book, she sensed something was amiss. "Backland, Docklands Labor Union. Have you found all the materials I asked for?" Cyrus Uruapc, with black hair and brown eyes, wearing round glasses, but looking much more handsome than before, asked Mr. A, who was standing in front of him, in a solemn tone. Hearing this, Mr. A, unable to distinguish whether the person in front of him was "my lord" or Cyrus Uruapc himself, paused for a moment, but then immediately said respectfully, "The materials you ordered have been found, and the ship will arrive in 2 days. Please be patient." Cyrus Uruapc just nodded majestically when he heard this, and then closed his eyes again. Mr. A didn't take it seriously when he saw this situation. After waiting for a while and seeing that there were no other instructions, he drew an inverted cross on his chest and left the room. "Keep a close eye on him and don't allow him to leave the room. Report any abnormalities to me immediately." After leaving the room, Mr. A ordered coldly. The shadows in the corner wriggled and quickly formed a dark human-shaped shadow, nodded to Mr. A to say, "Yes," and then merged into the shadows again. Mr. A walked to a nearby room, sat down on the sofa, and rubbed his head tiredly. As the divinity of the true creator in Cyrus Uruapc's body recovered, Cyrus Uruapc himself became more and more like the true creator. Originally, this was good news for Mr. A, because letting the Lord descend into the world was the purpose of the Aurora Order and the ultimate goal of all their activities. However, the problems that followed made Mr. A feel more and more tricky, because he could not tell whether Cyrus Uruapc's instructions were from Lord or Cyrus Uruapc himself. Just like the materials Cyrus Uruapc instructed to collect a few days ago, Mr. A asked to the Saint of Shadows and learned that it was to promote the Marauder Pathway Sequence 6 inches Prometheus. He suspected that Cyrus Uruapc was collecting it in the name of the Lord for his own promotion. However, Mr. A was not sure that this was not the Lord's true intention, so he could only guard against Cyrus Uruapc while immediately helping him collect various materials. Mr. A has done a lot of this contradictory and neurotic behavior during this period, which also made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. But he soon cheered up again, because the matter was about to end. He learned from the Saint of Shadows that the lingering heroic spirit, the true creator's dependence, the eye that gazes at fate, the great fate angel Ouroboros, was about to descend on Backland. He will take Cyrus Uruapc away, just make sure nothing unexpected happens in these 2 days. Thinking that in the near future, the Lord can use Cyrus Uruapc's body to descend into the world and save the world, and the Aurora Order's greatest goal for hundreds of years will be realized in his hands. Mr. A couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes, trembling all over, and couldn't help but constantly draw crosses on his chest, whispering the teachings to calm the waves in his heart. After Mr. A left, Cyrus Uruapc opened his eyes, glanced at the beautiful girl standing aside, waiting for instructions at any time, wearing cool clothes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly warp, with a mocking look on his face, and a burst of disgust in his heart. But no matter how much Cyrus Uruapc resisted in his heart, he still reached out and beckoned, and the waiting girls took off their veils and walked towards him with pious expressions, offering him their bodies. Before the girls could step forward, Cyrus Uruapc stretched out his hand and pulled, and the water melted. It wasn't that Cyrus Uruapc was lust for beauty, but he knew that this was Mr. A's method of guiding him to fall. He was doing this for Mr. A to see. During this period, Mr. A can be said to have used all means to seduce him. Eating, drinking, bet, everything was available, and there were many tricks. If his will was not firm, he might have already fall. Once he becomes a because of desire and willingly fall, then the true creator will also recover in his body at a faster rate. That Aurora Order believer has been using all kinds of methods to constantly corrosion him during this period. Cyrus Uruapc even believes that if he shows a little thought to him, Mr. A might desperately dedication, just to pull him into fall. This is not Cyrus Uruapc's imagination out of thin air, but a few days ago, Mr. A used his grazing's demoness of afflictions characteristic to show his feminine side. If Mr. A didn't have some scruples about the true creator in his heart, Cyrus Uruapc even suspected that he would use the power of demoness of pleasure to force him to submit. But even if Cyrus Uruapc's will is firm, he can still clearly feel that he is becoming less and less like himself, and the time is getting longer and longer. Especially when he felt that the offspring he left in Tingan was growing stronger and stronger, and correspondingly, his father Cyrus Uruapc was becoming more and more like the true creator. The father who can become a descendant of God can only be a god. But Cyrus Uruapc did not give up on this. The resurrection of the true creator in his body has advantages and disadvantages for him. There is no need to say more about the disadvantages. It will make him more and more like the true creator. The advantage is that he can personally feel the true creator's knowledge and feelings, his joys, sorrows, and even see his vision in his dreams, and use the vision of God to see the truth of the world. Mr. A thought that Fate Angel Ouroboros' arrival in Backland was a secret, but in fact, Ouroboros had been wandering outside Backland for several days. He is investigating the location of the target and is about to succeed. In less than 2 days, Ouroboros may break into Backland. A battle of angels will take place in Backland, and that will be the real opportunity for Cyrus Uruapc to escape. To this end, Cyrus Uruapc has been using the divinity of the true creator to secretly influence the people around him who are monitoring him. He believes that the 3 great churches have also noticed the trace of Ouroboros and are actively preparing. Now they must be tighten the string in your head, and any disturbance related to the Aurora Order will be very sensitive. As long as Cyrus Uruapc finds a way to reveal a flaw, the 3 great churches will come like hounds smelling the smell. Cyrus Uruapc's thoughts may be hidden from Mr. A, but they cannot be hidden from Bernadette, who has been silently observing him. In order to prevent the divinity of the true creator in Cyrus Uruapc's body from noticing her snoop, Bernadette uses 0-level sealed artifacts to cover every time. I saw a translucent, quite illusory semi-spiritual body appearing behind Bernadette. That figure has the same dress as Bernadette at this time, but the difference is that she wears a pale mask with a metallic luster on her face. This mask only has holes in the eye area, and there are no gaps in the rest of the place, which makes Bernadette's semi-spiritual body look extremely cold and noble, but lacks the breath of life. This is a powerful, zero-level sealed artifact she obtained from her father, Pale Death. It was the relevant Beander characteristic that Rosal snatched from the LotM Empire royal family of the southern continent in his later years and made the sealed artifact by himself. This Beander characteristic is the last sequence 1-foot Pale Emperor, Beander characteristic of the Eggers family of the LotM Empire royal family in the southern continent. Its loss made the Eggers family unable to resist the crazy plunder of the North Continent against the Southern Continent launched by Rosal. The side effect of this sealed artifact is that it will make the wearer die little by little and become its slave. Compared with its level and function, the side effects can be said to be terribly small, fully demonstrating the power of the greatest craftsman in the world 100 years ago. At this time, Bernadette used the side effects and level of Pale Death to turn herself into a dead person, and saw clearly Cyrus Uruapisi's current state, and saw his still awake heart. At the same time, she turned her gaze and looked at Sodarak Palace in Empress Borough, Backland. With the help of the mask, she saw the exuberant order represented by Sodarak Palace, and even felt a dangerous aura. This aura was not concealed, and it was also the Augustus family's warning to Tail Eater, Ouroboros, warning it not to set foot in Backland. St. Wind Cathedral of the Storm God in Sherwood Borough, St. Samuel Cathedral of the Night Church in the North District, and St. Helen Cathedral of the God of Steam and Machinery in south of the bridge are all on standby. But can this posture make Ouroboros give up the pursuit of the Speaker of Life? At least Bernadette, who is a clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway, did not feel the change of fate. When Ouroboros breaks into Backland, it will be the moment when Bernadette takes action. Even if Ouroboros is a king of angels of the fate pathway, Bernadette does not believe that he can retreat completely from Backland. But Bernadette also does not believe that he did not make corresponding preparations for his visit to Backland this time. At least the true creator must put his attention on this matter. Otherwise, it cannot be ruled out that the storm god will directly advent and beat his most loyal believer to death. In this case, her possibility of clearing Cyrus Uruapisi and completing the promotion ceremony is the greatest. Moreover, when she takes action against Cyrus Uruapisi at that time, she can also minimize the possible attacks from the three great churches and the royal family. Soon Bernadette retracted the semi-spiritual body behind her. It is enough to borrow the level of this sealed artifact. Wearing it for a long time will bring irreversible consequences. Bernadette, who re-accepted Pale Death, stood by the window, her eyes as blue as the sea, looking at the busy dock, wondering what she was thinking. The Backland drama troupe is worthy of being a drama troupe famous throughout the continent. It perfectly reproduces Emperor Rosal's novel. The returning Earl is really handsome. His revenge is really regret, and the mechanicalist supporting role also fits my imagination very well. Melissa, who left the Grand Theatre, was still excitedly telling her two brothers about her feelings. Her emotions were high, and she could not calm down for a long time. Benson and Klein just looked at Melissa, who has always been very well behaved, gently and echoed her, because her excited appearance is very rare. I didn't expect you to like drama so much. I thought you, who are determined to become a mechanicalist, wouldn't like too literary things. This is prejudice. Our school originally has related interest groups that often arrange corresponding programs, but the conditions are a bit poor. Melissa immediately refuted Benson's prejudice against science students, while Klein smiled, then stopped a carriage by the roadside and left the chaotic Grand Theatre. Back at home, both Benson and Melissa were tired. They casually washed their faces, said goodnight to each other, and returned to their respective bedrooms. Klein returned to his bedroom and recalled the events of the past few days. In the past few days, no matter what he wanted to do, it would go exceptionally smoothly. One could almost say he was blessed by the god of luck. But Klein knew that this wasn't because of his good luck, but because all his good fortune was actually an arranged accident. Klein's goal had never changed, and that was to save Tingen and minimize casualties as much as possible. Tomorrow would be the day he planned to take action. Tonight, he would open Avon's letter to understand the related plan and learn the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Reversing 4 steps, Klein reappeared above the gray fog, sat on the high-backed bronze chair, and with a wave of his hand, the letter he had hidden appeared in his hand. Klein took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and opened the envelope in his hand to read. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He never expected that the first wanted order he saw at Blackthorn Security Company was the mastermind behind all the events in Tingen. Knight Church's runaway archbishop, Ince Zangwill. Avon frankly stated in the letter that Ince Zangwill himself was not a cause for concern. He himself was a Sequence 5 of the Death Pathway, Gatekeeper. After failing to advance, he turned his attention to the adjacent Sleepless Pathway, which was Sequence 4 of the Black Knight Pathway. Nightwatcher. And the Beander characteristic of the Nightwatcher pathway rarely fell outside, but Tingen City happened to possess a Saint Selena's ashes. The Beander characteristic left behind by a normally deceased Beander gathered together, roughly equivalent to a potion without auxiliary materials. At the same time, because he switched from the Death Pathway to the Black Knight Pathway, his advancement ritual required the participation of the corpses of Death's descendants. Although Ince Zangwill was a high-level member of the Knight Church, a Sequence 5 powerhouse with his own unique title in the Beander world, he could not arrange the fate of the entire Tingen. What enabled him to do all this was the 0 feet level sealed artifact he stole when he defected from the Knight Church, 0008. Avon did not write the detailed information of 0008 in the letter. But Klein still remembered through the church's internal wanted order that 0008 was an ordinary-looking quill. Its effect was that the things written would definitely come true. No, it couldn't be that simple, otherwise he could directly write that Saint Selena's ashes would automatically fly into his hands. There must be restrictions. 0008 most likely doesn't have the ability to actively attack, otherwise Ince Zangwill would have forced his way into Channy's Gate in Tingen City long ago. This existence, which is at the very top of all sealed artifacts in the world, can make people unknowingly act according to its description. Is this the reason for the repeated coincidences? Could 0008 be a sealed artifact of the monster pathway, that is, the fate pathway? Can it arrange the fate of all things? Although Avon didn't talk much about the specific situation of 0008 in the letter, he did mention that the side effect of 0008 was that it constantly wanted to write its holder to death, so Ince Zangwill was now very disheveled by it, which also showed that their previous actions were not entirely useless. And all the arrangements of 0008 during this period were only for 2 purposes. One was to make Migos conceive the true creator's child, creating the Tingen disaster. The other was to create various coincidences, making the Nighthawks team exhausted from running around, solving incidents, and polluting Dunsmith, causing him to make wrong decisions at critical moments and bring Saint Selena's ashes out of Channy's Gate, making it easier for him to seize the ashes. The problem of Dunsmith being polluted was cracked after Klein and Leonard publicly used the role-playing method, so Ince Zangwill recently turned his attention to the mystery prior from St. Wind Cathedral, Schumer. During this period, Ince Zangwill was also very anxious, because the chaos in Tingen greatly catalyzed the divine offspring in Migos' womb. Once he failed to complete the preparations within the Nighthawks, and at a critical moment, Dunsmith made the right decision and led Migos into Channy's Gate, his plan might completely fail, resulting in nothing gained. This was also the reason why he easily agreed to Klein's cooperation. Understanding the whole picture of Ince Zangwill and 008's plan, Klein also understood why Avon expanded Lanrius's scam, and why Lanrius had such an important role. At the same time, Klein also understood why Avon suggested starting the plan tomorrow, and understood why there was no time to lose. On the one hand, in order to make up for the lack of his own plan, Ince Zangwill and 0008 will frantically cause trouble in the future. On the other hand, the child in Migos' belly is already very mature and is about to reach the due date. If the true creator's offspring is successfully born naturally, then the evil dragon Bar's, Adernizer's, prophecy about Tingen being stained with blood will come true. At the same time, Ince Zangwill's plan will completely fail, because he has no confidence in directly controlling the true creator's offspring born naturally through 0008. So, to some extent, Klein and Ince Zangwill's cooperation can be considered a two-way rush. After reading Avon's plan, Klein thought for a while, wrote a letter, and then took out a delicate small box, from which he took out a ring, Golden Gaze. This was what Avon had transferred to Klein through the Fool, in order to allow Klein to temporarily forget the content about Ince Zangwill and 0008 in the letter after reading it. Logically speaking, the psychological suggestion cast by Golden Gaze should not be able to hide from 0008 at all, but Avon's entire plan was aimed at Ince Zangwill and did not involve 0008 itself. This perfectly conformed to 008's desire to kill its holder. So it would turn a blind eye to it. After completing the psychological suggestion on himself, Klein sent the things hidden above the gray fog and the newly written letter down using the method of sacrifice, and then entered a deep sleep through meditation. The next day, Klein woke up and still had breakfast with Benson and Melissa. As usual, he put on a neat suit and took the public carriage to work at Blackthorn Security Company on Zudaland Street. Today was Monday, and the Nighthawks team would have a regular meeting in the morning. Leonard was on duty at Channy's gate last night, but he was still radiant. "Good morning, Klein. I heard you went to see the performance of the Backland Theater troupe yesterday. How was it?" Leonard's eyes lit up when he saw Klein and asked. In fact, he was also very interested in theater, but unfortunately, because he was busy secretly investigating possible clues about Lanrius these days, he didn't manage to grab a ticket in time. It was okay, it was a thorough restoration of Rosal the Great's novels, without losing the meaning contained within. It's a pity, I didn't grab a ticket for the premiere. Leonard was still a little regretful for not seeing the premiere, but fortunately this performance was not just one show, but 3 shows over 3 days. Have you made any progress in your investigation of Lanrius? Klein changed the subject and deliberately asked. There's no progress. Every time it seems like I've found a clue, but every time it seems like I'm deviating from the direction. Leonard's eyes narrowed when he heard Klein mention Lanrius, and he said meaningfully to Klein. Klein naturally saw the meaning in Leonard's words. He wanted Klein to give some explanation, and at the same time, he exposed the fact that he still didn't know the truth about Ince Zangwill and 0008, which made Klein temporarily relieved, and then said to him. I have also been keeping track of Lanrius. Since I can't investigate through formal channels, I investigated from the perspective of the Aurora Order and found that Cyrus Uruapc, who was affected by the explosion, was closely related to Lanrius. At the same time, he also had frequent contact with many people in Howe Street. So I hired a detective to investigate the situation of those who had close contact with him. Sure enough, I found a tenant with complete documents who claimed to be doing business in the southern continent, but had not returned for a long time. After the landlord's identification, it was Lanrius without glasses. I just performed a divination and knew that there were hidden compartments or secret rooms in that room. Let's go find the captain and report together. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find the captain together. After investigating for so long, there was finally a clue about Lanrius. Leonard seemed very excited, and at the same time, he was very confused and doubted his own investigation ability. Even the detective Klein found was more professional than him. After Klein and Leonard reported to Captain Dunn Smith, the captain asked, "Where is the address of the house rented by Lanrius?" 62 Howe Street. Leonard, you go to the police station as quickly as possible and have them block Howe Street. Klein and I will be there later. Lanrius was too famous in Tingen, and he was also a Beander, so Dunn Smith couldn't help but take it seriously. Yes. Leonard left directly without hesitation. Just after Leonard left Blackthorn Security Company, it was as if he had touched a switch. Klein recalled all the content he had forgotten last night above the gray fog using psychological suggestion. Avon's suggestion to him was to drag Leonard into the water, but Klein couldn't bear to do so. He and Leonard had cooperated for so long, and there was a strong trust and deep friendship between them. At the same time, He also understood that his first goal was actually the child in Migos' belly, and the second goal was Ince Zangwill. But this didn't mean that he was willing to let Ince Zangwill go and let him get away with it. He wanted to leave an avenger against Ince Zangwill, so he had to send Leonard away first. Chapter 209, Klein's Actions, Backlund's Actions. Because of an urgent operation, Dunsmith needed to inform the other members to suspend today's regular meeting. As he notified all the team members preparing for the meeting about the sudden cancellation, Klein quietly opened the tranquilizer Avon had prepared for him in advance. The colorless and odorless tranquilizer spread, causing all the Beander Nighthawk's field agents, such as Frey and Cohen Lee, as well as the clerical staff like Roseanne and Madame Oriana, to fall unconscious without realizing it. They offered no resistance, and their spirituality didn't even trigger a warning. Klein, who had taken the antidote beforehand, showed no signs of fainting. Looking at his teammates collapsed all over the room, Klein marveled at the potency of the potion Avon had acquired. After briefly adjusting his teammates' sleeping positions, Klein wasted no time in taking the tranquilizer to the Chinese gate. He gently knocked on the door, and the guardian inside opened it. It was Exika Tiong, a part-time author with white hair, black eyes, and a calm demeanor. "What do you need?" "There's an operation today. The captain asked me to retrieve a sealed artifact," Klein said, handing her a piece of paper with writing he had casually pulled out. Exika Tiong didn't suspect anything and subconsciously lowered her head to look at the paper in her hand, but she instantly lost consciousness. Klein quickly caught her and gently laid her on the ground. Then, Klein took out the lidless tranquilizer box from his person and threw it behind the Chinese gate. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he entered the Chinese gate, a place he had never been before. Although it was daytime, darkness surged behind the Chinese gate. Even with candles carved with silver-white patterns burning continuously inside, this feeling could not be completely dispelled. The eerie blue flames made it even more terrifying. At the same time, Klein felt invisible things scraping against him in the darkness, making him feel exceptionally cold and creepy. Klein expressionlessly turned and closed the Chinese gate, to prevent Ince Zangwill from suddenly attacking. After all, because of him, Blackthorn Security Company had no one standing except for him, and its defenses had reached an all-time low. With the Chinese gate closed, isolating the outside from what was behind the door, the place was as quiet as a realm of death, making one involuntarily think of their deepest fears. No wonder the goddess has the title of Queen of Terror. Is this a high-sequence ability of the Sleepless Pathway? Klein lit the horse lamp next to the door, and a dim yellow light poured out, illuminating the area. By the faint light, Klein discovered rows of shelf-like racks, on which were placed various bottles and jars containing Beander materials and some Beander characteristics. Klein ignored these and walked directly to the deepest part. Halfway there, he found an elderly guardian lying on the ground, holding a list and counting various items. After Klein advanced to Sequence 7 Feet Magician, his strength increased, and he directly dragged the guardian to an existing chair. Klein paid no attention to other things and walked directly into the depths. When he reached the end, Klein saw a palm-sized square urn on a platform. The box looked like it was made of pure silver, yet also felt like bone. It was covered with mysterious patterns and the emblem of the night. The closer Klein got to it, the colder he felt, a coldness that could penetrate directly into his bone marrow. When Klein picked it up, he felt as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze, and he trembled all over, making him curse Avon in his heart for having no practical experience and giving random suggestions. But Klein didn't panic. He knew that he felt this way because Saint Selena's ashes were the core of the entire Chinese gate array. He was currently bearing the influence of the entire array, which was why he felt this way. Klein carried Saint Selena's ashes, preparing to leave the Chinese gate. As he left, he didn't forget to drag the old guardian with him and even brought the mutated Sun Holy emblem to help him resist the cold. Without Saint Selena's ashes to suppress them, the other sealed artifacts would become active. Leaving the guardian unconscious and abandoning him behind the Chinese gate was no different from murder. Leaving the Chinese gate, Klein indeed no longer felt the biting cold from before. He placed the old guardian aside. Just as Klein was about to leave, he suddenly felt himself enter a dream, and standing opposite him was Dunn Smith, who should have been unconscious. Although I've been trying to convince myself, even now I still can't quite believe it. How could Klein, who is friendly to colleagues and cares for his family, be a traitor? Dunn Smith, with brown hair and gray eyes, didn't immediately act but waited seriously for Klein's answer. Klein, however, felt his heart sink. He had already taken Saint Selena's ashes, and Ince Zangwill wouldn't stand idly by, he must be nearby. If he was trapped here for too long and Migos appeared, Tingen would surely be destroyed. So he had no time to think, no time to wonder, and no time to conceal the fact that he could remain conscious in a dream. He urgently and loudly explained, "Captain, quickly let me go. The mastermind behind this series of incidents in Tingen is the traitor Ince Zangwill and the top-sealed artifact 008 he stole. His goal is Saint Selena's ashes, to advance to a demigod using them. For this, he used Lanrius to make Migos pregnant with the true creator's offspring, and he hastened its maturity by using the resentment and suffering of Tingen. I must take Saint Selena's ashes away, only then can the destruction of Tingen be avoided." Dunn Smith looked at the anxious Klein in the dream, only pausing for a moment before saying, "Wake me up. Only a Beyander of the sleepless pathway can unleash the greatest power of Saint Selena's ashes." After Dunn Smith finished speaking, Klein returned to reality, still in the same posture as before, but he knew he had indeed been dreaming. Klein had originally intended to follow Avon's advice, using the teleportation stone he had given him to reach the designated battlefield and face everything alone with Mr. Azek, but the captain's words just now made him hesitate. After all, if Saint Selena's ashes could be used properly, they would be a significant combat force. So he instantly made a decision, taking the ashes to the office at the fastest speed, waking Dunn Smith with the antidote, and saying to him, "Leonard hasn't gone far. Captain, use your Dream Weaver ability to tell him to come back quickly. I'll leave the antidote for him to wake everyone up." As he spoke, Klein placed the antidote and a letter he had prepared in advance on the desk, and Dunn Smith, without further ado, closed his eyes to notify Leonard. Originally, Klein was going to fire 2 shots to attract Leonard back. He couldn't leave his defenseless teammates at the company, otherwise, it would be too irresponsible. Now, having Dunn Smith notify him to return was safer. After a few breaths, Dunn Smith opened his eyes and nodded to Klein. Klein knew the matter was settled. He immediately placed Saint Selena's ashes, which were in his right hand, into the captain's hand, then put the mutated Sunholy emblem into his pocket and pulled out a greenish-blue stone. Grabbing the captain's arm with one hand and tightly gripping the stone of teleportation with the other, he chanted in Hermes. Door. The greenish-blue stone of teleportation, with its surface full of burn marks and unevenness, emitted a light blue glow. Dunn Smith and Klein's figures then blurred, becoming almost invisible. They saw indescribable forms, and bright, clear lights of different colors containing endless knowledge. They entered the illusory spirit world, which was higher than reality. After entering the spirit world, Klein, relying on his intuition, pulled Dunn Smith in one direction. After a few breaths, they returned to reality, arriving at the outskirts of Tingen City. Dunn Smith looked at the coffin before him, then at Klein with a puzzled expression, and Klein explained. "This is the secret chamber of the castle in Lamud town. The skull of this coffin's owner was taken by Ince Zangwill. Baron Lamud from 1,000 years ago is still alive. He is my mentor, Mr. Azek. He is a high-sequence powerhouse. The one who was lying in the coffin just now was his son. He is willing to fight Ince Zangwill with us." Klein explained to the captain as quickly as possible, while anxiously looking around. According to Avon's previous plan, he was supposed to notify Mr. Azek to wait here yesterday, but now there was no one. Dunn Smith looked at the urn in his hand, listening to Klein's confession, and completely believed that Klein had ambushed the entire Nighthawks team to protect Tingen, so he added an explanation. "I had long noticed you're in Leonard's private investigation, and I had also noticed your and Leonard's unusual behavior early on. I just hadn't taken any action, and coupled with the many unusual events in Tingen recently, I wanted to see what you two were ultimately trying to do." Klein's face flushed. He realized he had underestimated his captain earlier. More had happened in Tingen in the past 2 months than in the previous 2 years, so it was impossible for the captain not to have suspicions. At the same time, Klein also had a question. Earlier, he was pulled into a dream by the captain and thought Avon's tranquilizer had no effect on the captain, so in order to convince the captain to let him go, he urgently blurted out everything. But later he found out that the captain still needed the antidote to wake up. He hadn't had time to think much just now, but now he wanted to ask. "Captain, how did you resist that tranquilizer earlier?" Dunn Smith, holding the urn with both hands, explained as he left the ancient castle basement with Klein. "I couldn't resist that tranquilizer. This is a deeper application of the Dream Weaver ability. When I noticed your actions and saw Frey and the others collapse, I immediately pulled myself into a dream. Although my physical body was drugged by the tranquilizer, my spiritual body was protected by the dream because I pulled myself into it. It wasn't drugged, and I could even watch you enter the Chinese gate. To be honest, if I hadn't discovered that you brought the old caretaker out, the moment you left the Chinese gate with the ashes, I would have attacked you. A few days ago, relying on my merits over the years, I successfully advanced to sequence 6 feet Soul Assurer. To be honest, the reason I was able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly was due to the chaos in Tingen a while ago. I think this might be why the churches don't publicly reveal the role-playing method." "Oh, and where is that high-sequence Beander you mentioned?" Klein Moretti felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had been thoughtful enough not to forget to bring the old caretaker out. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by the captain as a true traitor just now. "I don't know. Logically, Mr. Azek should be waiting for me here." Klein Moretti's heart was extremely tense right now. Since the plan began, while the overall direction was fine, there had been a continuous stream of minor issues. However, fortunately, things were turning for the better. Their side's combat power, now with a Soul Assurer who could unleash much of the power of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, seemed like a good thing no matter how he looked at it. "Tell me everything you know." Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti walked out of the secret room, looking cautiously at the tall castle as he spoke. Klein Moretti held the solar flare charms he had created through various means during this period. He explained his plan in the most concise language possible, only omitting Avon's involvement. This wasn't due to a lack of trust in Dunn Smith, but rather a precaution against Ince Zangwill lurking in the shadows. At the same time, he wasn't afraid of Ince Zangwill knowing the plan anymore, because now everyone's cards were on the table. On the outskirts of Tingen, a house with green grass and a red chimney. An ordinary quill of Alzuhad, without anyone holding it, was writing vigorously on a notebook on the desk. Klein Moretti received Ince Zangwill's signal of cooperation through the ticket matter but firmly refused the benefits offered because he saw through the schemes behind it. Ince Zangwill is very confused about what Klein Moretti will do because he cannot use the Quill of Alzuhad to probe his plans. The mysterious Azek has appeared in Lamud Town. This is almost an open declaration. They have chosen Lamud Town as the location to resolve the matter. How will Ince Zangwill respond? Ince Zangwill is writing with the Quill of Alzuhad. The child in Migos' womb is becoming more active, and Migos is becoming weaker. Her family decided to send her to the countryside for recuperation. Coincidentally, they have a relative in Lamud Town, so Migos will temporarily reside here. Migos recuperating in Lamud Town can temporarily interrupt the nourishment of the true creator's child from Tingen's grievances, slowing down its descent and making it easier for Ince Zangwill to control. An undying from the numinous episcopate in the southern continent was attracted here by a mysterious aggregation effect, preparing to hold a ritual to sacrifice to the artificial death in Lamud Town. Azek could not bear to see his former people killed and stepped forward to stop it, but he was stimulated into a trance by the undying Brendan's single word, "Your Majesty," and fled Lamud Town. This undying then pursued him. This unexpected event will become a flaw and a failure in Klein Moretti's plan. Klein Moretti seemed to suddenly know Ince Zangwill's identity and the conspiracy of the Quill of Alzuhad. He used an unknown sedative to knock out the entire Nighthawks team, then entered the Chinese gate and retrieved Saint Selena's ashes, which Ince Zangwill had long coveted, catching Ince Zangwill off guard. Ince Zangwill wanted to seize the opportunity of the Nighthawks team's unprecedented weakness to quickly break into the Blackthorn Security Company and snatch the ashes. But Klein Moretti's caution did not give him this chance. Dunsmith not being completely sedated was an unexpected event that caused Klein Moretti to delay his departure from the Blackthorn Security Company slightly. This slight delay gave Ince Zangwill the opportunity to quickly rush to Lamud town. 008 writes on Ince Zangwill's robe by itself. Klein Moretti used a teleportation stone, obtained from an unknown source, to arrive at Lamud town one step ahead of Ince Zangwill. After arriving in Lamud town, Migos felt agitated. She sensed the unrest of the child in her belly, so she avoided her relatives. Karen walked alone towards the direction of the abandoned ancient castle. Just as Klein Moretti was telling Dunsmith everything he knew, he suddenly noticed a lady walking towards them. This lady was not old, at most in her early 20s, wearing a loose dress, with a smooth forehead, long golden hair, emerald green eyes, and a melancholic and serene demeanor. She was originally a very attractive beauty, but now she was emaciated, skin and bones, having lost a lot of weight, and was carrying a large, round belly. Dunsmith was listening to Klein Moretti's narration when he suddenly realized Klein Moretti had stopped speaking. So he followed his gaze and also looked at Migos slowly approaching. She is. Dunsmith had never seen Migos before, so he didn't recognize her, but the surging spirituality after advancing to Soul Assurer still reminded him of the terrifying nature of the young woman walking towards them. She is Migos, who was deceived by Lanrius and became pregnant with the true creator's child. Klein Moretti's voice trembled abnormally, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. Although he knew he would definitely face the true creator's child and was mentally prepared. But when he truly faced it, he realized how small and powerless he, a mere Sequence 7 Beander, was when confronting a being with divinity, completely the trembling of a lower-level creature facing a higher-level creature. Only the solar flare charm he held in his hand could give him a bit of courage, preventing him from fleeing in disarray. It was precisely because of this courage that Klein Moretti entered a state of semi-meditation, discarding all useless emotions. And Dunsmith, beside him, also regained his usual calmness and resolve, thanks to the chilling sensation brought by the Saint Selena's ashes in his hand. Dunsmith and Klein Moretti exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, they walked together towards Migos. Leonard Mitchell returned to the Blackthorn Security Company and found the company silent. As if realizing something, he quickly rushed to the room where they held their Monday meetings and found his colleagues lying on the ground, and saw an envelope and an antidote on the desk. Leonard rushed to the desk and quickly tore open the letter, discovering it was written to him by Klein Moretti. In the letter, Klein Moretti admitted that he already knew the mastermind was the renegade Archbishop Ince Zangwill, and that the sealed artifact 008, stolen by him from the cathedral, was manipulating Tingen. Ince Zangwill's ultimate goal was Saint Selena's ashes behind the Chinese gate, and the evil god's child in Migos's belly could cause Tingen to run red with blood. In the letter, Klein Moretti admitted that he had used a sedative to wipe out the Nighthawks team, took Saint Selena's ashes, and intended to draw away Ince Zangwill and the evil god's child to save Tingen. Finally, he hoped Leonard would use the antidote he left to awaken everyone and work with them to deal with the inevitable sealed artifact riot behind the Chinese gate, which would occur due to the lack of Saint Selena's ashes to suppress it. In the end, Klein Moretti didn't forget to tease Leonard, saying that the old man behind him wasn't as powerful as him, but if he died, he would rely on Leonard to avenge him. Leonard's hands trembled as he read the letter Klein Moretti left. Then he fiercely crumpled the letter, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared in a low voice at the old man on his body. "You knew all this, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Although he didn't know what trump card Klein Moretti had, the thought of him facing the evil god's child and a top-tier sealed artifact alone amplified Leonard's unease to the extreme. "Old man, can you find Klein Moretti? Where did he go?" Leonard placed all his hopes on the old man, who seemed very powerful. "I sensed the aura of a Beyander item from the apprentice pathway. My perception range is limited by your body, so I cannot detect where they teleported." At this moment, Leonard noticed that the captain was not among the colleagues who had fainted in the office. He felt a slight sense of relief, but then his anxiety immediately resurfaced, because the enemies they faced were too powerful, and one more soul assurer wouldn't make a qualitative difference. Leonard had no choice but to use the antidote to wake everyone up. Just as everyone was asking Leonard what had happened, Leonard sensed a disturbance from the Chinese gate, so he immediately made a decisive move, revealing the fact that he had advanced to Dreamwalker, and quickly took command of the Nighthawks team. Then he ordered the clerical staff to leave the company and telegraph other Church Beyander teams for help, and finally led the other members to the Chinese gate to suppress the sealed artifact riot. Almost simultaneously, on the outskirts of Backland, a man with soft features, a beautiful face, and gentle yet cold eyes appeared in midair. He wore a simple and plain linen robe and had beautiful silver hair. Behind him, rays of light formed illusory, layered wings that expanded outwards, almost covering the sky and dazzling with brilliance. And at the same time, a middle-aged man with a square face, black hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, thick beard, and a serious expression appeared above Backland. He was the founder, protector, and first king of the Loan Kingdom, William Augustus I. Simultaneously, an archbishop appeared above the churches of the three great churches located throughout Backland. They all held sealed artifacts, looking at Ouroboros in the distance with serious expressions, their faces cold and fierce. Chapter 210. Angelic War, True Creator Resurrected. Facing the various factions of Backland, who were ready for battle, Ouroboros showed no expression. Only his silver eyes seemed to shimmer with a brilliant river, and at the same time, an illusory long river appeared, encircling the entire sky above Backland. Just as the illusory river flowed relentlessly and irresistibly, about to converge above Backland, the solemn founder, William Augustus I drew the sword from his waist, pointed it forcefully at Ouroboros, and solemnly declared, "This place prohibits the alteration of fate's trajectory." Augustus I was a sequence 1-foot hand of the order pathway. He could even be said to speak with divine authority. He represented the rules of the entire world. As soon as he spoke, the illusory long river surrounding Backland could no longer flow or complete its convergence. Ouroboros, as expected of a king of angels of the fate pathway, showed no surprise in the face of such a situation. Silver-white light burst forth from his eyes, and the illusory long river, which had been unable to converge due to Augustus I's interference, began to flow and advance again, as if the previous restriction had vanished. Augustus I, standing above Soderak Palace, turned pale, clearly suffering a backlash, but he was not angered. In fact, he had anticipated it. He raised his longsword again and shouted, "Violators shall be punished." As soon as his voice fell, the longsword flashed with light. With a swing, it struck Ouroboros with an unavoidable posture, causing blood to gush on the spot. At this moment, it seemed as if the rules of the entire world were lending their power to Augustus I, allowing him to heavily wound Ouroboros, a king of angels, with a single blow. Unfortunately, a gigantic silver-white serpent covered in various strange patterns suddenly emerged around Ouroboros's body. It bit its own tail, transforming into a mysterious and exaggerated giant wheel. The silver blood flying in the sky mysteriously vanished, and Ouroboros's injuries disappeared in an instant, as if Augustus I's full power strike just now had been an illusion. Fate restart. Just as the illusory river encircling Backland was about to converge, a giant silver-white serpent also flew out from somewhere in Backland. Its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols forming a mysterious rotating wheel. It connected head to tail and converged with countless illusory rivers. Many futures leading in various directions appeared around it, and in an instant. As the silver-white giant wheel vibrated, most of the appearing future scenes shattered, leaving only one destined future. And the illusory long river of fate surrounding Backland also shattered and disappeared at this moment, as if it had never appeared. The Life Council president personally stepped forward to shatter Ouroboros's fate setting. If the illusory long river of fate he created had completed its convergence above Backland, the Life Council president's fate would have been in Ouroboros's hands, with no chance of escape. Not only the Life Council president, but also the fates of everyone in Backland, including Augustus I, would have been controlled by Ouroboros without exception. But Ouroboros showed not the slightest surprise that the long river of fate disappeared without converging. If he could have taken down the Life Council president so easily, they wouldn't have been fighting for so many years. The previous exchange was just an appetizer, with only one goal, to force out the Life Council president's position. And clearly, Ouroboros's goal was achieved. Now was the time to reap the rewards. Just as he took a step, about to enter Backland, a huge thunderclap sounded. The booming thunder directly stunned Ouroboros on the spot, his eyes losing their luster, the silver-white serpent around him stopped rotating, and the countless angelic wings in the sky ceased flapping. However, Augustus I in Backland was not affected by the immense thunderclap, nor did he seize the opportunity to attack Ouroboros. Instead, he took out a rusty, blood-stained crown and placed it on his head, and a red color filled with the smell of gunpowder and rust rapidly spread. At this moment, Avon, who had been oblivious to the battle in the sky, suddenly looked up towards Empress Burrow. He felt a craving from the City of Calamity. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful craving and appetite from the City of Calamity. He had only felt a similar appetite from the gray fog before, but last time he was the food being coveted, this time he was the one coveting food. At the same time, a large number of Beyonders from the three great churches appeared in the docklands. This was because they had received reports of many monsters appearing there. After analysis, they judged that many Aurora Order members were present, and they had received a death order from the higher-ups to completely eradicate them. Lanrius glanced at the unconscious monitors around him, sneered contemptuously, and then left the room without any obstruction. Standing in the corridor outside the door, watching Mr. A in the distance, who was leading the Aurora Order members in a difficult resistance against the three great churches, he cursed him as an idiot, then turned into a pool of flesh and quickly moved by utilizing the shadows cast by the sun on the house. As the true Creator's divinity transformed him, he drew closer and closer to the true Creator, gradually beginning to use the abilities of the secret supplicant pathway. As time passed, he slowly accepted the true Creator's transformation of him, even beginning to believe that he was the true Creator himself, only that he wanted to be the dominant one. Since you all say I am the true Creator, then I am the true Creator, but it's hard to say who is the clone. Lanrius had previously asked Mr. A to collect the Beander characteristic materials for advancing to Prometheus, in order to mislead him, making him think that he was still unwilling to be assimilated by the true Creator and wanted to escape through this, thereby relaxing his control over the secret supplicant sequence Beyonders around him using his divinity. Lanrius had once thought of using a borrowed hen to lay eggs, controlling the Aurora Order as the true Creator to grow stronger, but at the same time, he also sensed Adam's push. Controlling his own destiny was Lanrius's creed. He didn't trust anyone, let alone put his fate in Adam's hands, so he had to escape. Since accepting his identity as the true Creator, and being able to use the shepherd's herding ability to herd the cryptologist Beander characteristic that he originally possessed, Lanrius could be said to have completed the transition from a marauder pathway Beander to a secret supplicant pathway Beander. Therefore, he was very proficient in using the abilities of the secret supplicant pathway, and it wasn't long before he used the shadows of the houses to move away from the docklands. Looking at Ouroboros, who was stunned on the spot in the sky, Lanrius felt his clone's impatience and urge to personally intervene. He couldn't help but thank the Life Council president for luring Ouroboros here, which gave him the opportunity to sever his connection with the clone, and the best opportunity to break free from the clone's control. When I reclaim what is rightfully mine, and if you are still alive, I will make you my Ouroboros, Lanrius mused, envisioning the future. But just as he was full of ambition, wanting to use this angelic war as an opportunity to sneak into Backland City, he suddenly noticed a strange carriage stopped in the distance. The reason it was strange was that the carriage body was actually a large pumpkin. Lanrius's heart was filled with vigilance, and he prepared to merge into the nearby shadows to escape. The fact that he hadn't detected them at all, despite possessing divinity, led him to guess that the other party was at least of angelic rank. Although he believed himself to be the true creator's main body, it didn't prevent him from understanding that his strength was at most equivalent to Sequence 4, completely unable to contend with an angel. And the shadows he had just commanded like subordinates did not accept him this time. From the pumpkin carriage emerged a woman with a masked face, wearing a yellow cake dress and an old-fashioned soft hat, with an exceptionally tall figure. The woman opposite him was clearly a beauty, but in Lanrius's eyes, she was as terrifying as death from the underworld. Just as Lanrius was about to say something, he found his body moving towards death. Bernadette gave him no chance to speak. The surrounding trees and flowers turned grayish-white and crumbled into dust with the blowing wind. Bernadette, wearing pale death, saw clearly that Lanrius was completely insane. What was there to listen to from a lunatic, let alone a lunatic associated with the most infamous evil god, the true creator? Sequence 2 of the secret supplicant pathway is profane presbyter, skilled at intercepting an opponent's words, amplifying ambiguity, and thereby restricting the opponent. Although it seemed that the true creator's attention was not here, Bernadette dared not gamble at all. But Lanrius did not want to sit still and wait for death. He directly tore off his clothes, revealing an inverted cross figure made of flesh and sinews on his chest, and frantically shouted, "I am the great creator. How could mere death possibly defeat me?" The aura of a deity vibrated all around, and the fallen authority descended upon Backland. This aura attracted the attention of all relevant parties in Backland. Even Ouroboros, who had been stunned on the spot by the storm god, woke up. His wings flashed in the sky, resisting the red light emanating from the crown on Augustus I's head. Mystera in the distance felt this familiar aura, thought of something, shouted, "No," and then rushed over recklessly. Bernadette, however, seemed unaffected and paid no attention to the gazes cast from all sides. She simply infused spirituality into the pale death on her face, forming an extremely complex three-dimensional rune in front of her. This symbol representing death made all the angels who saw it feel as if they had taken a big step towards death, and they instinctively shifted their gaze. Bernadette pointed with her hand, and the symbol, resisting the aura emanating from Lanrius, directly adhered to his chest. After a few breaths of struggle, Lanrius no longer had a trace of life in him. His entire body turned grayish-white, like an ancient sculpture, and a gust of wind blew, dissipating him into the air. Lanrius died completely, and even the true creator's remnants on his body completely died, causing no impact whatsoever. After doing all of this, dreamlike bubbles appeared around Bernadette, and she then vanished from everyone's sight. Neither the King of Angels Ouroboros nor Augustus I, who stood in the heart of Backland, reacted to Bernadette's departure. Only Mr. A, who was frantically rushing over, tried to reach out and stop the sinner, who had killed Lord, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch as the shimmering, colorful bubbles burst, then painfully knelt on the ground, continuously repenting. Bernadette didn't specifically target Mr. A, her time was also very tight. She needed to quickly prepare the potion to complete her advancement. Ouroboros's forceful entry into Backland not only gave her the opportunity to deal with Lanrius but also provided her with the greatest chance to avoid interference from the hidden sage during her advancement. The Mystery Prior Pathways Angel Advancement Ritual is considered one of the less difficult among all pathway advancement rituals, Yet very few people have successfully advanced in the past 1,000 years, mainly due to the hidden sage's interference. Now, Backland, under the attention of many deities like the storm god and the true creator, has, to some extent, become the most dangerous, and arguably the safest, place in this world. A fragile balance has formed between them. Should a third-party force, whose allegiance is unknown, intervene, it is highly likely to provoke a joint retaliatory strike from the storm god and the true creator. Although Bernadette was prepared for interference from the hidden sage during her advancement, she wasn't 100% confident, so now was the best time for her to advance. Moreover, relying on her clairvoyant abilities for sensitivity to the future and events, Bernadette always felt that Ouroboros's forceful entry into Backland and the resulting angel war had a more complex underlying reason. He and the true creator did not seem determined to force their way into Backland, instead, they appeared to have other objectives. If this conjecture was correct, then this angel war in Backland would soon end, which was why Bernadette was so eager and anxious to leave. Dunsmith and Klein walked towards Migos, who was holding her waist and strolling along the tree-lined path, preparing to get closer to see if they could make a final effort with Migos, who appeared to have no abnormalities. However, as soon as Migos saw them, her extremely haggard face instantly became very hideous. She pointed menacingly at Dunsmith and Klein and shrieked sharply, "You want to kill my child! You want to kill my child!" The sharp, piercing sound echoed, and Klein's head felt as if it had been struck by countless hammers. His nose felt a tingling numbness, as if liquid was flowing out. For a moment, his thoughts were cut off, and he forgot what he was supposed to do, standing blankly in place. Amidst this terrifying shriek, Dunsmith's deep gray eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his face bulged like earthworms. Yellowish fluid also seeped from the inner side of his ears. But he did not become dizzy because of this. His hand movements only paused for a moment before he, relying on his strong willpower, opened the lid of Saint Selena's ash box. Inside the ash box was an extreme depth of darkness, and within the darkness were tiny grains of sand shimmering with specks of light, presenting a dreamlike beauty, as if a piece of the cosmos had been contained within the box. As the lid of the ash box opened, the surroundings suddenly became dark. Cold, slimy threads drifted in the darkness, surging towards Migos, attempting to entangle and envelop her, putting her into an endless slumber. Migos, entangled by countless invisible threads, felt her flesh tear, and a bright infant's cry echoed from within her body. That cry not only scared away all the restraints wrapped around Migos but also gradually forced back the darkness emanating from the ash box. Dunsmith, holding the ash box, was even flung into the air, finally colliding with a large tree. He immediately spat blood, which splattered onto the ash box in his hand. "You all must die." The cry of the child in her belly was a great stimulus to Migos, causing her to completely lose her sanity. Lumps of flesh, mixed with blood vessels and tendons, protruded from each of her shoulders, round like a child's head. Just as Migos's body mutated and she was about to rush towards Dunsmith, Klein, who had regained consciousness at some unknown point and had lurked to her side, spoke in a low voice, uttering an ancient Hermes word. Light. After reciting the activation incantation, Klein felt the golden yellow thin sheet in his hand, covered with mysterious patterns, instantly become scorching hot, emitting a dazzling light. After infusing his spirituality, Klein threw this sun flame charm at the charging Migos. The dazzling light filled the entire battlefield. The darkness extending from the ash box seemed to encounter its natural enemy and instantly retreated into the box. The fireball formed by the expanding golden yellow charm resonated with the sun in the sky, converging above Migos's head. Then, it flowed down like water, pouring onto her head, causing Migos to let out a piercing shriek. The fireball formed by the sun flame charm had a terrifying temperature, causing the surrounding trees to spontaneously combust. Klein took the opportunity to use flame jump to move to the edge of the battlefield, avoiding being affected. Dunsmith also remained very calm, not getting up, but directly rolling over behind a large rock by the roadside. The light of the sun flame charm was too dazzling. Klein finally managed to open his eyes, finding that an area of several tens of meters had been affected by the charm, with flames soaring and much ash dancing in the scorching air. Migos, however, was gone, as if she had been dealt with by a single charm. Is that it? Not to mention the child in Migos's belly, she herself didn't seem easy to deal with just now. Just as Klein was lost in thought, his danger intuition, which had greatly improved after his advancement to magician, strongly warned him. At the same time, Captain Dunsmith's anxious voice came through. Watch out behind you. A demonic, sharp, yet beautiful bone knife extended from the surrounding shadows, striking at Klein, who was lying prone on the ground, making it difficult for Klein to dodge and instantly putting his life in peril. In Dunsmith's wide eyes, the demonic knife did not cut Klein but merely sliced a paper figure in half. Paper figurine substitute. After using the paper figurine substitute, Klein once again used the surrounding burning trees to distance himself from the deadly demonic knife. At the end of the white bone knife, a figure quickly materialized. It was Migos. Her hair and dress were burned away, her face and body were completely charred, her nose was melted, her eyeballs were gone, and only a ball of white flame burned in her eye sockets. The protruding, round head on her shoulder had disappeared, but her abdomen now showed a curled-up black child connected to her by an umbilical cord. Migos emerged, glaring at Klein, who had caused her immense harm. She opened her mouth, which was split to her ears, and cursed him with blasphemous words, cursing the person who wanted to harm her child. Death. At the same time, Migos's child let out a cry, aiding its mother's blasphemous curse. The moment Klein saw Migos and the child in her womb, his internal alarm bells rang loudly. He instinctively closed his eyes but still managed to pull out another golden-yellow thin sheet, shouting in ancient Hermes. Purify. The golden thin sheet burned again, but it wasn't as violent as the sun flame charm released earlier. It emitted circles of warm light, purifying all corruption, filth, erosion, and evil in the surroundings. This was a charm Klein had created using another advanced method of creating a sun domain, which he obtained after repeatedly pondering and divining from the mutated sun badge. Most of the blasphemous power was cancelled out by the charm's power, but a portion still affected Klein himself, making him feel the flesh on his body begin to rot and necrotize. He repeatedly used paper figurine substitutes, but to little avail. Dunsmith, however, seized this opportunity to reopen the ash box, which was stained with his blood. The countless cold, slimy, tentacle-like threads became exceptionally violent, firmly wrapping around Migos and the child in her womb, whose eyes were still closed. Opportunity. Seeing this, Klein was overjoyed. He no longer cared about his deteriorating body, pulled out another charm, deliberated for a moment, and then chanted again in ancient Hermes. Light. He then infused his spirituality and threw it with all his might. The golden thin sheet once again formed a huge fireball, resonating with the sunlight cast down by the sun in the sky. Both transformed into an almost solid pillar of light, shining down on Migos's head. This time, he not only threw out the charm but also the mutated sun badge he had brought with him. The sun flame charm combined with the golden blood formed by the melting, mutated sun badge created a huge fireball that exploded violently. Seeing its mother about to suffer a calamity, the child, who had kept its eyes tightly shut, opened them. Its flesh creaked, and the child and mother, connected by blood, jointly resisted the fatal threat. The fireball exploded, and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Both Dunsmith and Klein were thrown by the violent impact, landing in the grass tens of meters away. Klein had closed his eyes when the charm exploded again, but the last image he saw was etched in his mind. Migos and the child in her womb were connected by blood and became one. Under the charm's power, they were severely wounded, much of their flesh burned away, but they ultimately resisted the charm's immense power. At the same time, their remaining flesh crept and grew anew, transforming into a pale, young, handsome man, naked. His eyes held compassion, but his aura was very weak. He looked in Klein's direction, revealing a meaningful smile, said, "Long time no see," and then turned and disappeared. Chapter 211, Tingen Affairs concluded. Klein Moretti was severely wounded, and his body was polluted by Migos' blasphemy, but Klein didn't care in the slightest, nor did he relax his vigilance, because he knew that the true mastermind had not yet appeared. But his mind kept replaying the last scene he witnessed. Why did the handsome man, formed by a mixture of Migos and a true creator offspring, say, "Long time no see," to him? When had he ever seen him? What did that meaningful smile truly represent? However, Klein ultimately suppressed these questions for the time being, then struggled to get up and crawled towards the direction where he remembered his captain flying out, towards where Saint Selena's urn had fallen. He hadn't crawled far when Klein felt he could no longer exert any strength. The flesh and blood on his body seemed not to belong to him, and he could only lie weakly on the grass, awaiting the arrival of death. Is this how I'm going to die? I'm so unwilling. I wonder how Blackthorn Security Company is doing, and if Leonard and the others have resolved the riot of the sealed artifacts behind the Chinese gate. Will Benson and Melissa be sad when they hear of my death? Mr. Azek also seems to have encountered some unexpected situation, as he hasn't appeared at all. It seems you really are going to die, and not setting a trap for me. Just as Klein was lost in thought, a grim voice sounded, and at the same time, a sharp pain struck his chest. He realized he had been impaled through the chest and heart by a cane. But it was at this moment that Klein, following the cane, saw the person who was trying to kill him. This was a middle-aged man with dark golden short hair, dressed in a black suit. His facial features were sculpted, without wrinkles, but he had lost one eye and his left leg. He viciously stabbed Klein's chest with his cane, his eyes revealing a look of hatred. Clearly, he loathed Klein, who possessed secrets, repeatedly deviated from his script, and repeatedly disrupted his plans. At this moment, Klein seemed to experience a brief resurgence of vitality. He clearly saw in Zhangwill's face, and the psychological suggestion he had set automatically lifted. He instinctively grabbed the cane in his chest and, using all his strength, shouted. Light! The blood-soaked clothes on Klein's chest suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. Zhangwill was greatly alarmed and retreated frantically, opening a bronze gate to the underworld in front of him. Perhaps it was because Klein had used too many high-level charms, leading to a depletion of his spirituality, or perhaps it was the erosion from Migos' blasphemy. In any case, the spirituality Klein infused into the sunlight charm was clearly insufficient, and its power was noticeably weaker than what it had shown when fighting Migos earlier. But fortunately, Klein's last bit of spirituality guided the charm's target onto Zhangwill, so although a large hole was burned through Klein's chest, most of the charm's power was still unleashed upon Zhangwill. The scorching fireball crashed into the not yet fully formed and opened underworld gate, destroying it instantly. At the same time, it still had enough residual power to strike Zhangwill, instantly vaporizing the specters he had summoned to protect him. Although it was a weakened version of the sunlight fireball, it was not something that Zhangwill, a Sequence 5 gatekeeper, could withstand. So he was directly thrown dozens of meters, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, and large areas of his body were scorched. At this moment, Zhangwill's first reaction was not to check his injuries, but to look around, searching for something. Without much effort, Zhangwill found a quill pen writing on the ground. Zhangwill still underestimated Klein Moretti's precautions against him. He specifically placed a high-sequence charm, of unknown origin, in a hidden pocket of his clothes, awaiting this moment. Zhangwill didn't wait for 008 to finish writing. He directly grabbed it with his hand, forcefully holding it, and continued writing on the ground. Although Klein Moretti injured Zhangwill, he paid the price of his life for it. A high-sequence charm is not so easily controlled. Zhangwill will successfully take Saint Selena's ashes. After writing these contents, Zhangwill disregarded his injuries, forced himself to stand up, and found himself having landed right near Saint Selena's urn. So, leaning on his cane, he picked up Saint Selena's ashes, then hesitated for a moment and wrote on his clothes. Ince Zangwill will use the remaining Death Beander characteristic to set up a ritual, consume Saint Selena's ashes, and successfully advance from a Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death Pathway to a Sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Black Knight Pathway, thereby gaining divinity and becoming a demigod powerhouse. The sun still shines upon the land, and almost everyone in Tingen City did not realize they had fortunately escaped a great catastrophe. The monster Aeternizer will be very perplexed by this. After writing these contents, Ince Zangwill hesitated again, then wrote again. The story of Tingen City ends here. Everything will go smoothly. Then, leaning on his cane, he limped away from Lamud Town. Too many unexpected events had occurred in the Tingen script, and he had paid too high a price. He didn't want to stay in Tingen for another moment. A few minutes later, Dunn Smith, who had landed on the distant grass, woke up. His face was pale, and he stood up coughing. Saint Selena's ashes had absorbed too much of his blood, leaving him extremely weak now. But he disregarded the pain and fatigue in his body. Leaning on a large tree nearby that had been snapped in half by the shockwave of the battle, he urgently searched for Klein's whereabouts and Saint Selena's ashes, relying on his memories from before losing consciousness. At the same time, his body was tense, guarding against the possible appearance of Ince Zangwill. Soon, Dunn Smith spotted Klein in the distance, then, disregarding everything, he stumbled and crawled to Klein's side. Holding Klein's body, and seeing the large, clearly scorched and penetrated hole in his chest, Dunn Smith's lips trembled. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to endure, but ultimately could not stop the tears from flowing from his eyes. Just then, two figures appeared before them, one in front, one behind. The person in front had bronze skin, gentle features, and a mole by his ear. The person behind had the distinct appearance of a southern continent native, looking surprisingly young, and was following the person in front with an expression of reverence. Following closely, always one step behind. Dunn Smith saw the two suddenly appearing figures and instinctively wanted to pull them into a dream. After all, their sudden appearance already indicated their Beander status, and their appearance at this moment made it difficult to guarantee they were friends. But he immediately recognized the appearance of the leading figure and the distinct mole by his ear, stopping his actions, and asked in a hoarse voice. "You must be Mr. Azek, whom Klein mentioned." Azek looked at Klein, held in Dunn Smith's arms, and at the penetrating hole in his chest. His expression was grim as he nodded, and before Dunn Smith could ask again, he suddenly began speaking in an incomprehensible language. One after another, awkward, obscure, harsh, and completely incomprehensible words came from Azek's mouth, and a cold wind immediately swept through the surroundings. Even though Dunn Smith had already become a Sequence 6 Soul Assurer, he still felt the surroundings filled with spirits. He felt an unusual dark aura and couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, a passage from a secret text he had read surfaced in his mind, describing the abilities of Beyonders of the Corpse Collector Pathway, language of the dead. This is a language completely incomprehensible to living beings, generally used by Beyonders of the Corpse Collector Pathway to bypass the physical body and directly communicate with, command, and enslave spirits. It's just that he didn't know what this ability manifested as in high sequence powerhouses. Could it be? Dunn Smith looked expectantly at Mr. Azek, who was leading the person behind him in chanting the language of the dead. After a long while, Mr. Azek sighed and said to Dunn Smith, "I didn't find his spirit. It seems his spirit dissipated in the intense battle. I'm very sorry I arrived late." Dunn Smith was somewhat disappointed, but he was, after all, the Nighthawks team captain who had witnessed many deaths. After this period of adjustment, he had already composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Azek. "I only received a letter telling me to wait here for the mastermind. I don't know the specific situation. Can you tell me?" Mr. Azek felt deeply remorseful for his broken promise, and at the same time, his hatred for the mastermind who had taken his child's skull and killed his student intensified. Since Dunn Smith was here and had joined the fight against the mastermind, it indicated that he was someone Klein trusted and should know the entire truth. Dunn Smith hesitated for a moment. This incident could even be considered an internal affair of their night church. Whether it was he and Klein, or their opponents in Zangwill in 008, they all originated from the night church. As the Nighthawks team captain, he instinctively didn't want others to know about this matter, but he looked at Klein in his arms, thought of 008, thought of the lost Saint Selena's ashes, and thought of Ince Zangwill, who might have become a high-sequence demigod by their next encounter. He then unhesitatingly told everything, every detail, to the person before him. Azek listened to Dunsmith's narration with a grim expression, finally nodding and saying, "I know who the enemy is now, and I understand why Quinn would come to Lamud Town at this time. Thank you for not hiding anything. I will definitely avenge Klein. I'll help you take Klein back to Tingen City." Dunsmith shook his head, refusing Azek's help, then explained under his puzzled gaze. "The church cannot know of your existence, otherwise it might affect Klein's hero status. Moreover, your involvement in the 008 matter might lead the Holy See to include you on their hit list, which would be detrimental to your pursuit of Ince Zangwill. I can explain Klein Moretti's understanding of 008 and the issue with the high-level charms he obtained, so you don't need to worry." Azek glanced at Dunsmith, whose face only showed tear stains, and praised him for his thorough consideration at that moment. Regardless of whether Klein Moretti saved Tingen, as a member of an official organization, having private contact with an unofficial demigod would always carry the suspicion of deceiving the organization, especially since this demigod was from the Night Church's highly sensitive corpse collector pathway. Even if Klein Moretti ultimately became a martyr, this lingering doubt would always be picked apart by others, such as reality. It was clear that Dunsmith had also considered this situation. He would not allow Klein Moretti's posthumous reputation to be questioned by idle people, so he refused Azek's help. Azek understood Dunsmith's thoughts, took a deep look at Klein Moretti's body, and prepared to turn and leave. But just as he was about to enter the spirit world, he suddenly heard Dunsmith's words again. "I will apply to join the Red Gloves later. You can always ask me for help in tracking down Ince Zangwill." Mr. Azek nodded, then, leading the person behind him, stepped out and left Lamud Town. Dunsmith rested for a while, recovering some strength. He slowly and with difficulty stood up, carried Klein Moretti's body on his back, and walked with heavy steps towards the nearby town. He hadn't walked for long when he discovered the armed town residents, led by the village's clergy, arriving to investigate. Dunsmith identified himself to the clergy, and with their help, found a carriage and headed towards Tingen City. Leonard and his teammates spent a great deal of effort suppressing the sealed artifact riot behind the Chinese gate. Afterward, he told everyone that it was Klein Moretti who had drugged them, and it was he who had left the antidote, allowing Leonard to wake everyone up. However, he couldn't explain why Klein Moretti did this. He vaguely guessed that Klein Moretti wanted to obtain Saint Selena's ashes to deal with the hidden dangers behind Tingen, but he had no convincing evidence, as he only had a partial understanding of these matters. Some speculated that Klein Moretti was an undercover agent sent by a secret organization to infiltrate the Nighthawks team. Some speculated that Klein Moretti had abducted the captain. Some wanted to report to the Silent Church, but Leonard firmly rejected it because he didn't know if doing so would bring unpredictable consequences. After all, he was also deeply impressed by the ability of the mastermind to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. He didn't know if his current actions and thoughts were the result of manipulation. And his firm rejection of reporting to the church also made most people feel confused, even questioning him. After all, he had been closest to Klein Moretti in normal times. For a time, a very cohesive and combat-effective Nighthawks team showed signs of falling apart. This made Leonard feel extremely annoyed. He excused himself to another room, constantly roaring in a low voice, asking the old man to tell him the truth, but he never received an accurate answer. Just then, Cohen Lee, who was guarding the door, ran in to say that Captain Dunsmith had returned, bringing Klein Moretti's body with him. The enemy was Ince Zangwill, a renegade archbishop from the church. His target was Saint Selena's ashes. Klein Moretti detected everything and, to protect Tingen, decided to face him alone. Saint Selena's ashes were ultimately taken, but Klein Moretti's actions protected Tingen from destruction. He is our hero. Because it involves a grade 0 sealed artifact, I cannot say more. I will make a detailed report to the church. After properly placing Klein Moretti's body, Dunn Smith, with a heavy heart, gave a brief explanation to his teammates. No one had expected such complexities behind the scenes, and at the same time, they understood Klein Moretti's courage and painstaking efforts. After assigning different tasks to everyone, Dunn Smith, with a heavy heart, spoke to Leonard, who was clenching his fist so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, causing blood to drip without him noticing. Let's go to Klein Moretti's home together and inform his family about this. Leonard was silent, then said to his captain with a determined expression. After the funeral, I want to apply to join the Red Gloves. Dunn Smith looked deeply at Leonard, took a deep breath, and said, we'll apply together, and we'll get revenge together. Then he suddenly strode out of the room. Leonard was stunned for a moment, then resolutely followed him out. Backland, after Lanrius was killed, Ouroboros did not continue to entangle. He merely glanced at a certain place in the city, then broke free from Augustus I's entanglement, escaped the erosion of the crown on his head, and disappeared into thin air. Only Augustus was left in the air, and the three great churches' demigods, with expressions of intense displeasure, frowned deeply, feeling a sense of absurdity. Is this it? Ouroboros made such a grand display, even provoking the storm god to almost intervene. And it just ended so anticlimactically. Although they had already felt something was amiss when they discovered that Ouroboros didn't react as expected to Lanrius's death earlier. They still felt it was absurd and deeply displeasing when Ouroboros left so easily. They felt they had been played, and that their efforts in communication and defense during this period were like a clown prancing around. After a long while, confirming that Ouroboros had no intention of making a surprise return, Augustus I removed the crown from his head. Although he was a Sequence 1 King of Angels, the sealed artifact status was no lower than his. Even though he temporarily suppressed the side effects of this sealed artifact with the power of rules, wearing it for too long still carried unforeseen risks. After Augustus I left, the archbishops of the three great churches also re-sealed all the sealed artifacts they had brought out, then had all the files concerning Lanrius brought to them. Unlike Augustus I, who was no longer concerned with worldly affairs, they all recognized the vessel of the true Creator's descent that Bernadette had killed. The unparalleled swindler, Lanrius, who had previously shocked the entire Loan kingdom. This also explained why, after the Defense Department corruption case, Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three great churches used various methods but could not ascertain his whereabouts. With the true Creator's divinity present, it would be strange if they could find him. This also explains why the events in Tingen were so tragic. It was all for the purpose of cultivating a vessel for the true Creator's descent. However, there's one unclear point. Why did Ouroboros ignore the meticulously cultivated vessel for divine descent and show no intention of protecting him? Also, what was the purpose of Ouroboros creating such a grand scene today? More importantly, after the storm god made a move, the true Creator did not intervene, nor did he protect his own vessel for divine descent. After all, the one targeting Lanrius at the time was a Sequence 3 saint holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. If the true Creator had been determined to protect his vessel for divine descent, Bernadette would not have been able to eliminate Lanrius so easily. Yet, from beginning to end, the true Creator showed no reaction, allowing Bernadette to kill Lanrius. Whether it was Ouroboros forcibly entering Backland or the existence of Lanrius, both were a smokescreen. They were concealing their true intentions. This was the shared thought of the main figures of the three great churches in Backland. To uncover the truth behind it, tracing back Lanrius's experiences was the simplest method. Involving the true Creator and the King of Angels, the three great churches all sent telegrams to Tingen, inquiring about Lanrius and the anomalies in Tingen. The Storm Church and the Steam and Machinery Church both received the reply, Tingen is fine, while only Archbishop Anthony of St. Samuel's Church received Tingen's report. Ince Zangwill and 008 appeared in Tingen, Saint Selena's ashes were lost, and one Nighthawks member sacrificed. 008, 008. Although Archbishop Anthony was a high-ranking member among the 22 members of the Night Church's Divine Council, he did not know the specific details of 008. He only knew a little more than ordinary Nighthawks, which was that 008 came from the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 1 author of the Spectator pathway. The Tingen matter was a bit far from Archbishop Anthony, but the current matter was what he was concerned about. The Spectator pathway and the Secret Supplicant pathway occupied by the True Creator are adjacent pathways. Is there a connection between the Tingen matter and the actions of Ouroboros, the Ouroboros, today? Archbishop Anthony leaned back in his large chair, his face covered by dense darkness, lost in deep thought. Avon noticed that the deeply alluring aura had disappeared, and with great effort, he calmed his longing. It must have been a great battle between Ouroboros and the Augustus family's angel. The Augustus family must have used that exceptionally powerful Hunter pathway sealed artifact mentioned by Theosophy Order. I wonder what the outcome was. Ouroboros shouldn't have gained any advantage. A Sequence 1 Snake of Fate from the same pathway, a Sequence 1 Arbiter pathway angel who is very skilled at restricting opponents, plus a sealed artifact formed from the Conqueror characteristic of the Hunter pathway, which is very good at combat. Unless Ouroboros possesses the uniqueness of the Fate pathway, the Probability Scepter, there's no way he could have forced his way into Backland. Just as Avon was speculating about the strength of the two sides in this battle and its possible outcome, the carriage carrying him stopped. He pulled back the curtain of the carriage and found that it had pulled up at the Ahova Earl's court in Empress Borough. Yesterday, Earl Ahova returned to the city despite his illness. Avon was visiting him today. Chapter 212, Robert's Predicament, Avon's Reminder. Earl Ahova is now like a candle in the wind. Ever since his two sons died unexpectedly and he lost his heirs, his health has been very poor. To outsiders, it's already incredible that he's lasted this long. The reason he returned to Backland under such circumstances was that he felt his days were numbered and wished to die in his old manner. After seeing Earl Ahova, who was still in a coma, Avon followed Robert back to his study. Old Earl woke up for a while just now, met the special envoy sent by His Majesty, and then fainted again. Now, the entire Loan Kingdom nobility knows about Earl Ahova's return to Backland, and they also know the news that he is about to pass away. They have all sent people with gifts. On one hand, it was to visit the old Earl who was about to pass away. After all, the reform forces he represented helped Loan Kingdom seize the last dividend period of the Industrial Revolution decades ago, opened up vast colonies in the southern continent, and facilitated the transfer of the Balam Empire's crown to Loan Kingdom. He had the merit of expanding the country's territory and earned the respect of all social strata. On the other hand, it was to inquire about the political plans of the youngest influential figure in Loan Kingdom's political arena. After the old Earl's passing, Robert would fully control Earl Ahova's resources. Coupled with the influence he had already cultivated, he would truly become a major figure who would profoundly influence the entire Loan Kingdom's major policies, with every action having far-reaching effects. So, ever since the old Earl returned to Backland yesterday, visitors have been coming in an endless stream, almost wearing out the doorstep. After Robert received some of the important figures he had to meet, he directly left the others for the butler to handle. Your reforms during this period have deeply touched and harmed the interests of the royal family and His Majesty. I have already heard discussions about whether you were loyal to the royal family. Clearly, many people are dissatisfied with your reform measures. I wonder if His Majesty's attitude towards your succession to the title has changed. Avon asked, feigning ignorance. Robert's reforms were what His Majesty George III desired. Although on the surface he would be very displeased with Robert's reform measures, he had actually been secretly supporting them. George III might even be worried that Robert would retreat midway due to too much opposition. One of the core tasks Prince Grove gave to Avon was to strengthen Robert's determination to reform and not to retreat easily. Therefore, It was impossible for George III to change his tune and prevent Robert from smoothly inheriting the title. Indeed, Robert smiled calmly. He thought Avon was genuinely worried, so he comforted him. The old Earl went to great lengths to ensure my smooth succession to the title. He and the royal family signed a relevant mystical contract regarding this matter. If the royal family wanted to tear up the agreement, they would have to pay a very high price. Moreover, I have already converted to the Storm Church and am considered one of the spokespersons recognized by the Storm Church. Even if they were willing to pay the corresponding price to prevent me from inheriting the title, they would have to consider the Storm Church's attitude. What's more, I am not a soft persimmon to be manipulated, no one can touch me as they please. At this point, Robert looked proud, a clear sign of his self-confidence. His confidence not only came from the power he had painstakingly built but also from his own strength. As long as a demigod was not a traitor or had fundamental stance issues, he was almost invincible in political struggles. Even Duke Nigan and Earl Hall were not as stable as him in this regard. In the original work of Lord of the Mysteries, Klein, in order to play the role of a faceless, once acted as a stand-in for a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, and then was warned by the Twilight Hermit order not to hinder the tide of the times. This demigod was later transferred from the powerful position of commander of the Mid-Sunya Navy, but within a few months, he returned to the center stage as the Minister of the Defense Department. Therefore, from any perspective, preventing Robert from smoothly inheriting the title would be an act of tearing off the mask and flipping the table. No one could bear the consequences of flipping the table. Skipping the topic of inheriting the title, Robert looked at Avon and asked, "Did you feel anything unusual today?" Avon knew this was Robert testing him again, but he also wanted to get the latest news from Robert's mouth. So he said with some hesitation, "Just now, I felt an anomaly from a Beander characteristic, a pull from the direction of the royal palace, but this feeling quickly disappeared. I don't know what happened." "Robert, do you know what happened?" Even though the angel battles seemed fierce, the common people and even the nobility were completely unaware of it. The most they would know tomorrow would be that cultists of the true creator held an evil ritual in the Docklands, and the great swindler Lanrius was shot dead on the spot for resisting arrest. Their existence was built on the fragile balance between gods and angels, perfectly illustrating, destroy you, it has nothing to do with you. The angel of fate next to the true creator, an evil god, forcefully entered Backland. The royal family's angel intervened to stop him, even bringing out a sealed artifact of the hunter pathway at the angel level. The archbishops of the three great churches were also on high alert, but it ultimately didn't reach the stage where they needed to act. The attraction you felt from your Beander characteristic towards the royal palace should be the Beander characteristic convergence effect brought by that sealed artifact of the hunter pathway. Robert glanced at Avon, took a sip of his coffee, and calmed his emotions, but still spoke with difficulty, suppressing his excitement. Today, with the help of the sealed artifact in his hand, he witnessed the entire battle above Backland, which greatly shocked him. Both the appearance of the founder and the methods of the two snakes of fate opened his eyes, and he gained a deeper understanding of why the Augustus family had stood firm on the North Continent for over 1,000 years. As long as the Augustus family had an angel, they could not fall. At the same time, he also solidified his previous speculation, promoting reforms through the Loan Kingdom as the national entity and performing rituals to advance would simultaneously make his established rules a pillar of strength for the Augustus family's angels. The more he advanced, the more he would be controlled by others. Because what you have is theirs, and your relevant authority is not as good as theirs. When the Ouroboros, forcefully pushed for the River of Fate to converge, and Augustus I punished him. Robert could clearly feel his rules uncontrollably lending power to Augustus I. The rules established by successive demigods of the Arbiter pathway during their advancement became part of the Augustus family's rule edifice, entirely beyond their control. This was unacceptable to the proud Robert, who understood the history of the Horn family. Furthermore, his discovery that there were almost no non-Augustus individuals who became Sequence 3 Feet Chaos Hunters in Loan Kingdom's history made him develop other thoughts. Angel battle. Who won in the end? Although he had a rough idea of the outcome, Avon still asked. It seems, Ouroboros lost and didn't achieve his goal, so he could only retreat in the end. But I feel that this forced entry into Backland seemed to have another purpose, more like a planned retreat after completing a task, rather than a forced retreat after a failed mission. What the archbishops of the three great churches could see, Robert naturally could too. It's likely that everyone who witnessed Ouroboros's reaction has realized that his forced entry into Backland was just a feint. Or rather, the true creator must be plotting something big, and it might even have already succeeded. Robert thought a step further. The major event that the true creator and Ouroboros were plotting was happening within the Loan Kingdom, and their purpose in forcing their way into Backland was to attract the attention of the storm god. Other angels were not qualified enough for a king of angels to personally come down and attract attention, only a true god was their target. If it was indeed an orderly retreat, then the logic behind the Angel of Fate's forced entry into Backland is not that simple. Avon also felt very strange about Ouroboros's actions. He truly thought a major battle would erupt, and he didn't even rule out the possibility of the storm god and the true creator personally intervening. Matters concerning angels and true gods are still too far from us. Let's focus on the present. How have the activities of the various secretive organizations in Backland been during this period? Robert immediately interrupted Avon's thoughts. He was very aware of the power of angels, especially when facing an angel of the fate pathway. The more one thought about them, the more likely one was to become entangled in their fate, which was not a good thing for Avon, who was not yet a demigod. Ever since Duke Nigan was assassinated again, we and the three great churches have thoroughly scoured Backland's underground world over and over. The activity frequency of secretive organizations has dropped to a historical low, and nothing special has happened. Robert, you said that the Demonist sect and Theosophy order gathered in Backland some time ago, even fighting fiercely outside Red Rose Manor. Their target wouldn't be that Hunter Pathway sealed artifact in the royal family's possession, would it? Avon understood that Robert asking him for a work report was just to change the subject and avoid discussing Ouroboros further. He also went along with it, briefly reported on work matters, and then smoothly brought the topic back to the Demonist sect and the Hunter Pathway sealed artifact in the royal family's hands. Robert had been considering the matters of the true creator and Ouroboros just now and hadn't thought about other aspects yet. But with Avon's reminder, he quickly connected the Red Rose Manor incident, Duke Nigan's first assassination, the fierce fight between the Demonist sect and Theosophy order, and a series of other events. He hadn't known before that the royal family possessed a Hunter Pathway sealed artifact capable of resisting a king of angels. This was one of the Augustus family's trump cards, never before revealed. He had been very curious then why the Aurora Order and the Rose School of Thought used to be the most active secretive organizations in the Loan Kingdom, but this year the Demonist sect and Theosophy order were so active. These two organizations used to be mainly active in Intis and the Faesac Empire. Why had they all come to Backland now? After Avon's reminder, he somewhat came to a realization of what their true goal was. No, it should be that he understood what the Demonist sect's goal was. Those psychologically twisted demonesses from the Demonist sect had their eyes on the Hunter Pathway sealed artifact in the Augustus royal family's hands, and Theosophy order knew the inside story and was deliberately causing trouble. That sealed artifact could target a king of angels, clearly originating from a sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Hunter Pathway. The one who wanted it must be a sequence 2 demoness, and perhaps more than one demoness was eyeing this characteristic. Robert continuously evaluated in his mind what benefits he could gain from this. Should he warn the Augustus royal family? No, I don't know that the Augustus royal family possesses a Hunter Pathway sealed artifact, so I don't know the Demonist sect's objective. But the Augustus royal family knows their own affairs, yet they haven't revealed anything at all. Why? Also, after the Red Rose Manor incident, the Augustus royal family's reaction was a bit too strange. The third prince still hasn't shown his face, nor has there been any explanation. What exactly does the Augustus royal family want to do? Robert, who who had already developed rebellious thoughts towards the Augustus royal family, was now very interested in His Majesty George III's secrets. However, he had another purpose for asking Avon to come to his office, so he could only suppress his curiosity and casually asked. Just now, when the Ouroboros, forcefully entered Backland, there was a significant interlude in the middle. Oh, an interlude. What interlude? Avon asked in surprise, though he already had some guesses in his heart. Robert looked directly at Avon and said in a measured tone, just as the two sides of angels were confronting each other head-on, Lanrius suddenly appeared. He had actually become the true Creator's divine descent vessel, lurking in the docklands, intending to sneak into Backland while everyone's attention was diverted by the angel battle. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three great churches used every means but couldn't detect any news of him. This way, everything can be clearly explained. It's just that. Avon suddenly understood, patting his thigh excitedly, but his tone immediately shifted. Just what? It's just that the Augustus royal family's reaction to the Lanrius matter back then was a bit off. At that time, the Augustus royal family sent people to arrest Lanrius themselves, but it ended in failure, with heavy losses and almost no explanation. I later looked into it and found that the people they sent were very capable and shouldn't have been so ineffective, so I didn't think much of it. But if Lanrius was the true Creator's divine descent vessel, it could explain such things. The Augustus royal family must have known Lanrius was abnormal, but they didn't reveal it to any party. What exactly were they thinking? Although Avon had already decided to stand with Adam in pushing the tide of the era, leveraging his momentum to pave the way for his own advancement. But that didn't mean Avon truly wished to see George III ascend to godhood. Being within the Lewin kingdom system, accepting the Augustus family's enfeoffment, from the perspective of order and legality, meant forever being subordinate to them and bound by rules. Especially since George III intended to become the Black Emperor of the lawyer pathway, that was even more unforgivable. Robert and Avon were both nobles enfeoffed by the Lewin kingdom, following ancient contracts and conventional wisdom to pledge allegiance to the Augustus royal family, but people are flexible, and there are always ways to circumvent various restrictions. However, if a Black Emperor appeared in the Augustus royal family, as the shadow of order and integrated with the rules of order, loopholes would definitely decrease, and the right to interpret rules would be entirely in their hands. This would block all beyonders under the Lewin kingdom from ever surpassing the Augustus royal family. In this way, Avon would have a natural ceiling above his head, forever without true autonomy. This was absolutely intolerable for Avon, who was determined to continue on his pathway and harbored ambitions of becoming a god. During this time, Avon had been observing his brother and felt that Robert was not the kind of rigid person who would blindly obey the king's commands, but he was still loyal to the country. It's just that this world was still in the stage where the king was considered a symbol of the nation. Since he was certain that he could not support George III in becoming a god, and might even need to sabotage it if necessary, Avon had to make full preparations in advance to prevent future fraternal conflicts. Uncovering the matter of Lanrius was Avon's first lever to pry at Robert's loyalty to the Augustus royal family. George III's concealment of the true Creator's divinity on Lanrius was essentially a betrayal and irresponsibility towards the nation. As expected, upon hearing Avon's words, Robert's face immediately fell. Although he was unwilling to be bound by the Augustus family, it didn't mean he had no feelings for the Lewin kingdom. The Augustus royal family knew that Lanrius had the true Creator's divinity on him, yet they kept it completely hidden from everyone. This irresponsible behavior infuriated him. However, the dissatisfaction in his heart could not be easily expressed. Instead, he appeased Avon, believing that George III's concealment must have had his considerations, and let the matter pass, but he had already decided to investigate this matter privately. Avon knew Robert very well and understood that he was already extremely angry, so there was no need to add more fuel to the fire. Thus, he proactively continued the previous conversation and asked, "So, did Lanrius manage to infiltrate Backland? Do I need to immediately search for him?" No need. Lanrius has already been dealt with by a high-sequence powerhouse using a powerful sealed artifact. There was no commotion at all. Robert's expression softened slightly as he remembered the main purpose of his conversation with Avon, and he stared at Avon before speaking. Oh, do you know which high-sequence powerhouse it was? It wouldn't be like the second assassination attempt on Duke Nigan a few days ago, where an unrecorded demigod appeared, would it? It's not an unknown demigod, but Emperor Rosal's eldest daughter, the King of Pirates, the founder of Oravi Island, Queen Mystic Bernadette. For some reason, she also came ashore and arrived in Backland. She even found Lanrius at a critical moment in Backland and eliminated him. She was a great help. How kind of her. I even think the Backland Good Samaritan Award this year should go to her. Robert's words, both implicitly and explicitly, expressed his doubts about Bernadette's actions. He never believed in coincidences, firmly convinced that there were no coincidences, and believed that all coincidences were the result of long-planned schemes. Moreover, Bernadette was a Sequence 3 demigod. To some extent, she herself was a weathervane of the Beander world, and her every move had far-reaching implications. But the question is, where is the wind blowing now? The gathering he and Amanda jointly organized had just brought her in, and then this happened, so he was eager to find out why Bernadette was able to find Lanrius and why she eliminated Lanrius. And the most direct way to ascertain Bernadette's purpose was through Avon. Robert knew very well that Avon and Bernadette had a transaction at the gathering, and that transaction was very well kept. Furthermore, Amanda didn't investigate to avoid suspicion, so she didn't know the content of the transaction. But Avon couldn't answer directly. If he answered directly, it would be a clear indication to Robert that the root of Bernadette's action to eliminate Lanrius lay with himself, which would mean he knew Lanrius's whereabouts. However, Robert had already brought it up, so Avon couldn't reveal nothing. Although he didn't understand why Robert wanted to know the purpose of Bernadette's action this time, the gathering he and Lady Amanda organized was about to have an angel appear, so he really should give him a heads up. I don't believe in coincidences. How could she have such perfect timing? In a situation where everyone was preoccupied with the angel battle, how could she precisely find Lanrius's location and eliminate him? This action must have been premeditated. Moreover, people are driven by self-interest, and I believe even becoming a demigod will be no exception. I don't believe Queen Mystic eliminated Lanrius to save the people of Backland, or out of some ridiculous compassion. She must have had something to gain from it. What do you think she could gain from eliminating Lanrius? You know, the sealed artifact she displayed seemed very powerful, no less than what the Augustus royal family displayed. What kind of benefit could move her to take such risks and hesitate in Backland? Robert murmured with a frown. There's nothing incomprehensible. For a Beander, there's no better reward than a successful promotion and reaching a higher level. Avon's single sentence enlightened Robert. It was a widely known fact in the Beander world that Emperor Rosal had created 22 blasphemy slate of the divine pathways during his lifetime. It was not surprising for Bernadette, as Emperor Rosal's eldest daughter, to know the corresponding magic potion formulas. Moreover, based on Military Intelligence Section 9's investigation in her past actions, it was clear that she had been a Sequence 3 for quite some time. Coupled with the news from the Moses Ascetic Order, Robert believed she must have finished digesting the magic potion and collected the Beander characteristic. With everything in place, the most urgent matter for her would undoubtedly be the ritual for advancing to an angel. Although he didn't know the specific content of the Mystery Prior Pathways ritual for advancing to an angel, the true creator's divinity on Lanrius was of a high enough rank and seemed to meet the requirements of the ritual. Robert suddenly saw the light, concluding that Bernadette eliminated Lanrius for the ritual of advancing to an angel. Thinking of this, Robert's mood was complex. He and Amanda had just organized this gathering, and it would so quickly have an angel-level member. Chapter 213, Tricking Mr. A, Beander characteristic in hand. Knowing Bernadette's logic and purpose, Robert felt much more at ease, and at the same time, he sensed the world's unrest with his own intuition. Whether it was the great battle between Ouroboros and the Speaker of Life, the storm god's intervention from afar, Bernadette's pursuit of promotion to an angel, or King George III's abnormality, all made him feel that something big was about to happen. Coupled with the history of the Horn family he had learned, Robert, uncharacteristically, felt a hint of crisis in his heart. Regardless of historical ties or his current position, it was already determined that if something major happened in the Beyonder world, he and Avon would not be able to avoid it, inherently being at the eye of the storm. Moreover, the way he looked at his younger brother, Avon, became increasingly complex. Although Avon had not directly confessed to him, he had indirectly admitted to being involved in Bernadette's affairs. Indirect admission was not a confession, but the meaning conveyed was very clear. Avon, on one hand, told him about Bernadette's potential promotion to an angel, preparing him mentally. On the other hand, he implicitly expressed that he did not wish for Robert to continue investigating how he embarked on the Beyonder pathway. He was indeed connected to a secret organization, but he had not become a cultist of an evil god, and hoped Robert would not delve deeper. Robert guessed that Avon's actions might be due to the substantial progress Mr. Hope, his deputy, had made in investigating Helen, the demoness from Theosophy Order. 2 days ago, he reported that Avon had arranged for the demoness named Helen to be his secretary within Military Intelligence Section 9 and was planning to secretly abduct her for interrogation. After thinking about Avon's behavior during this period, it indeed didn't seem like something an evil god cultist would do. Furthermore, if Avon was truly involved in Bernadette's affairs, his secrets wouldn't be simple, and the true extent couldn't be uncovered from the periphery. Therefore, Robert also made a decision in his heart. He would no longer investigate how Avon embarked on the Beyonder pathway, but future observation would not stop. By the way, Deputy Director Jonas has already told me that he has notified Peterov Andley about the change in contact person. This is the contact information. I don't have anyone in Fasak Empire, so you can arrange for someone to contact him. After Avon finished his conjectures about Bernadette, he took out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Robert. Robert took it, glanced at it, and then with a shake of his hand, punished the paper into powder, then said, "I understand. In a few days, I will arrange for Mr. Hope to personally go to Fasak Empire. This person is very important and is very likely to become a weapon for us against Fasak Empire in the future. Of course, we must also prevent him from turning around and using us to become a weapon for Fasak Empire against Loan and Intis. Using someone of Peterov Andley's caliber carries great risks, because you don't know if he is truly defecting, if he might be bait released by the opponent, and you even have to guard against being counter-killed by him. Therefore, the vetting process is very important. In fact, no one is certain whether his betrayal of Zarel was to gain the trust of Intis 8th Bureau. Deputy Director Jonas must have vetted this rat before and deemed him to have no problems. But no one can guarantee 100% in such matters, and Robert also needed to conduct another vetting, which Avon fully supported. Avon just didn't know that Robert sending Hope to Fasak Empire was not only to conduct a second vetting of this high-ranking rat, but also had another purpose, which he didn't need to explain in detail to Avon. Robert and Avon chatted for a while, mostly about the upcoming split of Military Intelligence Section 9. When they were almost done chatting, the butler came again to announce that a distinguished guest had personally arrived, whom he couldn't handle, and only Robert could personally receive them, while Avon left Ahova Earl's court. After leaving Ahova Earl's court, Avon, as usual, had the coachman drive the carriage around to various places to see if his intelligence channels had any communication. After a round, when he arrived at the municipal park in West Borough, he found a long unseen contact signal in the corner. Avon calmly withdrew his gaze, showing no unusual expression on his face. Instead, he had the coachman take him to all the contact locations, then had him go home, while he returned to the apartment in Sherwood Borough to change his clothes, then discreetly went to East Borough. In a safe house in East Borough, Avon saw Mr. A, covered in wounds, with many squirming, viscous, disgusting tumors all over his body, and his eyes filled with madness and regret. Seeing this scene, even though Avon was mentally prepared, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then he quickly drew an inverted cross on his chest and asked with urgency. Mr. A, what happened to you? Weren't you protecting Lanrius, protecting the Lord's descended body? How did you end up like this? How is Lanrius? Mr. A's slightly mad eyes scanned Avon up and down, then he suppressed the resentment in his voice and said painfully. Someone betrayed Lanrius's location, attracting all three great churches. Lanrius was finally killed. Who destroyed the vessel for the Lord's descent into the world? Mr. A, tell me, I won't let them off. Avon was filled with righteous indignation, his emotions intense, showing extreme anger at Lanrius's death, which made Mr. A, who had been observing him, lower his guard. Mr. A knew the reason why Lanrius's hiding place was discovered by the three great churches. It was Lanrius's own doing. But Queen Mystic being able to accurately find Lanrius was clearly not a coincidence, nor luck. After all, their King of Angels of the Fate Pathway was on site, and Mr. A didn't believe they would be unlucky. It was clear that Queen Mystic had been watching Lanrius for a long time, ready to strike at any moment. So the question arose, who exactly leaked Lanrius's location? Mr. A was now vetting the people he thought might have leaked the information. Avon was not high on Mr. A's suspect list, because after he handed over the Aurora Order's forces in Backland to Avon, he had already cut off all contact with everyone connected to Avon. Avon only knew that he was focused on protecting Lanrius, and had no idea where he had hidden Lanrius. And Avon's current performance further confirmed Mr. A's conjecture. Coupled with the fact that Avon was a favored one personally blessed by the true creator, he silently removed Avon from the suspect list. It was the leader of Oravi Island, Queen Mystic. She had been watching us for a long time. This time, while His Highness Ouroboros was confronting the Augustus family's angel, and I was confronting the three great churches, she struck and killed Lanrius. Mr. A said to Avon through gritted teeth, his hatred for Bernadette reaching its peak, so much so that the tumors on his body ruptured due to his emotional fluctuations, and yellowish-green pus flowed onto the ground, filling the entire room with a pungent stench. Yet, Avon showed no hint of disgust. He quickly stepped forward to help Mr. A sit on a chair in the room and said urgently. How are you feeling? The Horn family has deep cooperation with the Sanguine, jointly running hospitals, and their relationship is very good. I'll send you for treatment. The prerequisite sequence of the Sanguine is, apothecary, and like Beyonders of the Plantar Pathway, they are very skilled in healing. Mr. A waved his hand, rejecting Avon's suggestion. A faint green light appeared on his body. Wherever the green light passed, the ruptured tumors on his body began to scab, and the foul smell in the air also faded considerably, but it could not be completely healed, and new tumors constantly emerged. I have a doctor of the plantar pathway whom I shepherd, so I can treat myself. No need to trouble yourself. Letting the Sanguine treat you might expose your identity. After Avon tried to persuade him a few times and saw Mr. A's resolute attitude, he could only sigh and give up persuading. Instead, he continued the previous topic and asserted, we have an insider. Lanrius had the Lord's divinity on him, even using a sealed artifact of Sequence 0 wouldn't allow him to be detected. This was verified by Military Intelligence Section 9. And Mr. A, you personally handled Lanrius's security, which essentially eliminated the possibility of unreliable people seeing Lanrius. Aside from an insider leaking information, I can't think of any other reason why Queen Mystic would be able to find Lanrius. I propose a major internal investigation to find this insider, avenge the Lord, and prevent similar incidents from happening again. I personally am willing to undergo scrutiny. Avon spoke righteously, his sincerity evident, which greatly impressed Mr. A, making him feel that he had chosen the right successor. He said to Avon, I think so too. Now, in all of Backland, besides you, who are the Lord's favored and trustworthy, I don't trust anyone else. Isn't there the Saint of Shadows? He should be trustworthy too, right? Avon immediately understood the meaning in Mr. A's words and was greatly surprised. He truly didn't expect Mr. A to distrust everyone now, even suspecting the Saint of Shadows, the highest-ranking person in charge of the Aurora Order in Loan Kingdom. HMPH. That's not necessarily true. Their family is deeply favored by the Lord. Back then, under the leadership of His Excellency Ouroboros, they climbed mountains and crossed seas to meet the Lord in His divine kingdom. But unexpectedly, his brother turned out to be a disloyal believer to the Lord, exposed in the ruins of the Divine War at the end of the Sonia Sea, and has been trapped there ever since. Although the Lord didn't punish him, who can guarantee that he isn't a believer with an unstable will, just like his brother? Mr. A's words immediately reminded Avon of the murals and the secret supplicant pathway sequence for Demigod, the Saint of Shadows, Leomaster, that Klein encountered in the ruins of the Divine War in the third volume of Lord of the Mysteries, original novel. He was driven to mental fragmentation by the spectator pathway power in the ruins of the Divine War, turning into two people. He never expected him to be the Saint of Shadows' brother. At the same time, Mr. A's words also revealed the history of Aurora Order members entering the true Creator's divine kingdom under Ouroboros' leadership after the Solomon Empire disintegrated in the Fourth Epoch. So, the Aurora Order, and perhaps the Iron and Blood Cross Order, were formed by these true Creator believers who inherited their faith from the Fourth Epoch. The Saint of Shadows went insane due to the spectator pathway's power, which is a sign of impiety. Is Mr. A being too extreme? From the original description, Leomaster was just a little kind and had always maintained his faith in the true Creator. But Avon wouldn't voice his thoughts at this moment. No way. The Saint of Shadows has always led the Aurora Order's activities in the Loan Kingdom. He shouldn't do such a thing, right? Why not? This time, when I guarded Lanrius, I achieved absolute information isolation. Besides him, I didn't tell anyone else. The relevant guards were all personally developed and managed by me. The more Mr. A analyzed, the angrier he became. He was already wary of the Saint of Shadows because of Leomaster's matter, and this incident further deepened his suspicion. The three great churches should be desperately looking for you. You should first hide and heal your injuries, then think about the future. Oh, what are your plans for the future? I can cooperate with anything. Regardless, Avon played the role of a loyal believer and good subordinate in front of Mr. A. I plan to try and collect demigod formulas from other pathways, strive to advance to demigod, then find a way to investigate this leak, and finally seek revenge on Queen Mystic for Lord. Mr. A was still Mr. A, so simple and direct. His plan was like Avon's previous lives, how to put an elephant in a refrigerator, in multiple steps, which made Avon chuckle. He could only ask helplessly. What formulas are you planning to collect? I recently attended a gathering with high-sequence Beyonders. Maybe I can help. I need the magic potion formulas for Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Enterer, Prophet, and Manipulator. Just keep an eye out for them for me, there's no need to specifically search and cause unnecessary suspicion. Mr. A smiled at Avon's willingness to help but didn't refuse. He casually stated his needs, though he didn't have any expectations. He had been collecting these formulas for a long time, but there had been no news. However, to his surprise, Avon hadn't even finished listening when his face lit up with surprise, and he said excitedly, "When I attended that gathering last time, someone was selling a unshadowed magic potion formula, but it was an incomplete formula, only with the main materials. I wonder if you still need it." Mr. A didn't expect to get news of a formula he hadn't found in years from Avon, and he was extremely excited. For him, there was no need to consider rituals or auxiliary materials. Whether it was rituals or auxiliary materials, their essence was to neutralize the main materials, but the Aurora Order's believers didn't need to do so. They never prepared these things, they usually swallowed them raw. This stems from the particularity of the secret supplicant pathway's authority. One of the high-sequence authorities of the secret supplicant pathway is sacrifice. It's a bit like the hunter pathway's collective authority, which can distribute damage to others, but the principle is completely different. When Mr. A advanced to shepherd, he didn't prepare any ritual at all. He just offered a certain prayer to the true creator, and the impact of consuming the Beander characteristic was entirely transferred to the true creator. It was that experience that further strengthened Mr. A's faith in the true creator. If one doesn't believe in a creator who can bear suffering for his believers, then who else should one believe in? Moreover, unlike high-sequence Beyonders of the Hunter pathway who can only distribute damage to the armies they control, the true creator can transfer all things with the meaning of suffering to himself and bear them, which is the true meaning of God loves the world in the Aurora Order's doctrine. However, how much suffering the true creator can transfer depends on the believer's piety. Therefore, to some extent, the higher the sequence of the believer, the more pious their faith in the true creator. Those with shallow faith would have lost control and died during advancement long ago. The Aurora Order felt no pity for believers who died after directly consuming Beander characteristics, because it meant their faith was not pious enough, and they deserved to die. And Mr. A never doubted his faith. He believed that as long as he had the materials, advancing directly to an angel would be no problem. If it weren't for high-sequence demigods being much stronger than sequence 5, and the threshold of divinity being too high, he would have hunted down corresponding demigods long ago, consumed their Beander characteristics raw, and advanced. Why bother painstakingly collecting formulas? So for him, he only needed to know the main materials and the corresponding formulas. He was the strongest below demigod. He could hunt corresponding prey alone, obtain materials, and with the true creator's help, advance without preparing a ritual. Of course, I need it. When can I get it? What's the price? Can I attend this gathering? Mr. A seemed to see the day he would become a demigod. Attending this gathering requires an introduction, and I was only able to join because of my brother. The seller of that formula seems to be very short on money. He's asking for 70,000 gold pounds, but because the formula is incomplete and the price is a bit high, few people are interested. Avon knew Mr. A's financial situation very well and cautiously told him. As expected, upon hearing the 70,000 gold pound asking price, Mr. A fell silent. Besides owning a few safe houses, he was now penniless. When he decided to wholeheartedly protect Lanrius, Mr. A handed over the Aurora Order's influence in Backland to Avon, with only 2,000 gold pounds in liquid funds on the account. This amount of money could only support the Aurora Order's activities for 2 months. Now, asking him to suddenly produce 70,000 gold pounds was practically asking for his life. If he were to package and sell all the Beander characteristics he had herded, he might be able to gather 40,000 or 50,000 gold pounds. But if he sold all these Beander characteristics, would he still be the strongest shepherd below demigod? And without these Beander characteristics, could he still hunt Beander creatures that could serve as high-sequence magic potion materials? These creatures were one more difficult to deal with than the last, definitely not something an ordinary sequence 5 could hunt. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. A realized that he only had one option left: robbing a bank. However, Backland was currently in a special period. First, Duke Nigan was assassinated twice, and then a King of Angels openly broke in. Military Intelligence Section 9 and the 3 great churches were at their most sensitive moment. Coupled with his severe injuries, the risk was simply too great. Earl Ahova is about to pass away, and the Ahova Earl's court is transferring various industries to my brother. He is too busy with too many things, so he entrusted this matter to me. Therefore, I currently have 40,000 to 50,000 gold pounds in cash that can be temporarily appropriated. If you need it, I can lend you this money first, as long as you make up for it later. Just as he was struggling, Avon cautiously spoke, much like someone who wanted to help their leader but was worried about hurting their leader's pride. Upon hearing this, Mr. A was overjoyed and extremely touched. The tumors on his body almost burst again from excitement, and he gripped Avon's hands, unable to speak. A penny can stump a hero, and even cultists are no exception. However, even if he could borrow Avon's money, he was still at least 20,000 gold pounds short of the amount needed to purchase the formula. Opportunities like this are rare and fleeting. No one knew how long it would take to encounter the unshadowed formula again if he missed this chance. In every Beyonder gathering where magic potion formulas were traded, the seller would require the buyer not to trade it again within the gathering. If Avon attended the next gathering and he hadn't found enough money, and the formula was bought by someone else, he would have effectively lost this opportunity forever. Mr. A thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, causing his flesh to wriggle again. He successively spat out 3 Beyonder characteristics, handed them to Avon, and said, "Here are 3 Beyonder characteristics, corresponding to the Wind Blessed of the Storm God Pathway Sequence 6, the Soul Assurer of the Evernight Pathway Sequence 6, and the Demoness of Afflictions of the Demoness Pathway Sequence 5. Help me deal with these 3 Beyonder characteristics to raise 20,000 gold pounds. Combined with the 50,000 gold pounds you have, you must acquire that unshadowed magic potion formula. Oh, and be sure to have the formula appraised, don't be scammed." Backlund had experienced too many things in the past 2 months, either demigods fighting or angels dueling, at the very least, political bigwigs being assassinated, and the activities of secret organizations had dropped to their lowest point. Various small Beyonder gatherings had collapsed. If he didn't let Avon help him deal with these Beyonder characteristics, Mr. A might end up holding the Beyonder characteristics but unable to find a buyer, or even sell them for a good price due to changes in market conditions. Moreover, he knew that Avon, due to the Lord's grace, could simultaneously consume magic potions from the Demoness pathway to advance, so he specifically took out this Demoness of Afflictions Beyonder characteristic to sell to Avon. He didn't believe Avon would dare to undervalue it. As expected by Mr. A, Avon took the 3 Beyonder characteristics of different colors and felt extremely excited by the trust Mr. A showed him. He said excitedly, "I will definitely live up to your trust. I'll buy this Demoness of Afflictions Beyonder characteristic. How about I offer you 15,000 gold pounds? 14,000 pounds. That 1,000 pounds can be your travel expenses. Also, sell the other 2 characteristics as soon as possible." Mr. A found that the price Avon offered indeed exceeded his expectations. He was secretly pleased but didn't show it on his face. He even pretended to be generous and gave Avon a small commission. Mr. A's wool, Azek's revenge. After putting away the 3 Beyonder characteristics, Avon looked around and then suggested, "The environment here is too harsh, and it's not very safe. You are still injured, so it's not advisable to frequently change safe houses. I have a safe house in the West Borough, provided by Military Intelligence Section 9. You can hide there for now." Military Intelligence Section 9 would never think of checking their own safe houses, and the 3 great churches would not overstep their bounds to investigate the property of other official forces. Furthermore, it's very close to Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters, so we can completely play a trick of the darkest places under the lamp. What do you think? Mr. A thought about it and felt that Avon made a lot of sense, so he nodded in agreement. When Avon read Lord of the Mysteries before, he noticed that among the prices Mr. A offered for the assassination of the Intis ambassador, there were high sequence formulas for various adjacent pathways. Avon used to wonder why Mr. A, as the number 1 person below a demigod in the Aurora Order, didn't focus on advancing to sequence 4 feet Black Knight, of the same pathway, but instead put his mind on other adjacent pathways. No matter how you looked at it, Mr. A was the top candidate for the Aurora Order's next demigod. It wasn't until he became Mr. Z of the Aurora Order some time ago that he realized it wasn't that Mr. A didn't want to become a Black Knight, but that the Aurora Order simply didn't have any spare Black Knight Beyonder characteristics. The Beyonder characteristics of the secret supplicant pathway can definitely be said to be the fewest among the 22 God Almighty pathways. When the Solomon Empire disintegrated in the 4th epoch, the true creator's subordinate forces suffered a disastrous defeat and fled the North Continent, which also caused a severe loss of their Beyonder characteristics, and they haven't recovered since. Not many believers followed Ouroboros in fleeing the North Continent, but in the 5th epoch, they still had to form the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which was parallel to the Aurora Order and mainly composed of hunters, which already explained many problems. This fact made Avon see the possibility of fleecing Mr. A. Mr. A not only had the demoness of afflictions, Beander characteristic that he needed, but also various other rare characteristics such as Wind Blessed, Soul Assurer, Desire Apostle, Doctor, and Scribe. Furthermore, Lanrius's death made Mr. A feel extremely guilty and angry, and his desire to advance to a demigod reached its peak. So, Avon quickly thought of a way to use the unshadowed formula to entice him to hand over his Beander characteristics. Avon knew that Mr. A had gone through a major battle, and his subordinates were almost all dead, leaving him with little property. So, Avon deliberately leaked the news that someone was selling the unshadowed magic potion formula, and set a price that seemed reasonable but Mr. A could definitely not afford. However, precisely because the price was too high, Mr. A would definitely not consider selling his Beander characteristics unless he sold his shepherd characteristic along with it, because he absolutely couldn't afford it otherwise. At this point, Avon would then propose that he had a sum of money, about 40,000 to 50,000 gold pounds. If Mr. A could just raise the remaining 20,000 to 30,000 gold pounds, he could take home the unshadowed magic potion formula he had dreamed of. He would definitely be tempted and make an impulsive purchase. Everything was within Avon's expectations. Originally, Mr. A couldn't afford it even if he put up his entire fortune, but now he only needed to pay 30% to 40% to get it. Mr. A fell into Avon's trap without any resistance, unable to extricate himself, and obediently took out the Beander characteristics he had carefully chosen. As for the so-called unshadowed formula, there is a detailed record in Lord of the Mysteries, which was not difficult for Avon at all. The incomplete sequence 4 magic potion formula was not easy to sell in the first place. Klein actively tried to sell it to Alger without success. Making good use of waste, exchanging this incomplete formula for high-quality resources from Mr. A, Avon felt like he was making a profit no matter how he looked at it. Moreover, once this transaction was completed, Avon would not only obtain these 3 Beander characteristics but also become Mr. A's creditor. Avon had plenty of ways to use these debts to fleece Mr. A until he sold himself to Avon. In short, Mr. A was a great treasure in Avon's eyes, requiring diligent excavation. After handing the key to the safe house in the West Borough to Mr. A, Avon left the East Borough and went to the Bravehearts Bar. It wasn't yet quitting time for the factories, so there weren't many pedestrians, but outside the door, 2 burly men stood with broad shoulders and strong backs, diligently guarding the bar and scrutinizing all passers-by, looking for any potential troublemakers. Avon merely nodded secretly at this sight, then entered the bar under the gaze of the 2 large men. Upon entering the bar, he found that some gambling games had already begun, with shouts rising and falling. Although the crowd had not reached its peak, it was still quite good. Avon pulled down his work cap, squeezed through the crowd, and directly opened a lounge. He walked up to a gambler, snatched his cards, pulled him aside, sat in his seat, and began to play cards. Marich, who was opposite him, was already used to this and said to the pale-faced, plump dealer beside him, "Please continue dealing." After playing 2 rounds and winning a few pounds from Marich, Avon finally turned his head to Miss Sharon, who had appeared beside them at some point, floating in midair and watching Avon and Marich play a 2-person multi-player gambling game, and said, "Interested in playing along?" Miss Sharon quietly shook her head, declining Avon's invitation. Avon didn't mind, and while motioning for the dealer to continue dealing, he asked, "How have your developments been recently? How's the cooperation with Ian Wright and O'Sullivan?" Marich, who was manipulating the sexy dealer to continue dealing, introduced Avon to the work situation during this period. "The cooperation is going well. Mr. O'Sullivan develops his faith, and we expand our influence. He encourages believers to join the gang we founded and guarantees the loyalty of those who join, and we, in turn, provide protection for the spread of their faith. Now we have a certain influence in the Backland Bridge district, the East Borough, and even the Docklands, and we are constantly expanding. Thanks to the low-sequence magic potion formulas you brought before, we have cultivated several Beyonders, which has effectively consolidated the territories we have expanded. It's just what? Avon guessed what Marich was about to say, but his eyes didn't shift at all, still intently focused on the cards in his hand, thinking about how to play them. Is it really okay for us to cooperate with the Aurora Order like this? You are also a high-ranking official of Military Intelligence Section 9, so you should know that these people are a bunch of lunatics. No one knows what they will do. If we let them develop like this, we will sooner or later bring trouble upon ourselves. Did they use this opportunity to carry out terrorist activities? No. Did they use this opportunity to carry out actions to subvert the royal rule? No. Did they infiltrate us and interfere with our actions? No. Then what are you worrying about? I'm not worried, so why are you worrying for nothing? Avon unceremoniously rebuked Marich for worrying about things he shouldn't be worrying about. But if you sit idly by and watch the Aurora Order grow, aren't you worried about being criticized by Military Intelligence Section 9 internally? Miss Sharon, who had been quietly listening to Avon and Marich argue, suddenly spoke. I'm not worried at all. It's you guys cooperating with the Aurora Order, not me. What do I have to worry about? Avon played a big card, not even looking up, and said in an unusually relaxed tone, which made Sharon and Marich stunned for a moment, then both glared at Avon. Although they knew what Avon said was true, and they were well aware of their role as white gloves, they couldn't help but feel angry when Avon stated it so directly. And Avon, still expressionless, comforted them. From the perspective of the three great churches, the fewer evil god organizations, the better, and it's best for all the people to believe in the true gods. But from the perspective of the royal family and Military Intelligence Section 9, as long as the ruling system doesn't extend all the way to the bottom and lacks control over the grassroots, then the spread of evil god beliefs is inevitable. Therefore, the royal family's focus is on how to maintain the overall stability of the kingdom's order, rather than truly helping the church spread and consolidate faith. The Aurora Order is now changing its name, using the reconstruction of trade unions as a starting point to fight for workers' rights, no longer engaging in terrorist activities, and striving to maintain order at the grassroots level. This perfectly aligns with the royal family's vision and the kingdom's stability needs. Do you mean that the royal family and government of the Loan Kingdom will turn a blind eye to the spread of the Aurora Order's faith in the East Borough, and even secretly protect it? Miss Sharon and Marich both stared at Avon dumbfounded, feeling that their worldview had been overturned. When did an evil god organization's spread of faith get protected by official organizations? Isn't this like a cat acting as a bodyguard for a mouse? Not secretly protecting, but openly opposing the three great churches. How is that possible? Sharon and Marich exclaimed in unison. The seven great churches all possess deities, and their power is clearly greater than that of the royal family, but why is the management mode of the populace in the entire real world still predominantly feudal monarchy, rather than being ruled by religion? It's not because of conflicts between the true God churches, but because religious rule dominating people's lives is not conducive to stable order, and may even, in turn, hinder the spread of faith. Religious conflicts, liberation of productive forces, population reproduction. Only when religion withdraws from dominating people's lives can the belief in God spread in turn. Therefore, after the Fifth Epoch, the major churches signed a sacred contract, with the royal families of various countries taking the lead in secular rule. The royal family itself possesses the legal right to maintain order and combat extremist ideologies, so for the sake of grassroots stability, opposing the three great churches is nothing new. Sharon and Marich, who came from the southern continent and were not very familiar with the various situations in the north continent, listened dumbfounded, but instinctively felt that Avon made a lot of sense. Avon had previously sounded out Prince Grove about the expansion of the Aurora Order, and Prince Grove was very interested in the ability of gangs to stabilize order at the grassroots level. Recalling that the Black Emperor's advancement ritual required creating an order different from people's common sense, Avon knew that the Aurora Order's shell company plan would receive strong support from George III. Now, George III must be feeling uneasy, unsure of the three great churches' stance on his advancement, so he will definitely use the Aurora Order as a balancing card. That's right, Avon had seen it long ago. If the church, perhaps with Adam's help, didn't know George III was planning to advance to godhood, it might be excusable. But if the three great true gods, or rather, the 7 orthodox gods, didn't know, then it would be a disservice to their illustrious reputations. After all, they experienced the fourth epoch, where more than one black emperor was born, and they should be very familiar with these matters. Perhaps due to certain reasons, the true gods did not inform the church, and Avon has not yet fully comprehended the underlying reasons. Therefore, Sharon and Marich's cooperation with the Aurora Order to expand their influence, while seemingly dangerous, is actually as stable as a mountain, with George III and even the Twilight Hermit Order providing protection from behind. For a moment, only Avon's cheers of winning a hand echoed in the card room. Oh, right, it's been over a month since we last used Military Intelligence Section 9's power to clear out the Rose School of Thought's forces. Did they have any reaction? Seeing that Miss Sharon and Marich remained silent, and the sexy dealer kept giving him big hands, Avon could only continue to ask. The Rose School of Thought might know that the last East Borough encirclement was a result of our cooperation with Military Intelligence Section 9. They might think we've completely sided with Military Intelligence Section 9, which is why they haven't sent anyone else to hunt us down. Of course, they won't relax their pursuit of us, because as long as they eliminate us, the mother tree of desire they believe in will completely occupy the entire prisoner pathway, which has immense symbolic significance. So, their next pursuit of us won't be so easy to avoid. Avon listened, nodded secretly, and agreed with their judgment, because he had judged the same. After becoming a high-ranking member of Military Intelligence Section 9, Avon could access more information that ordinary people couldn't. Among the documents he saw was a report on the internal disputes within the Rose School of Thought. The report suggested that the Rose School of Thought's focus in the next few years would be on purging the Temperance faction, rather than escalating conflicts with LotM in the southern continent colonies. You don't need to worry. Even if the Rose School of Thought clenches its fist and gathers its strength to strike at you, it will take some time. By then, the roles of hunter and prey might even switch. At that time, if one comes, kill one, if two come, kill both. In Avon's view, the Rose School of Thought was merely an experience package. The longer the time, the more delicious the prey hunted. Miss Sharon and Marich were both somewhat surprised by Avon's confidence. After all, if the Rose School of Thought were to hunt them down, there would likely be a demigod, or even more than one. They wondered where he got such confidence, daring to treat demigods as hunting targets. But Avon's confidence also infected them, giving them a long-lost sense of security after constantly hiding. Avon chatted with them for nearly half an hour, during which they told Avon about the problems they encountered while expanding their influence. These problems were typically encountered by outsiders without connections, and in Avon's eyes, they were nothing. Instead, they didn't mention the funding issue that he had previously considered. Thinking about it, their teacher was an angel, the leader of the world's most powerful Beyonder organization. How could they not have experience managing large organizations? All of this was second nature to them. They had already secured at least 1/10 of Backlund's smuggling business, and their financial situation was very good. After winning at least £10, Avon left Braveheart's bar. Thinking of Marich's pained expression just now, he couldn't help but feel very pleased. Every time the controlled sexy dealer dealt Avon big hands and Marich small hands, it almost drove him insane. And the reason his dealer betrayed him was entirely because Avon had the communication token given by Mr. Azek. He wondered if Marich would be affected again by the Whistle-Klein War after Klein came to Backlund. He probably would, right? In the original work, Marich was a Sequence 6 living corpse, affected by Klein, causing his subordinates to give him a hard time. Avon knew that Klein would act according to his plan today, but he didn't care about the outcome at all. Because the outcome had already been determined by Adam in advance, Zangwill would obtain Saint Selena's ashes and advance to a demigod. Avon's purpose in planning for Klein was not to enable him to stop Zangwill's plan, but merely to allow Klein to resolve the child in Migos's womb with the least cost, and to cause as much trouble for Zangwill as possible. Moreover, he wasn't worried about Klein's situation at all, because he would eventually be resurrected. Avon even felt a bit restless, wanting to find an opportunity to return to Tingen, either to pull him out of his coffin or to nail 2 more nails into it. After leaving the bar, Avon went to an Beander gathering hosted by Isengard Stanton and found that the scale of the gathering had grown significantly, with about 100 people, incomparable to before. However, it made sense. Backland had been repeatedly and forcefully cleared, and countless Beander gatherings had been raided. But Backland was, after all, the largest city in the world, and countless Beyonders entered Backland every day to explore, exchange mystical knowledge, and the demand for trading advancement materials remained strong. And Isengard Stanton had the official backing of Military Intelligence Section 9, so he didn't have to worry about being raided, naturally attracting more and more Beyonders who wanted to join, to the point where Isengard Stanton even had to set a threshold for the gathering. After the gathering, Avon asked Isengard Stanton about his recent situation and learned that he had learned many Beander abilities and his magic potion digestion was steadily improving. Isengard Stanton also asked Avon many questions, including but not limited to the inside story of Duke Nigan's assassination and why Backland had become tense again today. Avon didn't feel there was anything to hide, so he told him about the angel battle that happened in Backland today, where the entire city hovered on the brink of destruction, making the well-informed Isengard Stanton exclaim, "I've lived long enough to see this." At the same time, he regretted not witnessing this rare angel battle firsthand, and his desire for advancement was palpable. This was the effect Avon wanted. Isengard Stanton went through countless hardships and finally advanced when he was about to enter old age, but even after learning the role-playing method from Avon, strictly role-playing, and only advancing after fully digesting the magic potion, he almost didn't make it through due to his increasing age. Avon was worried that he would lose interest in future advancements and just give up because of the difficulty of this advancement, so he deliberately said so much to stimulate him. As long as he still wanted to advance, he would still have a need for Avon, and Avon could use this to continue to drive him and use him for his own purposes. Subsequently, Avon went to check out the Aurora Order's preaching location, felt there were no problems, and then returned to his apartment in Sherwood Borough, preparing to change clothes and return to the West Borough. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the apartment, he found a figure sitting on the sofa, and Avon's spirituality gave no warning at all, almost making Avon instinctively attack out of fright. But fortunately, as a hunter, Avon could also pre-use the Sequence 5 Reapers, Weakness Observation, which allowed him to observe many details of the target, reminding him who this figure in front of him was, allowing him to stop in time. "Mr. Azek, why are you here? You didn't even turn on the light, you almost scared me to death." Turning on the gas lamp, and with the light emitted by the faint blue flame, Avon complained to Azek with a hint of annoyance. "Today, Klein confronted the mastermind, but I was transferred away and couldn't help, which led to Klein's sacrifice. You wrote to me, telling me the time and place of this duel, so you should know all the plans. And you should know who the mastermind is." Mr. Azek's tone was very low. He couldn't forgive himself for his absence from this duel, not only because he couldn't avenge the loss of his son's skull, but also out of guilt towards his student, Klein Moretti. Avon frowned slightly, did not answer Mr. Azek's question, but instead retorted, what was the outcome of this duel? Ever since Tingen's plot changed drastically due to Avon's intrusion, many blanks appeared in the first volume of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind, and combined with his knowledge that the outcome was already determined, he didn't pay too much attention. The mastermind snatched Saint Selena's ashes, and there were no casualties except for Klein's sacrifice. Avon nodded secretly. His plan to shift the battlefield was a complete success, and because he had given Klein a heads up, Klein had frantically farmed Eternal Blazing Sun's wool during this time, producing many, sun flare, charms that proved effective. Even if the child in Migos' womb had grown quite a bit due to the plot changes, it was still ultimately resolved by Klein using advanced charms. Due to some unexpected circumstances, I learned that the mastermind behind Tingen was the renegade archbishop of the Night Church, in Zangwil, and I also learned about the very troublesome, 0-grade sealed artifact he possesses. Azek saw Avon admit his knowledge of the Tingen incident, nodded, and without delving into the secrets behind it, asked, "Can you now use your special ability to find out where Ince Zangwil went? I want to avenge Klein. Are you willing to help?" Seeing Mr. Azek's request, Avon thought for a moment, then leaned back on the sofa, assuming a meditative posture, and quickly reviewed Lord of the Mysteries in his mind. He saw that Klein, with the help of the Grey Fog, determined that Ince Zangwil would go to Backland, and there was no further plot deviation, so he said to Mr. Azek, "Ince Zangwil is going to Backland. I will inform you if I have any relevant news. Klein is my classmate, so count me in for avenging him." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.